Chapter 1. Please don't say that the surgery was very successful. Because this was no longer a matter of surgery, it was some sort of magic. His face and body had all changed. He had become a completely different person. Could it be that he had transmigrated into a different dimension? In addition to the mirror at the head of the bed that clearly had poor feng shui, Shi Qian also found 3 books beside it. He picked them up to check them out, and the titles instantly made him fall silent. Beginner Tamer's Essential Monster Breeding Manual. Pet Nursing After Birth. Evaluation Guide for Beastier Girls of Different Races. Shi Qian. The names of the first 2 books were normal, but what was up with the last one? Cough. Shi Qian's gaze turned solemn as he reached out his hand. However, his arm suddenly stiffened. Just as he was about to open the 3rd book to see what it was about, he felt a sharp pain in his head as a large amount of memories flooded his mind. Icefield City. At the pet breeding base. An intern pet breeder. Beast tamer. What was all this nonsense? This sudden memory took Shi Qian more than 10 minutes to digest. After a long time, he raised his head with a complicated expression. He was right. He seemed to have really crossed into a different world. Not only because of these memories, but also because he knew that his looks would not fail him. As everyone knew, being ugly did not qualify one to cross into other dimensions. This was already a law of some sort somewhere. And he had been so handsome, so of course, he must have transmigrated. After his accidental death, he must have transmigrated to this alternate world where beasts were mainstream. Although this room looked like a modern single-person dormitory, he was no longer on Earth. Instead, he had come to a world called Blue Planet. This place was very strange, and the culture was completely different from that of Earth. Since ancient times, extraordinary powers had existed here, and they were not the battle aura, magic, and immortal cultivation that Shi Qian had seen in various movies. It was because every creature here had the possibility of extraordinary evolution. Through continuous evolution, most animals and plants could awaken higher intelligence and powerful abilities. It was not limited to plants and animals. Even mountains, lakes, and snowstorms could evolve into living beings. These transcendent creatures would all possess powerful abilities such as lightning, flames, and hurricanes. They were no different from the mythical beasts on Earth. In this context, in the ancient times of this world, weak humans could only rely on powerful creatures as guardians to survive as tribes. However, after a long period of development, the human race gradually developed their own extraordinary power, the ability to control beasts. Some people could open up an alternate space in their minds through meditation and capture extraordinary creatures through this cage-like alternate space. In the beginning, humans only captured weak, transcendent creatures by force and treated them as slaves. They controlled them to work and fight. But in the face of powerful, transcendent creatures, humans could still do little against them. However, later on, some people discovered that the growth speed of transcendent creatures in the beast taming space was almost several times faster than in the outside world. It was also easier for them to break through the racial restrictions and evolve. This discovery allowed humans to see hope of rising to the top, and they began to study the beast taming space. Right after that, in terms of capturing, training, raising, and commanding, humans continued to develop the abilities of their beasts and gradually perfected this system so that powerful battle pets of various types could be cultivated by humans. Their profession became known as beast tamer as they stepped onto the world stage. With the rise of beast tamers, many extraordinary creatures began to take the initiative to contract with humans, hoping to use the humans' extraordinary ability to grow quickly and try to break through the restrictions of their race. As of now, thousands of years later, humans had already established a shining beast-taming civilization and controlled the area with the richest resources on this planet. In this era of beasts, being a beast tamer naturally became a sign of status and class. All walks of life were closely related to beast tamers. Only by becoming a beast tamer could one become an elite among all fields. As an example, the appearance fee for a well-known beast tamer in a tournament could be staggering and off the charts. The presence of a powerful beast tamer in charge of the city alone could directly boost the economy of the city. Beast tamers occupied the core positions in most industries, and the top positions were also held by beast tamers. However, although humans had risen up in the world, there were still a large number of beasts active in various places that could not be tamed, and they often caused disasters to human cities. This was also why some cities hoped to rope in powerful beast tamers to guard them. And in his memories, the family of his previous self had died in a beast horde. The beast taming world. I have a rough understanding. But why are things still so miserable for me after my transmigration? Sure, you took a deep breath. So be it. However, in such a dangerous alternate world, it would have obviously been better to transmigrate into some second-generation heir. It would be best if he had a protective dragon girl type and the companionship of sprites since young. Only then would he not have transmigrated in vain. Unfortunately, transmigration was just like reincarnation. It was a skill. He was still called Shi, but his identity was no longer that of mythology scholar Shi on Earth. Instead, he was an ordinary intern pet breeder in the pet breeding base of Icefield City. He wasn't a beast tamer. He was more like a handyman for beast tamers. This was a place dedicated to raising pets, but he was currently only learning how to raise them here. His daily duty was to feed some pet cubs, shovel feces, and clean up. He was a proper worker at the bottom of society. However, in this way, sure you could start his path toward knowledge from just these books. So, he was studying. The reason why his predecessor in these new/old memories worked so hard was that he hoped to become a beast tamer himself. But in reality, he was an orphan who couldn't even support himself, let alone train pets. With the original Shiryu's family background, it would be really difficult for him to become a beast tamer. However, Shiryu was also lucky in some ways. With a bit of talent and a bit of hard work, at least the current profession that he had was linked to being a beast tamer. It was not impossible for him to become a beast tamer in the future. He had even made a lot of preparations and had decided to buy high-quality pet cubs using loans to become a beast tamer. Yes, he had decided to take a loan for a pet at such a young age. Shiryu's defense line had been broken. It was indeed very tragic. The current Shiryu, who had a large debt from mortgage and car loans in his previous life, actually had 100 million points of sympathy. He didn't expect that he would also have to take a loan after transmigrating. This should be in the distant future. At the moment, Shiryu was just a lowly worker. Moreover, there would be tasks waiting for him in a while. He had a strict work schedule. To be honest, other than when he was in high school, he had not woken up at 6 in the morning for a long time. Shiryu rubbed his head in pain. Then, he walked to a wall and pasted a worksheet on it. This was the weekly task list that had just been issued yesterday. As an intern at the breeding base, his daily tasks were given out. Today's work was, Shiryu looked at the content below Monday. Morning, feed the snow wolves, single task. Move the feed, group task. Afternoon, record the growth data of the green worm, collective task. If his memory served him right, snow wolves were pack-dwelling, ferocious, and brutal carnivores, right? For such a dangerous mission, was the solo tag for real? Shiryu fell into deep thought. He had been bitten by a dog when he was young and was naturally more wary of canines. This mission was a little difficult for him, but it shouldn't be a problem. Shiryu suddenly recalled that he had the talent of telepathy. He could communicate with any creature normally, and he felt that nothing would go wrong. He was able to come here for his internship not only because his academic results in the school's theory class were very good, but also because he had a special beast taming talent called psychic. When humans successfully opened up their beast taming space through meditation, they would also awaken a beast taming talent. Other than the fact that he had yet to contract with his first pet, Shiryu had successfully opened up the beast taming space and successfully awakened his talent. Fortunately, in order to cultivate those with beast taming talents, in the modern era, the country had incorporated the meditation method of opening up the beast taming space into compulsory education. Shiryu was tested to have beast taming talents at that stage. There were many types of beast taming talents, but they were mainly divided into two types, the strengthening type and the special type. The awakening ratio was about 9-to-1. For beast tamers with such talents, for example, a fire strengthening talent, it was best to find pets with fire abilities to train. In battle, these beast tamers could use their beast taming talent to strengthen the power of their pet's fire skills. Compared to the strengthening type talent, the special type talent was very complicated and irregular. There was a huge difference in the manifestation forms of different talents. For example, the special talent share could allow a beast tamer to receive a skill from their contracted pet and obtain a superpower. Generally, beast tamers who had this talent would be much stronger than ordinary beast tamers in terms of self-protection and combat strength. There was also the special talent fusion, which could allow a beast tamer to temporarily merge with their pet to become a new form. Perhaps those beast-eared girls really existed? As for Shiryu's psychic talent, while it was still a special talent, it was relatively common. It was one of the most common special talents. Beast tamers with the gift of telepathy could communicate with any intelligent creature without language barriers after mastering their abilities. Generally speaking, beast tamers could only understand the thoughts of the pet they had contracted with. However, beast tamers with the gift of telepathy could communicate with other people's pets and even wild creatures. For the development of the beast tamer profession, although the telepathy talent could not directly increase combat power, its status was unshakable and indispensable. After all, if they could communicate with other species, it was very likely that an unnecessary battle could be avoided. For example, in the field of beast tamers, medical workers, teachers, researchers, breeders, and so on, all the core positions were basically held by beast tamers with telepathy talents. It was a jack of all trades. He had such a practical beast taming talent. Logically speaking, it was easier for him to get along with wild creatures. At the thought of this, Shi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't very proficient in using telepathy, it shouldn't be that bad. He subconsciously tried to use his beast taming talent to listen to the surroundings. He planned to familiarize himself with the steps in advance so that he would not fail later. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. As Shi Qian's beast space vibrated in his mind, his vision suddenly blurred. Then, a black illustrated handbook made of stone appeared in his mind. He seemed to have awakened his second beast taming talent. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Skill Book. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What happened? Where did this skill index come from? Shi Qian's mind was in a daze as he received a lot of information. This information appeared in his mind in the form of images and words that he could easily understand. Shi Qian was stunned for a moment. Due to the index on stone that appeared in his mind, he instinctively understood some of its functions. This function was really very broken. The index was called the skill index, and he could copy the transcendent abilities of transcendent creatures and record them in this index. It also seemed that Shi Qian could freely teach the abilities recorded in the illustrated handbook to other transcendent creatures, but not humans. These creatures were powerful because they had mastered all kinds of extremely special skills. However, replication and teaching sounded so unscientific. Could the abilities of mythical creatures be replicated and taught to even ordinary pets? According to the feedback from the skill index, 3 conditions had to be met in order to successfully replicate the abilities of other transcendent creatures. 1. Seeing the other party use the ability with one's own eyes. 2. Body contact. 3. From seeing the skill to touching the other party, it must be completed within an hour. These were the conditions for copying and recording skills. If he wanted to give these skills to other creatures, he also had to meet certain conditions. Depending on the skill level, teaching required the user to consume a certain amount of physical strength. In addition, the target of the skill bestowal had to have a certain compatibility with the skill. There were indeed more restrictions, and Shi Qian fell silent in thought. Although he wasn't a beast tamer yet, he could tell that this copying, recording, and teaching ability would definitely make all beast tamers drool. The strength of a beast tamer was not only dependent on the ability of the pet, but also closely related to 3 aspects. The first was to develop their beast taming talent and beast taming ability. For example, for beast tamers who had the flame strengthening talent, the proportion of the increase in the power of their pet's skills might be different depending on the degree of their talent's development. The second was the skill manual. Most pets could only awaken their own race's skills. Race skills that could be awakened naturally were important reference targets for the pet's race level, and the strength of a pet's skills was crucial. Generally speaking, it was difficult for pets to learn skills other than their own race's skills. Teaching pets skills other than their racial abilities was as difficult as teaching a 7-year-old child how to fly a plane. However, through some special teaching methods, pets still had a chance to learn other skills. The teaching method was just like the martial arts manuals and wuxian novels. These were very precious and could quickly increase the strength of a pet. If a beast tamer mastered the teaching method of powerful skills and let his pet successfully master it, the pet could even defeat opponents across races and levels. The third was the evolution method. Most pets could evolve, but many evolution pathways were very secretive. Beast tamers who had mastered the evolutionary method could raise the level of their pets to a higher level and then awaken stronger racial skills. The first of the 3 was the development of the beast tamer's own abilities. For the second and third, it was the accumulation of knowledge and experience as a beast tamer. As for Shi Qian's skill index, it was equivalent to him mastering a large number of skill manuals. Skill index. Was this his system, or his second beast taming talent? Compared to some vague system, Shi was more willing to believe that it was his second talent. But wasn't his beast taming talent telepathy? Moreover, he had never heard of such a cheat-level beast taming talent. He had never even heard of a person having two beast taming talents. Shi's emotions surged. In just a second, countless possibilities popped up in his mind. But if it was him, it seemed possible. As a transmigrator, he was not a normal person. The original Shi had the gift of telepathy, but what did it have to do with the current Shi himself? Even if this Shi had the extra talent of copying, it was still very logical. It made sense. Anyway, calm down first. No matter how he looked at it, this was a good thing. This seemed to be his reborn in a new world trump card, his golden finger, so to speak. From shock to joy, Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he realized that he had transmigrated, he had always felt uneasy and felt that there was something lacking. Now, he finally felt comfortable. The joy of a transmigrator was just so simple, after all. Oh no, it's getting late. After being immersed in the shock of the awakened ability guide for a while, Shi suddenly realized that it was already very late. He put on his clothes and prepared to leave for his morning work. He did not even plan to eat breakfast. At that moment, Shi naturally did not want to work. Instead, he wanted to test if his newly awakened ability was real. Shi quickly left the dormitory with anticipation. The pet breeding base of Icefield City was very large. The environment included lakes, grasslands, forests, snowy mountains. They were all places where different pets lived. To take care of so many pets, there were many employees at the breeding base. There was a huge staff area nearby, and even the processing and transportation of all kinds of pet food were carried out here. In the base's feed factory, a large number of breeders had gathered. However, due to the different tasks, most of them did not have much interaction. After Shi arrived, he went to look for the feed he needed to carry. His goal was very clear, but after getting the feed, the specifications of the feed exceeded Shi's imagination. As Shi walked out with two heavy food containers, he could not help but think, no wonder ordinary people can't afford to be beast tamers. These pets eat better than humans. In the preservation box, there were layers of fresh beast meat. There were at least 7 or 8 types of meat, and it looked like it was specially mashed for a nutritious meal. There was still a lot of food in the room. It was the breakfast for the snow wolves that he was going to feed next. Shi, are you going to feed the snow wolves? When Shi was moving the meat over and over again, someone saw the type of feed Shi was moving and suddenly stopped to tease him. Those guys aren't friendly. Be careful. But speaking of which, the infirmary of our breeding base is very capable. Don't listen to his nonsense. With the Wolf King around, there's no danger at all, someone beside Shi reassured. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're done moving. Do you need any help? The first person asked again. Shi looked at the two of them. He was very sorry that he had no memories of them at all. He could only reply with an awkward and polite smile, thank you, but there's no need. I'll be done moving soon. After saying that, the three of them did not continue chatting. After all, they still had work to do. After the other party left, Shi recalled that his predecessor liked to be alone and did not like to interact with others because of his personality, which was affected by his family's misfortune. Therefore, he did not make friends in his new work environment at the first moment, nor did he integrate into the various small circles. He was always alone, so he lacked social connections. No wonder that as an intern, he didn't have much of an impression of the others. He didn't even remember their names. However, he remembered a lot of information about pets in the breeding base. Shi shook his head. For the time being, there was nothing bad about this. He would maintain this for now. However, he was really good at being autistic despite his talent in telepathy. In short, the most important thing now was to slowly familiarize himself with this world. He could rely on socializing later. Finally, after spending some time moving a cart of meat feed, Shi started the transport vehicle and arrived at a snowy mountain area alone. This was the habitat of the snow wolves. After arriving at the destination, he stopped the car, got out, and moved the meat. Shi quickly got to work. During this process, the white mountain in the distance flashed, and dozens of giant wolves appeared. Oh woo! Oh woo! Cries that made one's heart tremble rang out. Accompanied by these wolf howls, the snow-white wolves on the snow-capped mountains ran over. At first, they were very fast, but slowly, they transitioned into walking. However, even though they were just walking, he still felt extremely pressured. Oh woo! Each giant wolf was 2 meters long, and nearly 1 meter tall. They were well developed, and it was hard to imagine that they were just cubs. They had long white hair all over their bodies, and their tails, backs, and limbs were covered in thick ice blue hair. As they walked over, the blue eyes of the giant wolves stared at Shi Qian. They bared their fangs and emitted a cold aura. Race, Snow Wolf. Attribute, Ice. Race level, High Transcendent. Skills, Ice-Crushing Fang, Ice-Splitting Claw, Snow Concealment, Cold Breath. Shi Qian's knowledge reserves were not bad, and the specific information about this pet immediately appeared in his mind. Attributes represented the classification of abilities, and race levels represented the growth potential of extraordinary creatures. They were respectively low, medium, and high. As for skills, those were the special skills of extraordinary creatures that Shi Qian wanted to learn secretly with his second cheat-like ability. Oh woo. Oh woo. At this moment, the giant wolf stared at Shi Qian with drooling eyes. As expected, I could understand that. As for Shi Qian, who was being watched by a group of snow wolves, he only felt that it was very novel. Although it was obvious that these wolves wanted to eat and were very hungry, Shi Qian had indeed also heard it. This feeling of knowing what the other party was trying to say made him feel at ease, but also made his balls hurt. He was relieved because he felt that they were on the same channel, and his balls hurt because a wolf wanted to taste him. Damn it! What kind of lousy job was this? Was he here as a breeder or as a backup ingredient? Where's Wolf King? Shi Qian tried his best not to mind such nonsense. He looked into the distance and searched for this Wolf King that supposedly these wolves were afraid of. Roar! After the snow wolves arrived, they stood obediently in a row and did not dare to act rashly. It was not because they were afraid of scaring Shi Qian or being polite, but because their boss had yet to arrive. An even more intimidating roar had sounded, and the wolves made way for an even larger snow wolf. It was more than 3 meters long and at least 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall. Roar! The Wolf King of the Snow Wolf pack slowly walked out and locked its gaze on Shi Qian. The other snow wolves looked at the Wolf King with fear and respect. Snow wolves were a transcendent species that lived in packs, and their Wolf King had supreme authority. Some Wolf Kings could even awaken a deterrent skill that could create a sense of oppression and use it to command the wolf pack. This was not the basic racial skill of the snow wolf, but a high-level ability that required extremely harsh conditions to awaken. Under the Wolf King's deterrence ability, the snow wolves were extremely obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Indeed, they were very orderly. Obviously, the reason why in-turn breeders like Shi Qian could safely feed these snow wolves was not because of any telepathic communication ability, but because of the deterrence of the Wolf King. This Snow Wolf King was the pet of a beast tamer in the breeding base. It was responsible for helping manage the wolf pack. However, this person must also have a very high status in the entire breeding base. This Wolf King was only one of the pets that he had raised, and he probably wouldn't be so bored that he would pay attention to interns like him. Could it be that this wolf would be his grading teacher? Shi Qian's expression was strange. Following that, the Snow Wolf King approached Shi Qian indifferently. Shi Qian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the handsome wolf strangely. The pressure that this Wolf King gave him was completely incomparable to that group of ordinary snow wolves. Just a glance from him was enough to make Shi Qian's heart pound. At this moment, the Wolf King was also looking at Shi Qian. It did not eat immediately, and its body was surrounded by cold air as it continued to approach Shi Qian. Then, its body brushed past Shi Qian, and its head had even touched Shi Qian. According to tradition, the alpha wolf would leave its scent on the intern breeder, leaving its unique deterrence on the intern breeder. This way, the snow wolves would be much more obedient during the feeding process. When Shi Qian felt the coldness beside him, he understood that he had been marked by the Wolf King. Using this method to leave a scent? Not bad, much more civilized than being peed on. Just as Shi Qian was lamenting, his skill index suddenly took effect. This was because the Wolf King had subconsciously emitted a deterrence and had come into contact with Shi Qian. The extremely dramatic and smooth process left Shi Qian at a loss. He had originally been thinking of how to find an opportunity to replicate the Snow Wolf skill, but it turned out to be so simple. Moreover, it was the Wolf King's high-level skill. He flipped to the first page and saw the image of the Snow Wolf King at the top. Below was a pile of words. Skill, Deterrence. Skill level, Advanced. Status, No target set. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Initial Pet Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The index was updated. After discovering the change, Shi Yu's mind immediately rippled. Successfully copied deterrence. According to the rules, as long as I find a proper recipient, I should be able to teach this skill to other pets at any time. Deterrence was the ability that the Wolf King used to lead the wolf pack. If he could teach this skill to ordinary snow wolves, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce wolf kings? If he could teach this skill to pets of other races, he might be able to train kings of other races. Thinking about it, it was such a system bug. It was ridiculous. However, the exact reason he was happy was because there was a bug. He actually had such a powerful beast taming talent, as expected of himself. Shi Qian smiled. When he returned to his senses, he saw the Snow Wolf King staring at him in confusion. Roar! The Wolf King growled and frowned. Shi Qian understood. The other party saw him smiling foolishly and suspected that he was not right in the head. So be it. Shi Qian wasn't angry. It was impossible for the Wolf King to understand his joy. The joy of humans and wolves was not connected. He had just taken advantage of the Snow Wolf King, and now Shi Qian found it very pleasing to the eye. Your deterrence skill seems very powerful, and right this second, it is already mine. The Snow Wolf King did not know that its skill had been replicated. After confirming that Shi Qian was not frightened silly by it, it turned around and started eating the meat. Only after it had eaten and drunk its fill did the ordinary snow wolves in the wolf pack dare to surround it. It must be because the Wolf King had left its scent behind. After the Wolf King left, the ordinary snow wolves were clearly not as fierce as before when facing Shi Qian. Just like what the other interns said, they got very obedient. This obedience made Shi Qian's subsequent feeding process and study of the index in his mind much smoother. You can really teach this. Shi Qian was excited after distributing the food to the snow wolves. Just now, when there were snow wolves in his vision, the information on the first page of the illustrated stone handbook in Shi Qian's mind had changed. The skill state changed from no target set to can be taught. In other words, he could indeed teach the deterrence skill in the illustrated handbook to every snow wolf that he had just fed. Man-made Wolf King. Of course, Shi Qian would obviously not rashly use this teaching ability. Not only would it consume an unknown amount of energy, but it would also be a big problem to have the other snow wolves in the breeding base learn deterrence skills. He continued the feeding. Shi Qian devoted himself to it, and soon, the work was completed. However, it was a pity that he could not replicate the other skills of the snow wolves during the feeding process. After all, except for the Wolf King that constantly showed its deterrence, the other snow wolves would not be so bored as to use their racial skills during mealtimes. It was fine if he didn't have it. Shi Qian wasn't greedy. This high-level mental-type deterrence skill could already make him rich. After he was done feeding the snow wolves, Shi Qian began to do other tasks. In the breeding base, Shi Qian saw the patrolling greenback eagle flying across the sky. With his line of sight and mind locked, although he was quite far away, the status of the deterrence skill in the illustrated handbook in his mind once again changed from no target set to can be taught. Look, not only could he raise a wolf king, he could also raise a bird king. Shi Qian really wanted to give it a try. However, reason made him choose to work. Intern life was very tough. The toughest and most tiring tasks were all theirs. Moreover, there was no technical content. This couldn't be helped. After all, they were still in the learning stage. Shi Qian and the others had to first have the ability to do difficult tasks such as training pets. Just like the wolf pack now, it would be very difficult to manage and train them without a wolf king that could use the deterrence skill. After training this group of snow wolves well and training them into pets suitable for beast tamers to raise and contract with, it would be up to other official trainers to raise them. Shi Qian and the other interns could only do the relatively basic work. Of course, in addition to the more basic work, official breeders would also lead interns like Shi Qian and the others to do other work regularly, allowing interns to learn many new things. There are still 3 months left in the internship period. I should study hard first. His predecessor had always wanted to become a beast tamer and had made many preparations. The profession of pet breeder was the springboard he had prepared for himself. Although he had obtained a cheat, Shi Qian still had some things to consider. His understanding of beast tamers was really limited. It was impossible to let loose with the little knowledge in his memory. It was better to develop steadily at the moment. There was no doubt that the index was made for the path to becoming a beast tamer. It would be a pity if he didn't become a beast tamer as a result. Though, apart from the teaching ability of the index, he didn't have any other qualifications to become a beast tamer. Therefore, Shiryu decided to treat his job as a pet breeder well. He would take this opportunity to understand more about the skill index in this world before making other plans. Moreover, the young pet he had reserved from the Iron Bamboo breeding base in the Pingcheng district of Icefield City also needed his internship certificate to receive it. The Iron Bamboo breeding base had to consider Shiryu's ability to repay the debt. At the moment, he was not qualified to receive that pet, but after his internship ended and he obtained the breeder's certificate, he would be qualified to receive the loan. Therefore, Shiryu could not be sloppy with this internship. If all of Shiryu's plans went smoothly, becoming a beast tamer shouldn't be a problem. However, after that, it would be a long life of repaying the loan. During this process, becoming a beast tamer might allow Shiryu to soar into the sky, or it might drag him down. After all, raising a pet really consumed resources. Iron Eater. This was the race of the pet Shiryu had reserved. Race, Iron Eater. Attribute, Metal. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Skill, Hardening. Iron-eating beasts were actually giant pandas. Shiryu did not expect that the pandas in this world would actually evolve into iron-eating beasts with a mid-level transcendent rating. Shiryu was quite satisfied with the initial pet that his predecessor had chosen for him. The appearance and rarity of a national treasure added points. If nothing went wrong, he would not change his choice. After all, he had already paid the deposit. However, the national treasures of his previous life had fallen to such a state. It was quite tragic. After all, if a normal giant panda was fighting a normal wolf, supposedly a giant panda could stun a wolf with one palm. However, the Iron Eater was one race level lower than the Snow Wolf. Shiryu knew that this was related to race skills. Compared to the Snow Wolf's ice-crushing fang, ice-splitting claw, cold breath, and snow concealment, the Iron Eater only had one racial skill. Just like in the name of this iron-eating beast, after the giant pandas in this world evolved, they could harden their bodies by eating metal minerals, making their bodies as hard as steel. Hardening was a low-level racial skill. Its upper limit was not high, and it could only be used in close combat. Naturally, it could not compare to the Snow Wolf that was favored by the heavens. With low-level racial skills and excellent physical fitness, the iron-eating beast's race level was medium. It was actually not low, but it was a pity. After all, according to the legends on Earth, it was Chi Yu's one mount. Now that it was another world, suddenly it wasn't so cool and powerful anymore. It was ordinary. Shiryu suspected that it was because pandas were too lazy. They either ate bamboo or slept. Furthermore, they had gentle personalities, which resulted in their slow evolution. If these pandas had had some guts, would they have ended up like this? However, this was also good. Otherwise, Shiryu would not have been able to afford the Iron Eater. This was only because his household register was in Pingcheng district, and its locals had good policies and privileges. Otherwise, he couldn't have even considered this option. Iron-eating beasts are not bad actually. The Iron Eater's ability to eat metal ores and turn them into a body-strengthening skill is both offensive and defensive. Not bad. If he wasn't wrong, the metal-eating beast would definitely be able to learn the deterrent skill that he had copied just now. There shouldn't be a problem with the compatibility. He had the skill guide, so he could try to let it master the skill. The deterrent skill that represented kingly aptitude could lower the opponent's battle will and strengthen one's own. Hardening could increase one's defense and attack power. It was both offensive and defensive. These two skill combinations made sure you think of strange things. So, was he still lacking a perception skill to increase speed? If he could replicate similar skills. At that point, the Iron Eater might as well directly change its name to Panda King. Probably no Iron Eater beast tamer had tried this combination. When he thought of this, Shiryu felt that it was worth a try. He stayed in the pet breeding base not only to learn but to also collect rare skills. He would collect more first. In the future, when other beast tamers are wasting their time being troubled over how to teach their pets various skills, he could quickly assemble a set of divine skills for his pets. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Searching for a Target. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After imagining the future, Shiryu was pulled back to reality. Apart from feeding the snow wolves, he had many other tasks to do, and these tasks would be keeping him busy the entire morning. It was not until noon that he was free, but the afternoon was still clearly arranged. After lunch and lunch break, the interns in Shiryu's dormitory building had the same mission in the afternoon. They had actually been doing this job for some time. It was what was written on the worksheet previously. Record the growth data of the green worm. In the afternoon, Shi kept a low profile as he followed the large group into the forest filled with green silkworms. The forest was luxuriant and therefore difficult to pass through. The green silk bugs were the pets that were most commonplace here. In the pet base of Icefield City, there were only 50 snow wolves, but there were thousands of green silk bugs. They could basically be described with 4 words. They were stupidly numerous. Their strength was also pitifully weak. Compared to the snow wolves that could steadily awaken 4 racial skills during their growth period, these green worms only had 1 skill. Moreover, worm silk was a skill that produced something that could only be compared to steel wire only when used perfectly. Beast tamers divided the abilities mastered by extraordinary creatures into different levels according to their power and effect. From low to super, they were categorized as the following: level-less skills, low-level skills, mid-level skills, high-level skills, super-level skills. For example, the worm silk skill that the worms mastered could not even be considered a low-level skill. It had no level at all. Therefore, it could be said that it was pitiful for the green silk worms to be classified as low-grade transcendents. After all, the green silk worms could not even defeat most ordinary animals. They were only rated better because of their potential for evolution. However, according to the different cultivation methods, there were many uses for the worm silks of the green silkworm. However, the pet breeding base did not raise green silk bugs to produce worm silk. The reason why they raised such a weak pet was because the green silk bugs were one of the few pets in nature that could evolve naturally once. After absorbing enough nutrients, they could evolve into wind crystal butterflies and have a chance to awaken another species skill called windblade, which would increase their combat power. Although their species rank was still classified as low-level transcendent due to their lifespan after evolution, the wind crystal butterfly was one of the easiest worm-type pet beasts to raise. It was the optimal choice for most ordinary beast tamers. Next, Shi and the others' job was to record and observe the growth state of the green silkworms and determine when they would successfully evolve. Compared to the snow wolf, the green worm was much more harmless. After all, it was only the size of a palm. It had a green furry body, innocent eyes, and 2 yellow antennae on its head. It was very similar to the larvae of the citrus phoenix butterfly on Earth. After getting to know them personally, Shi finally understood why they were known as the weakest pets in the pet world. Because the silk produced by the green silkworms that hadn't been trained. Shi was able to break it with a gentle tug. During the observation process, Shi's hand was wrapped in worm silk. Compared to the snow wolf, the green silkworm was less intelligent. Shi was not proficient in telepathy, so the communication between the 2 parties was not very good, causing the green silkworm to resist. But this resistance was too harmless. However, this was not what made him the most speechless. What left Shi speechless was that the stone index in his mind showed that the high-level mental-type deterrent skill could actually be taught to the green worms. A green worm with the aptitude of a king? Was the so-called compatibility standard this lax? The way Shi looked at the green worm changed. From the looks of it, the skill index was not simple. After all, the green silkworm was known as the lowest level pet that could not learn any other skill other than the worm silk one before evolution. Just as Shi was lamenting over the situation, the green worm slipped away from his hand, and the index changed once more. At this moment, he flipped to the second page. This time, the new image of a green worm was added. There was still a pile of text below. Skill, worm silk. Skill level, none. Status, no target set. Shi, what's with this note? It's exactly what I thought. Forget it, forget it. Did he copy and record the bug silk skill just like that? He seemed to have fulfilled those 3 conditions. Right now, the skill index had successfully recorded a useless second skill, worm silk. He was actually not happy. After all, this skill looked really useless. Oh, wait. Such a weak skill could be used as an experiment to test the stamina consumption of teaching a skill. For the rest of the afternoon, everyone else was observing and recording the green worms. Shi was also observing and recording, but he actually had one more task, which was to continue studying the skill index in his mind. The only valuable discovery was that he could actually teach the green silkworms that had already learned the worm silk skill. They had already mastered this skill, but could still be taught it. Shi studied it for a while. The feedback from the skill index was that repeating the skill could increase the skill's proficiency. He understood, but unfortunately, Shi did not dare to experiment here. Until evening. After dinner, Shi returned to the dormitory. After returning, he took out a manual and started searching. This manual recorded the 51 pets raised in the pet breeding base of Icefield City and their species skills. Shiryu was trying to pick a target to attain skills from secretly. He planned to see if there were any skills suitable for his Iron Eater to learn. Skills could not appear out of thin air in the skill guide. He had to find a way to record new skills himself. However, as long as a rare skill was successfully recorded, the skill guide would be invincible. Which beast tamer had ever nurtured a green worm that could use deterrent skills? For the time being, Shiryu regarded the skill index as his second beast taming talent. With this talent, his next goal was easy to predict. He had to find a way to replicate higher-leveled skills and store them away to train his pets after he became a beast tamer. Unfortunately, after looking at the 51 pets in the breeding base through the manual, Shiryu did not find the perception skill he was looking for. The skills that the young pets here might awaken were relatively basic low-leveled skills. They were very common and not worth copying. Of course, the more skills he collected, the better. It was better to be prepared. However, after replicating the worm silk skill, Shiryu suddenly thought of a problem. Was there a limit to the number of skills that could be recorded in the skill guide? Shiryu did not dare to waste his page count before figuring out the upper limit of this record. It was better to focus on middle and high-level skills first. Looks like I can only change targets. In fact, the place where Shiryu was currently at, the pet breeding base in Icefield City, not only had a large number of wild pets but also many beast tamers. The skills of their pets could also be copied by him, just like the deterrence of the Snow Wolf King. The chances of a beast tamer's pet mastering a rare skill were much higher than the pet cubs raised here. At the thought of this, Shiryu pondered for a moment. He had a bold idea. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, 3 Skills. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the pet breeding base of Icefield City. At night, a figure walked out of the dormitory building and went straight to the infirmary. In the pet breeding base, it was common for wild pets to fight, and occasionally, the breeder would be accidentally injured. Therefore, most regular pet breeding bases would be equipped with an infirmary. The infirmary here was not particular about the treatment target. The injuries of humans and pets could be treated, and the treatment method was very simple. In the era of beasts, of course, the healing abilities of pets had to be used. After quickly arriving at the infirmary, Shiryu saw the doctor on duty, sitting on a chair handling documents. What's wrong? She had looked up when she saw someone coming. Doctor, I think I sprained my wrist. I'm worried that it will affect my work tomorrow. Shiryu walked forward and extended his hand. His slightly swollen hand was still trembling. Let me take a look. The female doctor was expressionless as she glanced at Shiryu's wrist. Through his clothes, she could tell that Shiryu was an intern breeder here, a student who had just graduated from school. Usually, this kind of employee loved to get into trouble, but she was already used to it. Let me give you a simple treatment, she muttered. In the next second, Shiryu felt the temperature around him plummet as a gust of wind appeared out of thin air. Whoa! A breeze blew, and the curtains in the room fluttered. At the same time, as the female doctor muttered, a huge white-green array formation that flickered with countless light spots appeared in midair, facing Shiryu. Then, the formation rippled like water, and a white dandelion floated out. The white dandelion was bigger than Shiryu's palm and had no roots. After being summoned by the female doctor, it landed on the back of his hand. It'll be done soon, she said. As soon as she finished speaking, the white dandelion shone with a faint white light that enveloped the back of Shiryu's hand. It was true that he had twisted his hand, but it was not that serious. He had done it on the road. Previously, the pain was still a little, but now it was completely gone. Shiryu was amazed. No wonder the intern said that the infirmary in the breeding base was very impressive. It was indeed impressive. The existence of transcendent creatures was not bad at all for humans. They could be of great help in areas like medical treatment. After the treatment, the white dandelion floated up from Shiryu's hand. At the same time, in Shiryu's mind, the third page of the illustrated stone handbook flipped open. The image of the plant pet dandelion appeared. Skill, high-speed healing. Skill level, intermediate. Status, no target set. What was successfully recorded and replicated this time was an extremely rare healing ability. Its value and utility were extremely high. Not only did the dandelion use its skill, but it also made contact with Shiryu. It was just as Shiryu had expected. The doctors in the infirmary of the breeding base were all beast tamers and had contracted with rare healing-type pets. Previously, Other employees had come here to receive treatment because of accidental injuries, so Shiryu quickly thought of this method to try to replicate healing-type skills. However, Shiryu felt that he was still too impatient. There were still 3 months left for the internship. There would be other opportunities in the future. There was no need to be so rash. It should be fine now, right? The female doctor looked at Shiryu after recalling her pet. Also, you're making too much of a fuss. Bai Puiying said it was just a minor injury. At that time, Shiryu's rich expression made her think that it was a serious injury. In reality, if she did not treat him, Shiryu's body would have healed itself. However, it was worth affirming that he had found a doctor the minute his body was injured, and the doctor noticed this. She had seen many beast tamers and pet beasts who didn't pay attention to minor injuries. As minor injuries accumulated, they would eventually become serious problems. Shiryu was speechless. Sorry, he had already gone through a lot of mental struggle to create this small injury. Shiryu quickly nodded and thanked her. I'll be careful next time. Thank you. At the same time, he felt quite embarrassed. After all, he had delayed someone else's work. He should buy some snacks that plant pets like tomorrow to thank her. Using healing abilities to heal injuries was the treatment method of the pet breeding base's infirmary. Even if it was a small wound, the doctors here liked to treat it with pets. The reason was simple. With many treatments, it could increase the proficiency of the pet skills. Learning a skill did not mean that one could use it proficiently. Often, one needed to practice many times to transform the skill into one's own. Therefore, the ability of repeating the same skills in the skill guide to increase proficiency was actually a bug. It was equivalent to accelerating the training efficiency of the pet. Through the infirmary of the breeding base, Shiryu had successfully obtained a rare healing skill. He was in a good mood. After returning to the dormitory from the infirmary, Shiryu washed up and lay down. Before going to bed, he began to look forward to the day he became a beast tamer. After becoming a beast tamer, there would be more paths to choose from. This was especially true if one could pass the professional beast tamer examination. Other than fulfilling a small portion of their obligations, they wouldn't have to do anything else. The Beast Tamer Association would also pay them monthly, and it was also a huge leap in their class. The beast tamer who just contracted with a pet beast is an apprentice beast tamer. Trainee beast tamers and initial pets can participate in the Beast Tamer Association's unified assessment after their abilities reach a certain level. If you pass the assessment, you will officially become a professional beast tamer. Shiryu muttered softly. He did not know how long it would take for him to become an official trainee with the skill index. With the index, he should have a great advantage in training pets. 18 years old was the best age to become a beast tamer. As he thought about it, Shiryu fell asleep. After transmigrating, it had only taken Shiryu a day to adapt to the new world. Currently, he had already confirmed his next target. The next morning, Shiryu woke up early to start a new day of work. Moreover, he took the time to buy a thank you gift for the auntie who helped him treat his injury yesterday. After adjusting his mentality and suppressing the urge to become a beast tamer as soon as possible, Shiryu began to slowly integrate into this world. In the blink of an eye, 3 months later, the internship period was about to end, and Shiryu could finally go and get his pet. With the convenience of his work, he successfully copied and recorded 2 more skills. The first one was the middle-rank skill, supervision. It came from a pet of the wind family, which was of a high-level transcendent species. It was the greenback eagle, which was the group of pets patrolling in the sky of the breeding base. Supervision, as the name suggested, was a skill used to enhance vision. Eagles already had good eyesight, and creatures who had awakened supervision skills had even better eyesight. Not only could they see through ordinary illusions with night vision and far vision, but their opponents' movements would also be several times slower in their eyes. Although it didn't seem like it could be used directly, the upper limit was very high, and its uses were extensive. The pets that relied on their eyesight for reconnaissance and patrolling in the cities would basically have supervision skills. Unfortunately, there was still a gap between this and Shiryu's ideal perception skill that could enhance the 5 senses to their limits. If it wasn't because he couldn't find it, who would be willing to make do with just this supervision? However, this skill was not bad. If the iron-eating beast could learn this, its combat awareness would definitely increase by more than half. It came from a pet of a high-level transcendent race, the sleeping demon. Sleeping demons were undead pets with only 2 racial skills, hypnosis wave and absolute sleep. Obviously, this sleeping demon was also a pet of a certain tamer. The other party often used the sleeping demon's hypnosis wave to make some pet cubs sleep soundly. It was a very good support skill. As for absolute sleep, it was a skill used on oneself. After using it, one could enter a deep sleep state and recover their physical strength at a high speed. It was a recovery-type skill. Very few pets could master the absolute sleep skill, but the Iron Eater should be able to, right? Shiryu had replicated this skill because he wanted to be self-sufficient in the future. After becoming a beast tamer, if he wanted his pet to grow quickly, he would definitely have to train it. However, training would consume the pet's physical strength. The pet would also be tired and need to rest. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers could summon their pets back to the beast taming space to speed up their physical recovery. However, with this way, beast tamers would also consume a lot of energy. Those who were rich could naturally buy some nutritional supplements. However, Shiryu was different. He thought that if his pet beast could learn absolute sleep, it would be able to recover its stamina at a high speed. It would save money and energy. Anyway, the iron-eating beast loved to sleep, so it could sleep anywhere. If Shiryu was injured during training, he would have to go to the hospital and buy medicine. But if he taught his pet the healing skill high-speed healing, it could heal itself. This way, he could save a lot of money. He was indeed a genius. Of course, Shiryu, who copied these skills, was definitely not trying to slack off. It was purely a forced habit due to life circumstances. He believed that the iron-eating beast he had yet to meet would understand him. Their family was too poor. Shiryu would spend a lot of effort to copy both skills, and he had to secretly learn high-speed healing. However, why only 2? It was because after the index recorded 5 skills, it seemed to have reached its limit. This made Shiryu depressed. Although he guessed that there would be an upper limit, 5 in the beginning was too little. Fortunately, he hadn't been in a hurry to replicate low-level skills. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Currently, the upper limit of the skill guide was 5 skills. If he wanted to add new pages, Shiryu guessed that he would have to raise his beast tamer level, just like how he had to develop some special beast taming talents. It was actually very simple for beast tamers to improve their abilities. It was to constantly strengthen, modify, and expand their beast taming space through meditation. The stronger the beast taming space, the higher the level of the pet that could be contracted, and the greater its restriction on the pet. The better the environment in the beast taming space, the faster the growth of the pet. The larger the beast space, the more pets a beast tamer could contract with. Beast tamers could choose to develop the beast taming space according to their own needs. Not all 3 routes needed to be perfected. As the beast space leveled up, the accompanying special beast taming talent would also be strengthened. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Iron Bamboo Breeding Base. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 3 months of internship passed in the blink of an eye. In the pet breeding base of Icefield City, in the dormitory of the intern breeders, most of the interns were packing their luggage. The internship experience during this period of time had made these interns gain a lot. However, it was time to leave. Compared to being reluctant, many people were more looking forward to it. For example, Shiryu. He was looking forward to it because after his internship ended and he obtained his certificate, he could finally go do the things he wanted. During his internship, Shiryu belonged to the type of employee who was more down-to-earth and hardworking. He had completed his work very well. Other interns would play cards in 2s or 3s when they were free, but Shiryu was different. For the time being, he was acting out his predecessor's reclusive character and rarely interacted with others. Of course, Shiryu was not stifled. He could not be bothered to communicate with his fellow interns because there was something more important. Compared to communicating with people, he preferred to talk to pets and cultivate bonds. Not only could he train his telepathy talent, but he could also find an opportunity to secretly learn skills. If it weren't for the fact that the skill index had a recording limit, he felt that he would have copied dozens of skills already. Shiryu discovered that his telepathy and the skill index worked better together. In the future, if they encountered powerful supernatural creatures, it seemed like a good combination to use telepathy to cozy up to them and use the skill guide to fleece them. In short, he hadn't wasted these 3 months. After successfully obtaining the internship certificate, Shiryu left happily. Although there would be no convenient place for him to copy skills in the future, he could finally personally contract with pets and use the skill guide. He was still quite excited. The more he understood this world, the more he realized that there was no future here if he didn't become a beast tamer. For the sake of his future standard of living, he set a small goal. He would become a professional beast tamer within a year. The morning sun shone on Shiryu through the thin clouds. After walking out of the pet breeding base in Icefield City, Shi Qian, who was carrying a backpack, turned around and took one last look. Logically speaking, this was also a place that sold pet cubs, and there were even many types. However, Shi Qian, who had interned here before, knew that the pet cubs here were overly expensive. Of course, this was not the pet base's problem. It was his problem. Therefore, it was better to stay in the suburbs. Although there were fewer pets, at least the locals had preferential policies. Shi Qian's current city was called Icefield City. His school and internship location were both in this city. In the country, it was considered a second-tier city, and there were more than 100 second-tier cities like it. The city itself was actually quite developed. After all, there were only 9 Tier 1 cities that could crush Icefield City. It was the same everywhere. The more developed a place was, the more expensive it was to live there. Therefore, Shi Qian could only go to the lower end for the time being. He was born in a suburb under Icefield City called Pingcheng District, and although it was in the suburbs, after reconstruction, its beast taming industry had become relatively developed. In addition, in order to support the local beast taming industry, the locals had a discount when registering as beast tamers and buying pets. His predecessor had taken advantage of an event to quickly pay the deposit for the Iron Eater cub. Right now, it should be time to collect his future pet. After the internship ended, Shi Qian returned to his school to complete the procedures. After obtaining all the certificates, he returned to Pingcheng District. 10 years ago, the district had been attacked by a beast tide, and many families were destroyed, Shi Qian's family among them. However, after such a long time, order had been restored here. A lot had changed in the past 10 years. Pingcheng District, which did not have any defensive facilities before, had already built high walls and stationed branches of the Beast Tamer Association and the Beast Tamer troops. Although Pingcheng wasn't as prosperous as other areas, it wasn't particularly backward either. At the very least, traffic and communications were passable. It was just that its entertainment sector was lagging behind. In the downtown area of Icefield City, there were all kinds of beast competitions. However, in Pingcheng, beast taming competitions were much rarer. When he finally returned to Pingcheng, Shi Qian's first goal was not to go home. Instead, his destination was very clear. It was one of the 3 major breeding bases in Pingcheng, the Iron Bamboo breeding base. He had done all the procedures before he came back so that he could get a pet as soon as possible. He could not wait any longer. There were 3 pet breeding bases in Pingcheng. All 3 of them were established by the government, but there were very few types of pets available. The highest level of pet species in them was only mid-level transcendent, which was incomparable to the official pet breeding base in Icefield City. The Iron Bamboo breeding base that Shi Qian was going to was a family-run one. It was located in the dense forest of iron bamboo at the back of the mountain in Pingcheng District, and around 800 iron eaters were being raised there. Iron-eating beasts were considered special pets in Pingcheng and even in the country. In the entire country, the number of artificially raised iron-eating beasts might not exceed 5,000. It was worth mentioning that since this world was different from Earth, most regions were occupied by supernatural creatures. The humans only had 7 countries where they lived. The country Shi Qian was currently in was known by other countries as the Radiant Ancient Country of the East, one of the oldest countries. It was shortened to Donghuang, meaning East Radiance. Soon, Shi Qian took the bus to the mountain behind Pingcheng District, with the intention to climb it. A flat path was built on the mountain. In addition to being a breeding base, it was also open to tourists at certain times. However, it didn't seem to be an open day currently. The surroundings were cold and quiet. After taking a few steps, Shi Qian arrived at the guardhouse of the Iron Bamboo breeding base. This was the only passage, and the surroundings had been sealed off. Shi Qian saw the pavilion nearby and walked over. By the window of the pavilion house, an old man in a green coat with sparse hair was reading the newspaper. When he noticed someone approaching, he pushed up his reading glasses and tried to see who it was. Shi Qian was speechless. Was this guard for real? Forget it. I can't judge a book by its cover. Perhaps this seemingly unreliable person could casually summon a giant dragon. Hello. I previously reserved a young iron-eating beast here. I'm planning to go through the procedures soon, so I wanted to come over today to take a look, Shi Qian shouted, afraid that this guy could not hear him clearly. Oh, although he looked out of place, he was not an idiot. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, he instantly understood. Wait a minute, I'll inform the breeder inside to come over, the guard replied and then dialed the landline on the table. After he explained the situation over the phone, Shi Qian only had to wait for a bit. A 2-meter-tall, plump figure with an appearance between black and white walked out of the breeding area. His upper body was round, but the lower part was short. Shi looked at the fellow who was walking over and fell into deep thought. Following that, this fellow, who looked like a giant panda no matter how one looked at him, opened the door from the inside and came in front of Shi. He pointed at the sign on his chest. It said, "Staff." "Hello." She rubbed its bare paws as it spoke in a low, indistinguishable voice. "Shi, can't they send some of their normal employees over?" "There's no need to be surprised. This is just an iron ore costume," the staff member said. "It's because you're wearing a costume that I'm surprised. Who would wear that on such a hot day?" "I'm a staff member here, Lin Xiaoju." "I'm Shi," he said. "But don't you feel hot wearing that?" "There's no other way. This is all to better understand the mood of the iron-eating beasts," Lin Xiaoju said. "If you want the iron-eating beasts to trust you, you must understand them well. This is the most basic skill of a breeder." "Shi, that makes sense. Trust your ass. Whatever you say, as long as you're happy." "I remember that in the information, Mr. Shi. You're also a graduate of the breeding specialization program, right? No wonder you can understand me." There shouldn't be many people who had reserved iron-eating beasts recently, but this person actually knew Shi's information through his name. "Yes, but I'm still a newcomer." "Far from you, Senior Lin." Although the name was very masculine, Shi could still tell that the other party's voice was that of a girl. He also deduced that the other party was also a graduate of the breeding specialization program. Using the word senior immediately pulled them closer. He hoped that there would be a discount later. "Lin Xiaoju, you flatter me. Anyone can try this method. After you receive your pet, I can sell you 2 sets of puppet suits at a partial discount." "Shi, there was a discount, but not a full one." "Are you a business genius?" "No, thanks." Shi did not say it out loud for the time being. He would reject it after he had chosen his pet. It was one thing to sell food as an add-on, but to sell cosplay clothes as well? Next, this staff member named Lin Xiaoju brought Shi into the pavilion. She then started to take off her costume. At this moment, Shi finally saw what the person looked like. Without the puppet outfit, she looked like a mature woman around 24 or 25 years old. She had delicate features, a tall figure, and beautiful black hair. However, because she was wearing a puppet suit just now, her hair was a little messy. However, she did not seem to mind. Her expression was very casual. Shi really wanted to ask her how much she liked pandas. That was because the clothes under the costume were still panda-themed. She had on a pair of white shorts with black spots, a loose but slightly bulging black and white sweater, and a hat with panda ears. "Are you going to sell me a set of these clothes later?" She took a deep breath and said to Shi, "Let's register first." "All right. Have you brought all the materials?" The procedures to purchase and collect pets from the breeding base were quite troublesome. Not to mention that Shi wanted to borrow money to buy his pet. The breeding base had to obtain all the certification materials. This trip would take a long time. Fortunately, Shi had already applied for all the necessary documents when he was in Icefield City, so the materials should be quite complete now. Yes. Next, Shi registered with Lin Xiaoju's help, and the two of them verified the relevant materials. After the verification, Lin Xiaoju nodded and said, "Then you should be able to collect the pet today." "I can do it today? Then, can I choose now?" Shi was very surprised. The previous deposit did not specify which beast he had to take. Therefore, it was up to the beast tamer to decide which iron-eating beast cub to choose. The affinity between both parties was very important. Lin Xiaoju shook her head and said, "You're too late. If you had come earlier, you might have been able to choose. The current situation is like this. In this batch of iron-eating beasts, only one is left. Besides that, there's also something wrong with that one's physique and personality." Shi was stunned. What's going on? This development. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Iron Eaters Will Never Be Slaves. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The environment of the iron bamboo breeding base was different from that of the Icefield City breeding base. There was only the high mountain bamboo forest area here. In this world, Shi would often see things that did not make sense. For example, 3 or 4 environments that were absolutely impossible to be adjacent to each other on Earth could completely fuse together here. However, if one were to study it carefully, they would realize that it was the special power of supernatural creatures that had affected the outside world. The environment of the iron bamboo breeding base was relatively normal, at least more normal than that of the Icefield City breeding base. High-quality soil, lush forest, A good growth of iron bamboos, a rich water source, clear water flowing sounds. This was the Iron Eater's favorite living environment. At this moment, Shi Yu and Lin Xiuzhu had already entered the breeding area. Although there was only one cub left, he still had to take a look. He couldn't wait another year for a new batch of iron-eating beast cubs to grow up. Life was not easy. Shi Yu sighed. In the iron bamboo breeding base, there were not only young iron-eating beasts, but also many adult iron-eating beasts. However, Shi Yu had reserved a young one. A newbie beast tamer like him could only contract with a cub. Although adult iron-eating beasts could also be contracted, Shi Yu clearly wouldn't be able to handle them. Iron eaters are indeed shut-in types. Along the way, Shi Yu saw many iron-eating beasts that were alone nearby. All of them were sleeping like a shut-in. Some slept in grass nests, some hugged tree trunks, and some slept on tree branches. It was surprisingly quiet. It's not the season for them to be active yet. The older iron-eating beasts are generally quieter, but the younger ones are more lively. Lin Xiuzhu walked in front as she spoke. Indeed, under her lead, Shi Yu soon saw an obviously smaller iron-eating beast. It was less than a meter long and not very big. It was about a year old and had just bid farewell to its mother to live independently. The iron-eating beast cubs that beast tamers reserved were basically at this age. After all, if the cubs were too young, it would not be easy for beast tamers to take care of them. Is it this one? Shi Yu was overjoyed when he saw the little metal-eating beast. He felt that he had not waited for 3 months in vain. This iron-eating beast cub had soft black and white fur, and its short tail was very cute. At this moment, it also noticed Shi Yu and Lin Xiuzhu. Above its round cheeks, the eyes within its big dark eye circles were looking at them brightly and seriously. Yes, Lin Xiuzhu nodded. It seems very normal, Shi Yu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron-eating beast cub immediately looked away from the two of them, as if it didn't want to be disturbed. It then suddenly sprinted on the spot and hit a tree trunk with a bang. Then, it was bounced back and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Shi Yu added, "All right, she doesn't look very smart." Lin Xiuzhu helplessly covered her forehead and said, "This young iron-eating beast had some problems when it was born, and its birth was not smooth. Its physique is slightly weaker than other young iron-eating beasts. The iron-eating beasts at the same age as it have already successfully awakened their hardening abilities before the age of 1. Only this one has not awakened it, even now. Under normal circumstances, the earlier a pet of the same species awakened its racial skills, the better its aptitude and talent would be. For those who awakened slowly, it naturally meant that their talent was poor. That was why this iron-eating beast was left. In short, due to individual differences, its personality has also started to become different from other iron-eating beasts. Iron-eating beasts had the same personality and habits as giant pandas. Other than eating half the time every day, the other half was spent sleeping. In most cases, iron-eating beasts were very docile. When they saw people, they would often cover their faces with their front paws or lower their heads, not revealing their true appearance. They rarely took the initiative to attack other creatures. Therefore, they were highly recommended to be trained by novice beast tamers. However, this iron-eating beast had different personal experiences. First, it developed slower than the other iron-eating beasts of the same batch. It also didn't know what it should know. Then, it was left alone, and its personality had changed drastically. It was anxious. Thus, it began to change its habits and self-discipline. It actually worked hard to train on its own, hoping to awaken its hardening ability quickly and become stronger. It was a rare iron-eating beast with dreams and wasn't lazy. Unfortunately, its talent was lacking. After evolving, the iron-eating beast's intelligence would not be low compared to other pets. The tree crash just now was the way it trained its body. In other words, this young iron-eating beast's talent is very poor, but it works very hard and is very diligent. It has nothing but a desire for improvement. Shi Yu concluded and smiled. Although you're exaggerating a little, that sounds about right, Lin Xiuzhu said. But there's no need to worry. It's just that its natural development is slower. If it can be placed in the beast taming space to be nurtured, it can quickly adjust in the future. Moreover, such a disciplined iron-eating beast was actually very rare. This kind of personality was usually a bonus. Of course, there are drawbacks to this personality, Lin Xiuzhu said in her heart. It really eats too much due to its irregular lifestyle. After all, if it wanted to train, its nutrition had to keep up. Then I'll take it. Although ordinary iron-eating beasts were not bad, Shi Yu did not want docile pets that only ate and slept. They were too lazy. He'd rather be the only lazy one if anyone was going to be. It didn't matter if its talent was good or bad. After all, he had the skill index. Everyone knew that hard work and cheats were the way to go. Have you decided? Lin Xiaozhu looked at Shi Qian in confusion. Most beast tamers would be worried about their pet's talent, right? Otherwise, this young iron-eating beast would not have been left behind. I like pets that work hard. I think it will get along well with me. Yes, he had already thought up the accompanying moves for self-training. So, is there any discount? Sure, you still couldn't forget about the discount. Lin Xiaozhu was speechless. However, with Shi Yu's information, she understood his situation. She said, "This iron-eating beast sleeps less, so it will need more food." In terms of price, no, we treat every iron-eating beast equally here. However, if you wish, we can give you an additional month's worth of iron bamboo. The iron bamboo breeding base was not only the breeding base of the iron-eating beasts, but it also produced one of their favorite foods, the iron bamboo. Iron bamboo was as hard as steel and was a mutated type of bamboo. It was the core food used to cultivate iron-eating beasts to master their hardening abilities. It was not cheap, and iron-eating beasts ate a lot. A month's worth of iron bamboo food was indeed a good addition. After all, it was a necessity. Thank you. Sure, you accepted. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. Since Shi Qian had already confirmed it, she walked forward and came to the side of the little metal-eating beast that was a little stunned by the impact earlier. 11. A beast tamer has finally chosen you. Are you happy? She squatted down and smiled at the iron eater. The iron-eating beasts here all had their own numbers, and so did the cubs. This special iron-eating beast cub was number 11, so the breeders here basically called it number 11. The iron eater sat up silently, then looked at Shi Qian in the distance, and blinked. Although it was happy that a beast tamer had acknowledged it, it was too late. It sat on the ground with its arms raised high and howled. Iron-eating beasts would never be slaves. It could also grow stronger by itself. After saying that, it got up and wanted to run away. It planned to escape in front of the staff of the breeding base. Iron-eating beasts were fearless. There was no need for beast tamers. Then, before it could start running, Lin Xiaozhu grabbed its neck and lifted it up. Shi Qian, who had telepathy, was speechless. Not bad, very energetic. On the other side, Lin Xiaozhu sighed and pressed the metal-eating beast to the ground. Although she was just a girl, she was surprisingly strong. She was definitely a beast tamer. After contracting with a pet, the power of the pet would also be fed back to the beast tamer, increasing the beast tamer's mental strength and physical fitness. Although she could not fight supernatural creatures with her bare hands, it would not be a problem for her to instantly kill the fighting experts and athletes on Earth. Listen up. If you dare to run away, you won't have any food. And after becoming a beast tamer's pet, not only will your growth speed be several times faster than it is now, but the hardening ability that you couldn't awaken before can also be awakened quickly. Furthermore, there's a more comfortable resting environment and a richer variety of food. It's much more blissful than staying here. Lin Xiaozhu was very serious as she explained to the young iron-eating beast. It seemed like she had the telepathy talent, or maybe she had been playing the role of the iron-eating beast for so long that they could even understand her words. After she finished speaking, the iron-eating beast cub was stunned. It looked at Shi Qian with a blank expression. Shi Qian said after a moment of silence, food and accommodation are included. Only when there is still money, Shi Qian added in his heart. The iron-eating beast cub howled again, its expression even more confused and conflicted. A better environment and food than a breeding base. Saliva dripped from its mouth. In the end, the temptation of the benefits a beast tamer could bring was greater than its willpower. The iron-eating beast cub nodded reluctantly. I can't take it anymore. Iron-eating beasts would never be slaves and were fearless unless food and shelter were provided. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Contract. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This iron-eating beast seems to have been smart since it was young. Shi Qian was very satisfied when he saw that the iron-eating beast cub quickly recognized reality and submitted itself. Wasn't it just a better environment for growth? Wasn't it just all kinds of delicacies? When he became a powerful beast tamer, it could have everything it wanted. Well, before that, he would have to rely on the iron-eating beast to work hard to help him become a powerful beast tamer. Can I contract with it now? Shi Qian looked at Lin Xiaozhu, who was holding the young iron-eating beast. Only by contracting with the iron-eating beast and establishing a spiritual connection could they truly be regarded as beast tamer and pet. After that, the various specialties of the beast taming system could be displayed. Sure. Lin Xiaozhu moved her hand away and nodded. You contract with it. I'll watch over it. After saying that, Lin Xiaozhu heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a beast tamer was willing to take 11. Although there had been many beast tamers who had come to choose pets who had despised this iron-eating beast and thought that its talent was poor, Lin Xiaozhu did not think so. This iron-eating beast cub was born with a weak physique, but it was not a big problem at all. It could just be put into the beast taming space to recuperate for a few days. This kind of situation had happened before. On the contrary, under such a difference, and under the circumstances where it was despised by the beast tamers one by one, the hard-working character that it had gradually developed, one that refused to admit defeat and hoped to be recognized, was very special in Lin Xiaozhu's eyes. It was a display of outstanding talent. If the lazy iron-eating beasts were no longer lazy and could be more disciplined, and as long as they were trained well, they wouldn't be worse than pets of higher-level races. She grew up in the iron bamboo breeding base and had lived with this group of iron eaters since she was young. Her initial pet was also an iron eater, so she knew the situation of every iron eater. Originally, she thought that if no one was willing to take this iron-eating beast away in the end, it would be good to leave it in the breeding base and have her take care of it. However, now that Shi had taken a fancy to this iron-eating beast, perhaps it would be a good result for both Shi and number 11. Beast tamers and pets had always promoted each other's growth. In fact, considering the fact that Shi was a victim of the disaster in Pingcheng 10 years ago, she had even chosen to give him a month's worth of pet food. During the beast tide 10 years ago, she had still been a child, and her parents were powerful beast tamers. She didn't have much of an impression of the disaster, but it was different for the ordinary people here. Many families had been destroyed, and many children became orphans. In fact, the local policies still supported the victims of the disaster like Shi. If he did not have this identity, even if Shi had a special telepathy talent and an intern breeder certificate, it would not have been easy for him to buy an iron-eating beast cub with a loan. In most cases, society still cared about the weak. As a weakling who was cared for, Shi didn't despise this iron-eating beast that was born with a weak body. Instead, he gave it recognition. Lin Xiaozhu also silently acknowledged Shi. This was the reason why she was willing to give him a month's worth of pet food. The food was nothing to her, but it could definitely relieve the pressure on Shi and his pet. I hope they can have a better future, Lin Xiaozhu thought in her heart. After all, she had taken care of these iron-eating beasts for so long and thus had some feelings for them. At this moment, Shi closed his eyes and muttered to the nervous iron-eater cub, "From today onwards, I'm your beast tamer. Let's work hard together. You're called 11 here, right? My name is Shi, and it's very similar to your name. This means that we're very fated. How about I continue to call you 11 or Shi, as in 11-1? Shi seemed to see the beast taming space in his brain. It was a white world with a transparent barrier and clouds inside. Fu. As Shi communicated with the beast taming space and activated the capture contract according to the method he had learned in his memory, a breeze blew outside. When the dust on the ground rose, countless light spots flickered in front of Shi. Two transparent, circular formations that looked like star maps appeared, appearing on both sides of the iron-eating beast cub, trapping it in the middle. In the next second, countless weak light spheres flowed out of the formations and wrapped around the iron-eating beast cub, as if they wanted to cover it. At the side, Lin Xiaozhu said to the iron-eating beast cub, "Relax. Don't struggle." She could sense that Shi had not activated the contract with all his might, so the binding power was not strong. As long as the iron-eating beast struggled a little, the contract would be broken. Therefore, she had to remind it. At the same time, Shi looked at it seriously. Whoa. Under the white light, 11's expression was still very nervous. However, in this state, Shi's spiritual connection with the iron-eating beast had reached a higher level. The iron-eating beast cub could clearly understand Shi's feelings. Meanwhile, Shi also liked this iron-eating beast cub very much. He had been alone for 2 lifetimes and knew very well that this iron-eating beast might accompany him for the rest of his life, and therefore, he had already held the mentality of hoping for this new child of his to become a dragon. He was determined to nurture this iron-eating beast cub like he was taking care of a child. Sigh. I haven't gotten myself a wife yet, but I've gotten myself a pet that's even harder to raise than a baby. Shi felt tired already. Although he looked frivolous on the surface, It was his sincere heart that made the iron-eating beast cub let down its guard and start to accept the contract. It also completely acknowledged the beast tamer who chose it. Soon, the white light finally spread all over the baby iron eater's body. At this time, the pattern that connected to the beast taming space began to ripple. Under this ripple, the baby iron eater that was enveloped by the white light gradually turned into fluorescent light, disappearing from the outside world and entering the beast taming space. Buzz. Everything happened very quickly. Before Shiryu could react, he felt a warm current flowing through his entire body. He first felt exhausted, but he quickly recovered. Following that, he felt even more energetic and stronger. Just as Shiryu's brain was buzzing, Lin Xiaoju's voice came from behind. Congratulations, you have successfully contracted with the Iron Eater. My suggestion is to let it familiarize itself with the environment of the beast taming space first. Don't summon and collect it too frequently. If it can quickly adapt to the environment in the beast taming space, it should be able to awaken its hardening ability within a week. All right. Shiryu nodded subconsciously. At the same time, he realized what had happened to him. After successfully contracting with his first pet and becoming a beast tamer, he immediately received the power feedback from his pet, and his mental strength and physical fitness had improved. Although this iron-eating beast cub was very weak, it could still give some feedback. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. For Shiryu, who was experiencing this for the first time, it was very novel. However, this was not what intrigued him the most. What surprised Shiryu the most was that after he successfully contracted with his first pet, all his physical qualities had improved. The skill index also provided new information. The number of skills that could be recorded had increased. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoju asked when he noticed Shiryu's abnormality. It's nothing. I just feel that my physical fitness has improved, and I'm not used to it, Shiryu immediately said. Lin Xiaoju smiled. If it's your first time, so of course, you will get used to it in the future. Then I'll take you to complete the final procedures. I'll also give you a beast-raising manual. At the same time, you can fill in the address. The iron bamboo that I promised you will be delivered to you regularly. This kind of food must be fresh, and it's not suitable for long-term storage. After you finish these, you're welcome to order iron-eating beast food here again, but you'll have to pay for it. That's not a problem, Shiryu said. Actually, Senior Lin, I have a presumptuous request. Huh? Can I take a look around here? In order to nurture the iron-eating beasts, I want to understand more about their real living environment. Of course, that's not a problem. You can even bring the Iron Eater back to play at any time in the future. After all, this is its home. Well, it's strictly forbidden to freeload. Ahem, I won't freeload. By the way, can I touch the iron-eating beasts here? It's not a problem under normal circumstances. After all, this is still a tourist area. The iron-eating beasts are very docile, not to mention that you have a telepathic talent. Good. Shiryu's heart was moved by the answer. Wasn't that great? Why would his pet have to wait a week? He would arrange for the Iron Eater to harden today and let it know how amazing its beast tamer was. This was the first step to raising a child. First, let it worship you. After success, it would be easy to educate it. He just didn't know if the adult Iron Eaters here had any rare skills other than their race's abilities. Whatever, he had to copy hardening first. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, The First Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 2 hours later. Shiryu left the iron bamboo breeding base in satisfaction. Page 6 of the index. Skill, hardening. Skill level, low. Status, no target set. The process of Shiryu copying hardening was still very easy and smooth. He only did one simple thing, which was to feed a wild iron-eating beast. Unlike the small iron eaters that had yet to awaken their hardening abilities, the adults didn't nibble iron bamboo like bones. They would first use their hardening skills to equip their teeth when eating. Then, they would eat the iron bamboo that was as hard as steel. This way, their eating efficiency would increase by several times, bite by bite. Shiryu fed a metal-eating beast an iron bamboo and gently caressed it afterward. He had thus obtained the skill. I won't be coming back for at least a month. Shiryu, who had become a true beast tamer, left the iron bamboo breeding base. At this moment, apart from taking away the Iron Eater cub, he also carried a bag of premium bamboo shoots. This was Eleven's food for tomorrow. Unlike the bamboo on Earth, the mutated plants here were still very nutritious. Their nutritional value was not inferior to some meats. Moreover, the iron-eating beast's digestive organs were completely different from those of ordinary giant pandas. Therefore, as long as the quality of the bamboo was good, the iron-eating beast might not need to eat dozens of kilograms a day to replenish its nutrients. However, no matter what, the iron bamboo was only the most basic food of the iron-eating beasts. There were definitely many more expensive upgrades, but sure, you might not be able to supply them for the time being. Earning money. After becoming a beast tamer, he had to find a way to earn money first. It was enough for him as long as he did not starve to death. However, if he wanted the iron-eating beast to grow quickly, having all kinds of skills was not enough. It had to have enough nutrition. Before that, he had to hurry home and settle down with 11. Food, drink, and accommodation were all very important. Soon, Shiryu arrived home. To Shiryu, a single-story house was actually better than living in a tall building. After all, now that he had become a beast tamer, it was not convenient for him to train his pets in a building. If he had lived in one, he would have to rent a separate place. It would be troublesome and a waste of money. On the other hand, although this place was a little old, it was empty and would make a very good training ground. After returning home, Shiryu casually threw his luggage down. When he realized that the place was covered in dust, he decided to clean it up first. But how could he work alone? Panda 11, my partner. It's time. Summon. A transparent circular formation appeared in front of Shiryu. Under the water-like ripples, Iron Eater 11 crawled out. According to the level of the beast's space, the color of the spatial barrier and the summoning array would be different. For apprentice beastmasters like Shiryu, the spatial barrier and summoning array were transparent, almost colorless. 11, who was summoned out of the beast taming space, looked rather lost, as if it had just woken up. It first shook its body quickly a few times, swaying its soft black and white fur. After its entire body relaxed, it began to turn its head to look at Shiryu, who had summoned it. 11 swayed its short tail slightly. Having become Shiryu's pet, it was no longer as never be a slave or fearless as it was before. There was a natural sense of closeness between them. This spiritual connection was even more intimate than between one's own family. 11 subconsciously walked to Shiryu's side and rubbed against his leg, melting Shiryu's heart. It seemed like it had become much more obedient. Shiryu was gratified and revealed a fatherly smile. Come, let me teach you hardening. It was enough to clean by himself. The iron-eating beast was just so cute. How could he let it be tired? Training was already very tiring. Well, he should first establish his excellent image in the heart of the Iron Eater. Ow! Iron Eater 11 stood up. Hardening. Speaking of which, it stretched out its fist, and in the next second, the fist with black hair immediately became darker and harder, with a layer of metal texture. It was the hardening ability. After sleeping in the beast taming space, 11 had finally awakened it. It was really comfortable there. 11 no longer felt hungry and slept better. Its body was warm, and its head was clearer. The hardening that could not be awakened previously was mastered after sleeping there. Shiryu. Shiryu. Shiryu rubbed his eyes and looked at 11's fist. What? It had awakened? I just said I was going to teach you, but you learned it in advance. Shiryu was silent. Was that Lin Xiaozhu reliable? Didn't she say that it would take about a week for it to awaken the hardening skill? How could it be so fast? Shiryu was happy, but his stomach hurt. To think that he was looking forward to the look of worship on the metal-eating beast's face after it hardened. Let's clean the courtyard. 11. Oh. See, clean. Forget it. Seeing 11's blank expression, Shiryu decided to let it go. He was not in a hurry to clean up. He suddenly remembered that the skill index could teach skills that had already been learned. Teaching it skills it had already learned could increase the skill's proficiency. Skill proficiency was also very important. For example, if it was a skill where one pet had just mastered it and the other pet had been using it for 10 years, the effect would definitely be different. It was not impossible for low-level skills with high proficiency to crush high-level skills with low proficiency. Shiryu found the basic beast training manual of the iron-eating beast that Lin Xiaozhu had given him. The hardening ability. No, all the skills mastered by the Iron Eater could basically be divided into 5 stages. The manual had already concluded that the skill proficiency could be described in 5 words. Learn, familiarize, improve, master, and transform. They represented initial, proficient, expert, perfected, and transcendent. For example, 11's hardening ability was at the beginner stage. It had just learned it, and could only harden a part of its body. According to the manual, one could harden their entire body after reaching the proficiency stage. Generally speaking, it would take at least a month of serious training to practice a low-level skill from the beginner stage to the proficient stage. Shiryu was very curious. If he used the skill index to teach once, would it be equivalent to a few days of training? He looked at 11, who was observing the surroundings, and fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, using the skill index to teach seemed to be physically exhausting. How much stamina would it take to teach the low-level hardening skill? Shiryu, who had never tried it before, was really uncertain. He seemed to have been a little anxious just now. What if he died of exhaustion from teaching a low-level skill? Why don't I use the most useless skill in the skill guide, worm silk, to test the consumption? After all, the lower the skill level, the lower the consumption. It seemed like he should give it a try. However, it was a pity that Shiryu would have to find other experimental subjects because the iron-eating beast and the worm silk skill did not have any compatibility at all and could not be taught. It was too difficult to make the iron eater spit silk. Since you have the hardening skill, why don't we have you fight something for the first time? Shiryu then suddenly looked at the 2 persimmon trees in his courtyard. To be precise, he was looking at a green figure on one of the persimmon trees. A green caterpillar was lying on a branch, resting leisurely. It was very bold and was not afraid of being eaten by passing birds. As a disgrace to the supernatural world, the combat power of the green caterpillar was very low. Even if it was not a supernatural creature, but an ordinary sparrow that had not undergone any evolution, it had a chance of killing the caterpillar. At the same time, they could be found everywhere. When Shiryu saw it, he immediately felt that it was the only experimental subject. It was obvious that the green caterpillar was malnourished. It was thinner than the one raised in the pet base. Usually, such a green silk insect would never be able to evolve. Most of them would end up as food for birds. However, this green-colored insect should be considered lucky to have met Shiryu. I'll give you a chance to increase your mastery of the silk skill. Grab it, and be gentle. After Shiryu gave the order, 11 looked at the green caterpillar and was slightly stunned. Its first opponent was this little guy. However, it still had to carry out the beast master's orders. It immediately climbed up the tree and broke the branch the green caterpillar was standing on with a slap. Its hardening skill wasn't even needed, and the green caterpillar fell down along with the branch. The fall stunned the green caterpillar. Ow! We won! We won! Iron Eater 11 shouted happily. A victory is a victory for this first battle, no matter the opponent. Well done. After all, the iron-eating beast was still a child, so Shiryu also praised it slightly. Training a pet was the same as raising a child. He had to praise it more and not criticize it all the time. The green caterpillar was speechless. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Snatching Bamboo Shoots. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This green caterpillar is around level 1. After praising 11, Shiryu looked at the bug. The green caterpillar was actually the pet that Shiryu had researched the most. It was related to his 3 months of internship. After all, he had recorded several books of growth data for the green caterpillar. There was only one pattern on its body, so it should have only awakened once and was a weakling. Therefore, Shiryu boldly touched it. Pets were divided into growth levels and race levels. Generally speaking, the higher the level of growth, the stronger the overall strength of the pet. As for the species rank, it represented the pet's growth potential. The higher the species level, the higher the upper limit of the growth level. This green caterpillar was at the first level awakening stage in its growth level. This level was the growth stage for most pets to awaken their racial skills. Every time a pet's awakening increased by 1 level, its physical fitness would increase. The upper limit of the pet's energy would also increase. There was also a chance of awakening its own race's skills. After awakening 10 times, one could try to reach the transcendent level and become a real, transcendent creature. Each of the 10 awakening stages was simply represented by beast tamers from level 1 to level 10. For example, this green caterpillar was at level 1, while Shiryu's contracted iron-eating beast was currently at level 3. It was equivalent to them awakening and transforming once and thrice. However, awakening a few times did not completely represent the strength of the pet. The strength of a pet at the awakening stage was mainly related to the race skills that the pet had awakened. In other words, at the same level of growth, the higher the species level of the pet, the stronger the combat power, unless the pet of a lower species mastered powerful skills other than the basic racial abilities. Therefore, Even if a green caterpillar awakened 10 times, it would not be able to defeat an iron-eating beast that had learned hardening, even if the iron-eating beast's growth level was much lower. This was a sort of power gap between races. The advantage of the green silkworms was that they grew faster than other pets of higher species. After all, their short lifespans forced them to grow faster. In short, this green caterpillar was very weak. This kind of unable to control its own fate strength directly made it become Shiryu's experimental subject. The green caterpillar was thrown to the ground. Because it was light, it was not injured. However, the iron-eating beast's broken branch and palm really frightened it. After being stunned, it was in shock. It widened its eyes and looked at the giant in front of it in panic, as well as the iron-eating beast that jumped down from the tree. It turned around and climbed up, not even thinking of resisting with its insect silk. However, Shiryu was faster. He took a step forward and grabbed it. At this moment, the green caterpillar finally resisted. Worm silk. Snow-white worm silk shot out of its mouth and wrapped around Shiryu's hand. However, Shiryu pulled it away. After 3 months of internship, he was most familiar with removing the worm silk. Your insect silk is still too weak. Do you think you're the Don Quixote of worms? Little guy, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll feed you to that guy next to me. Iron-eating beast, asterisk, is this even edible? Even though it was a supernatural creature, the green silk insect's intelligence was not high. It only had instinctive emotional reactions. Even so, Shiryu's telepathy was still somewhat useful. After all, it was a mind-to-mind link. Although the green caterpillar couldn't understand what it meant, it was more or less afraid to act rashly. Skill, worm silk. Skill level, none. Status, can be taught. Shiryu looked at the green caterpillar in front of him. He summoned the skill index in his mind and flipped to the second page. Out of the 6 skills that he had collected, the most useless one was the worm silk skill. He pointed it at the green caterpillar. The green silkworm's racial skill, worm silk, was something that they had been born with. Therefore, this green silkworm could definitely use worm silk. Shiryu knew this from the beginning. Teach. Under the stunned gaze of the green caterpillar, Shiryu commanded and tried to trigger the index. This was the first time he tried it, and he was very nervous. He was expecting the green caterpillar to learn immediately, but instead, his hands gradually began to glow. Following which, the aura on Shiryu's hand was transmitted to the green silkworm like a stream of water. The light flowed forward, and in the next second, the halo disappeared from his hand. It covered the green caterpillar's entire body instead, causing it to flicker with light. Buzz. At this moment, after everything was done, Shiryu felt a portion of his stamina being drained. It was as if his mental state had plummeted. He was hungry, tired, and wanted to sleep. However, the subsequent changes soon made him pleasantly surprised. This was because Shiryu could easily see the green caterpillar's body suddenly beginning to develop. This green caterpillar was undergoing its second awakening. A second pattern slowly appeared on its body. Shiryu quickly put it down and observed it carefully. From the perspective of the green caterpillar, this green insect was probably also very confused. This was because as the light entered its body, its physical fitness and the upper limit of its energy increased. At the same time, the green caterpillar felt as if it had unconsciously used its insect silk skill countless times. This experience made the green caterpillar feel that it was more familiar with its use. Even though it wasn't too sure what had happened, the fact that it had grown stronger was still something that the green silkworm understood. But none of that mattered. With the intelligence of the green caterpillar, it could not determine what was going on. It could only determine what it should do. To continue to escape Shiryu's demonic claws. It did not realize that Shiryu was a godsend and that the changes in its body were brought about by this human. It only wanted to eat and find a safe place to continue enjoying the wind and cool down. The green caterpillar turned around and ran again, but it was stopped by Shiryu. The green silkworm spat out another white worm silk. It started a second round of resistance, but the worm silk was still pulled away mercilessly. Although Shiryu's body was weak, it was more than enough to deal with the green caterpillar. Under the desperate gaze of the green caterpillar, Shiryu caught it again. This time, it simply gave up struggling and curled up at the side. The strength of the insect's silk has indeed increased. It's even more skilled than before. Shiryu judged as he fought with the green silkworm in front of him. He looked at the marks on his hand and then at the green caterpillar. Was this considered the proficiency level of the worm silk? had it gone from the initial level to the proficient level? The strength of the worm silk was comparable to the high-quality ones from those green silk worms that had been cultivated with spiritual plants in the breeding base of Icefield City. It might not be as good as its growth level, but its proficiency in worm silk was definitely high. It was within Shi Yu's expectations that the mastery level of the worm silk skill would increase. However, he did not expect the growth level of the green worm to also increase. Could it be that because he had a deeper understanding of its race's skills, its strength had grown and undergone a second awakening? Or could it be that when teaching skills, it was equivalent to him giving it some power? No matter what, Shi Yu was very satisfied with the effects of the skill index and the results of the experiment. Shi Yu's expression suddenly changed. Because, as he opened the skill book, he realized that the color of all the pages had dimmed. Below the status bar of all the skills, a cooldown timer appeared. Cooldown time, 8 hours. It meant that he would have to wait 8 hours before he could use the skill guide again. Shi Yu. There was a cooldown time? Shi Yu was stunned. But it was still reasonable. Although he could afford the consumption of the levelless worm silk experiment, it was not to the point where he could ignore it. This cooldown time was like his own protection mechanism, but also preventing him from using the skill guide to its fullest potential. 8 hours. He probably needed to eat a meal and sleep before he would recover. If he wanted to use the skill index properly, he would have to train his body. A levelless skill required 8 hours for him to recover, so a low-level skill would probably take 1 or 2 days. What about intermediate, advanced, and super skills? Shi Yu suddenly no longer found the skill book that good. The one who was comfortable was the pet, but he was the one who would get tired. I wonder if eating some food with high nutritional value can speed up recovery? If possible, he could prepare some in advance. Perhaps he could find a way to quickly replenish his condition after teaching a skill. Pets had nutrients, and beast tamers definitely had them as well. Shi Yu looked at the metal-eating beast beside him. 11 still had no idea what its beast tamer had done. I brought back some bamboo shoots from the breeding base. We'll eat shredded bamboo shoots and white rice tonight. The bamboo pole was hard, but the bamboo shoots could be eaten by humans. Furthermore, they were very nutritious, much more so than common vegetables. Shi Yu felt that he had to nourish them so that he could teach the Iron Eater hardening skills at full strength tomorrow. Eat bamboo shoots. The Iron Eater's eyes lit up. But soon, it realized a serious problem. Ow! Weren't the bamboo shoots brought here for it to eat? Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Making Money. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the experiment was completed, Shi Yu was hungry, tired, and sleepy. Initially, he had planned to clean the courtyard and rooms first. However, looking at his current state, he decided to make do for tonight and clean up tomorrow. It's getting late. I'll go prepare dinner now. Rest? It suddenly shook its head. How could that be? It had finally awakened its hardening ability. How could it rest? It was already far behind its peers. It had to train harder. If it didn't complete 2 hours of training, it wouldn't feel at ease eating dinner. Shi Yu, who had telepathy, was shocked. Breeder Lin Xiaozhu was right. There was indeed something wrong with this iron-eating beast. He clearly wanted to eat delicious food, but because he hadn't trained yet, he felt that dinner wasn't deserved. You're too disciplined. There's no need to rush. Today's situation is special. It's fine to rest well, Shi Yu advised. The Iron Eater shook its head. Forget it. Then you should familiarize yourself with the hardening ability in the courtyard first, Shi Yu said. AU-11 nodded. It had completely forgotten that Shi Yu wanted to eat the bamboo shoots too. Its expression gradually turned serious. It then began to practice while looking at the surrounding walls. This gave shocked Shi Yu. Wait a minute. Practice the maintenance, retraction, and release of the hardening ability first. Try to quickly arm and harden a certain part in the shortest time possible. The rest can wait. It was actually very simple to practice hardening abilities. This kind of low-level skill training method was very basic. There were even clear records in the cultivation manual Lin Xiaozhu had given him. The proficiency of the hardening ability was divided into 4 areas: duration, coverage area, release speed, and hardening strength. The iron-eating beast's gaze just now clearly showed an intention to practice hardening intensity. 11 had already mastered the basics of hardening in the breeding base, which was to train the normal body and hardened body till it was like steel. In other words, he just needed to keep getting beaten up or use his body to destroy things. It had been fine before 11 mastered hardening, but now that it had learned it, if Shi Qian were to let it practice hardening here, his home would be completely destroyed. Therefore, Shi Qian hurriedly stopped the restless iron-eating beast. He first let it practice maintaining the duration, retraction, and release techniques that did not need to make too much noise. They only needed to be constantly used without affecting anything, and improvements would follow. We'll talk about the hardening strength training later. After Shi Qian's persuasion, 11 scratched its face and nodded. All right then, it seemed to say. At the same time, Shi Qian felt relieved. However, he felt a little tired. It was a good thing for pets to be self-disciplined, but why did he feel so tired? It was so strange. Phew. After arranging things for the iron-eating beast, Shi Qian did not think too much about it. He glanced at the green worm in the corner and took out a bundle of iron wires from his house. He found some tools to make a simple birdcage and raised it. After using the green worm to conduct the experiment and seeing the increase in proficiency of its worm silk skill, Shi Qian thought of a way to earn money. Depending on the cultivation method, the use of the worm silk of the green worm was very varied. In the field of clothing, medicine, and industry, the worm silk of the green worm was used. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Pingcheng or Icefield City, there would be a breeding base that specialized in raising green silk worms to produce them. However, although the quality of the insect silk produced by this assembly line was not low, it was not very high either. The highest quality insect silks were usually produced by the beast tamers who specialized in nurturing the green bugs. Many places were willing to buy the insect silk produced by these beast tamers' pets at a high price. The higher the quality of the worm silk, the higher the purchase price. This kind of thing was actually very common. It wasn't just true for insect silk. Many pet beasts had a wide range of uses, and there were also many beast tamers who regarded raising pets as a business. Beast tamers could earn extra income with wood-type pet beasts that could accelerate the ripening of spiritual plants or with healing-type ones that could treat patients. Therefore, Shi Qian thought that since it was not a big deal for him to raise the proficiency of the green silkworm, and with worm silk being the most common business on the market, why couldn't he use this method to earn a bunch of money first? When he was cultivating the iron-eating beast, he would also take the time to cultivate this green worm. Anyway, this fellow only needed to eat the leaves of ordinary plants. This kind of thing was just as numerous as the green worm. When its worm silk proficiency reached perfection, its quality would definitely not be low. This way, selling a bundle of worm silk would instantly relieve the pressure on this new family's finances. Gee. The green worm in the cage laid down gloomily. Sure you looked at it with a smile? Sorry, life's hard, so I gotta do this. It was a pity that the green worm was not very intelligent. If it were any other pet, they would definitely fight over such a good thing that could quickly increase their skill proficiency. At night, after dinner, Shi Qian and the iron-eating beast were very tired. The frequent use of the hardening ability during training made 11 use up a lot of energy. After it finished eating, it immediately fell asleep, its round body forming a ball. Although it had come to an unfamiliar environment, it slept soundly and steadily. After falling asleep, it revealed a smile that had not appeared when it was awake. Shi Qian looked at the iron-eating beast that was still smacking its lips even in its sleep and smiled. To be able to develop such a personality, talent was just part of it. Perhaps the different experiences caused by bodily differences really affected it mentally. It clearly liked to eat but was unwilling to do so until it completed its training. Was it worried that it would be abandoned again if it did not work hard? As a metal-eating beast's beast tamer, sure you could vaguely sense its thoughts. In 11's mind, the reason why beast tamers did not choose it or acknowledge it was because its performance had been too poor. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, no matter what. It was very common for beast tamers to change their pet beasts, especially when the beast tamers advanced. They would choose to replace the low-level pet beasts they had contracted with pets of a higher race. Sure you did not know what level of beast tamer he could become, but he was determined that he would not abandon any contracted pet beast. It didn't matter even if the contracted pet was of a low level. At most, he would take the risk of being drained dry and secretly learn 2 divine skills. Speaking of which, did the iron-eating beast have an evolution path forward? Sure you was really not sure. After that, he put 11 back into the beast taming space. If it rested there, it would be able to recover and rest better than outside. It would also be able to sleep more comfortably. After that, sure you lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. I should not have sent it into my space. I've never slept with a giant panda as a pillow. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Bug Hunting Youth. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the cries of birds and green worms rose and fell. Sure, you woke up naturally and got out of bed in a daze. After washing up mechanically, he lay back on the bed. Right, I need to go out later, he muttered. At this time, his condition had almost recovered. He looked at the skill index and saw that the 8-hour cooldown had been cleared. This meant that he could use it again. Today, he planned to try teaching hardening. However, a level-less skill required 8 hours for him to recover, so the stamina required of a low-level skill would definitely be greater. Therefore, he planned to go out and buy some nutritional supplements to use after the skill teaching. Whether it was summoning, recalling, using the beast taming talent to strengthen the pet, or the pet's growth in the beast taming space, the beast tamer had to use up a certain amount of energy. Therefore, not only did pets have all kinds of nutritious substances and medicine available for them, there were also many supplements for beast tamers on the market as well. Sure, you had just become a beast tamer, so he did not know much about this aspect. However, he was sure that he could buy them. After all, these medicine advertisements were everywhere. He had studied the cooldown time of his skill index yesterday. That time should be calculated according to normal rest. If he ate supplements or took a deep rest, the cooldown time would accelerate. This was not a completely fixed cooldown time. It was only related to his current state. When the skill index determined that his physical condition had mostly recovered, he would then be allowed to start the next round of teaching. In fact, it was much nicer this way. In the future, he could bring a cup with him and make some different dimension wolfberries. He would also carry a box of pills for energy restoration in his pocket. It would not be impossible then for him to survive teaching the high-level and medium-level skills. Moreover, after becoming a beast tamer, his physique would also continue to become stronger. The situation where teaching skills was so strenuous might only be limited to now. In short, he had to control his pace well. Sure, you didn't want to have to rely on the Iron Eater to push him in a wheelchair into the arena every time he participated in a beast taming competition. 11. Continue sleeping inside. I'll let you out after I'm done shopping. After informing the Iron Eater through telepathy, sure, you resisted the temptation to go back to sleep and chose to go out. All right, I forgot to greet you. After sure you walked out of the room into the courtyard, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the persimmon tree. On the branch of the persimmon tree on the left, the green worm was already awake. It was eating the leaves calmly. At this time, there was a pile of persimmon leaves before it, some half-eaten. Sure, you thought for a moment. These were probably pulled over by the green silkworm with silk. It was easy for it to do this after its worm silk proficiency had reached the necessary level. At this moment, the green worm ignored Shiryu and continued eating leaves while sky-gazing alone. Why was it an insect locked in a birdcage? However, from another perspective, it could also be seen as locking the birds outside the birdcage. Its safety was greatly improved. Speaking of which, this green worm is also a little strange, Shiryu muttered to himself before leaving. Other green worms would head toward nutritious plants in pursuit of growth and evolution, but this one had no pursuit at all. It came to eat the leaves on the persimmon tree that it kept at home and stood aloof from the world. No wonder this green silkworm was malnourished. If not for the fact that he had used the skill index on the green worm and taught it how to use worm silk, it might not have been able to undergo a second transformation, even at the end of its lifespan. When I come back, I'll pick a few more ordinary plants from the roadside to improve its food. He couldn't afford the spiritual plants and fruits in the breeding bases that could promote the growth of the green caterpillars, but there were still many ordinary plants on the roadside. As his future supplier of worm silk, he couldn't allow it to die from malnutrition. After reaching level 10, there was a chance for the green caterpillar to evolve. At that time, they would wrap themselves in cocoons with silk that they spat out. The higher the proficiency of the insect silk skill, the higher the probability of them successfully evolving, and the greater the individual difference. Therefore, as long as this green caterpillar stayed obediently in Shiryu's birdcage, he could completely change its fate in the future. It has changed a lot compared to what I remember. After leaving the house, Shiryu walked along the streets of Pingcheng and sighed again at the changes that had taken place here. Apart from the tall buildings, he also noted that there were many pedestrians on the streets. Whether one was a beast tamer or not, raising a pet seemed to have become a trend in this world. The more prosperous the beast taming culture was, the closer the relationship between humans and pets. He saw a middle-aged man riding a four-wheeler. In front of him was a leashed Icelandic dog that looked like a husky. Good Lord, this was really being green. It might be natural and pollution-free, but it was also a little expensive. Besides dogs, there were also cats. Sure, you saw a girl chasing a gym cat all over the place. If walking a dog was like riding a horse, then walking a cat was like fighting a bull. Basically, it was not a person walking it, but it walking a person. This uncontrollable situation was most likely because the cat owner wasn't a beastmaster and the two parties hadn't contracted with each other. They were probably raising the gem cat as a pet. The gem cat looked like a ragdoll cat from Earth. It was very beautiful, and its combat power was stronger than the green caterpillar. Similar to the green caterpillar, its evolution method was public, and its upper limit was not low. As long as one had the rare cat's eye gem, the gem cat could obtain different racial abilities according to the type of gem and complete its evolution. The better the quality of the cat's eye gem, the stronger the power of the gem cat. This was also a pet that used ocular skills. Basically, gem cats without cat's eye gems could only be pets. Gem cats with cat's eye gems, however, were high-quality battle pets. Shiryu's gaze did not linger for long. It was an ordinary gem cat. There were no signs of evolution. Perhaps it was in the basic growth stage. After all, the price of a cat's eye gem was higher than that of the gem cat itself. Gems were a natural resource and were extremely rare. However, cats could reproduce continuously. As time passed, the price of cat's eye gems increased, and the price of gem cats decreased. At this moment, Shiryu was looking for the pharmacy while sensing the current atmosphere in Pingcheng. In the end, he came to a place 4 kilometers from his house called the Great Herb Hall Pharmacy. The layout here was no different from that of a pharmacy on Earth. After entering, Shiryu saw various boxes and jars of medicine in the glass cabinets. If he had to note a difference, it might be that the pharmacies in this world were for humans and beasts. Due to cultural differences, even doctors who specialized in treating people would, more or less, have some ability to treat animals. It was for no other reason than to earn more money. It was just a matter of getting an additional certificate, and one's income would at least double. After Shiryu entered the pharmacy, the young doctor at the front desk asked, "Do you need anything? Do you guys also buy worm silk here?" Shiryu then noticed a sign there. On it were various herbs that could be purchased by the pharmacy. One of them was the worm silk of the green silkworm. Yes, but you need the worm silk spat out by the green silkworm that has been fed a specific herb. The silk has to be of high quality. We can directly buy it here after it passes the composition test. The medicinal herbs to be used as feed are written on the sign. You can go take a look at them. All right. Shiryu nodded and began reading seriously. Depending on the food they ate, the quality of the worm silk spat out by the green silkworms would also be different. For example, some garment factories required the worm silk to have various cold resistance and heat insulation abilities. A set of clothes made of cold-resistant insect silk was very expensive. If ordinary beastmasters wanted to explore a place like the Snow Mountain outside of Icefield City, a set of cold-resistant clothing was essential. As for the insect silks that the pharmacy purchased to be used in medicine, the cultivation direction naturally required the insect silk to have a specific component. As for the so-called high-grade quality, it was roughly equivalent to requiring the proficiency of the green silkworm to reach the proficient level. If the proficiency of the silkworm reached the perfect level, the price would be several times higher. After looking at the purchase price, Shiryu gulped. Including his inheritance and various subsidies, and considering that he had to make payments on the loan every month, he and the iron-eating beast could only last for a year at most. If he didn't make a name for himself within a year, such as becoming a professional beastmaster, he would have to find a breeding base and clock in for work, but he would still be short on funds for raising his iron-eating beast. However, if he could get the green worm's silk to perfect quality, even taking into account the cost of food, just one worm alone would give him enough money to raise an iron-eating beast. If he opened a green silkworm farm, he would be financially set. He seemed to have really found a business opportunity here. He was the perfect insect-catching teenager. "You're a beast tamer? Are you interested in selling insect silk?" While Shiryu was studying the sign carefully, the young doctor had asked casually, bringing him back to reality. "Not at the moment. Please get me 2 bottles of that medicine." Shiryu pointed to a section. "Doctor." Chapter 13. Chapter 13. From Initial Level to Death. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Shiryu returned after buying the tonics. The supplement he bought was called Refreshing Capsule. The raw materials seemed to be materials from several plant-type extraordinary creatures. Just like with how the doctors from the breeding base in Icefield City treated Shiryu effortlessly, The effects of the medicine in this world were also top-notch. After all, the medicinal materials in his previous life were basically extracted from ordinary plants. But here, the vast majority of high-grade medicinal materials were from plant-type extraordinary creatures. There was no need to elaborate on the effects of the stuff that grew on these extraordinary creatures. In fact, according to legend, the pollen of some fabled plant-type extraordinary creatures even had the effect of reviving the dead. Of course, the refreshing capsule was only the most common type of medicine he could try, and it wasn't that amazing either. The effect of the Bright God capsule, on the other hand, was very simple. It was mainly used to eliminate the symptoms of weakness in the body and strengthen the physique. It could allow the user to maintain a conscious state while weakened and be at ease and clear-headed. It was said that the effect was very good. Many beast tamers liked to have one after a battle and would immediately feel full of energy. However, one couldn't eat too much of this either. After all, there were side effects from consuming too much medicine. Moreover, financial conditions didn't allow Shi Qian to eat this capsule like candy. Apart from 2 bottles of capsules, Shi Qian also bought some nutritious food. Only then did he dare to go home satisfied. After returning home, Shi Qian first summoned the iron-eating beast. Howl. After having slept, 11 was also very energetic at the moment. It looked at Shi Qian in a refreshed manner and blinked. It slept pretty well these few times, much better than it would at the iron bamboo breeding base. 11 could also feel that its condition was surprisingly good. This was the miraculous effect of the beast taming space. In this mental state, 11 felt that it could train hard for at least 6 hours. Moreover, the best thing was that after its training, it could go into the beast taming space to absorb more energy, which enabled it to quickly recover from its fatigue. Don't be in a hurry to train. Work and rest come together, understand? Shi Qian sensed the iron-eating beast's inner thoughts and raised his brows. Didn't this fellow know that part of the energy it absorbed from the beast taming space came from him? He should think more about his beast tamer. On the one hand, he had to meditate to strengthen the beast taming space, and on the other, he had to use the index. Shi Qian felt very tired. It didn't seem like it was a good thing for a beast tamer's companion to be so disciplined and dedicated to training in the early stages of the game. He had to make arrangements for absolute sleep earlier. A mature iron-eating beast would learn to deal with its own fatigue after training. Howl. On the other side, 11 still didn't know what Shi Qian was thinking. When it heard about combining work with rest, it immediately shook its head. Its round head was like a rattle drum. Working and resting were good, but it couldn't relax too much. If it wasted too much time, it wouldn't be able to finish the training. Shi Qian. When I recover and teach you absolute sleep, you can train however you want then. Skill, hardening. Skill level low. Status, can be taught. Shi Qian didn't want to debate with this diligent iron-eating beast right now. He planned to try out the teaching of the low-level hardening skill first. Yesterday, 11 had learned the basic hardening skill. His proficiency was at the initial level. If the skill was maintained for a long period, it would fluctuate according to the area it covered, but it would only last for a few seconds at most. Moreover, after attacking with a hard part, the hardening ability would immediately disappear. As expected of the initial proficiency, only the hardness was commendable. After reaching the level of demolishing a house, it should be no problem for it to clash with rocks. 11. Look here. When Shi Qian shouted for his pet, the little iron-eating beast raised its head and looked over. Index, improved skill. A white halo spread over Shi Qian's right hand and flickered weakly. He reached out and touched 11's head. Push, squeeze, rub. The white light also attracted the attention of the green silkworm in the birdcage. Under the silkworm's gaze and 11's confused expression, the light quickly flowed from Shi Qian's hand to the panda, causing its body to flicker with a weak white light. Boom. At this moment, with his brain buzzing, Shi Qian felt like he had not eaten for days, his condition being very poor. However, it wasn't as scary as directly fainting, he thought. The difference in consumption between the worm's silk and hardening wasn't ridiculously large. Taking advantage of the time while 11 was raising the skill proficiency, Shi Qian took out a Bright God capsule and swallowed it. A few seconds later, the effect was immediate. Although his condition was still poor, Shi Qian immediately felt that he could do it again. 11. Use hardening. After helping himself, he looked at the little iron-eating beast with an extremely shocked expression. Like with the green silkworm yesterday, 11 had experienced a similar situation just now. It was as if it had used hardening countless times unconsciously, and its proficiency had greatly increased. In addition, its physical fitness and energy had been slightly improved, as if it was about to undergo the next awakening transformation. Buzz. Under his beast tamer's command, 11 tried to use the hardening ability. This time, a metallic luster quickly spread from its sharp claws to its whole body. In just a few seconds, every part of the small metal-eating beast body was actually covered by hardening, turning it into an armed panda. From the luster, the hardness seemed to have also increased. Not only was 11 shocked by this change, but even Shiryu was surprised. "Can you still move now?" Shiryu hurriedly asked. 11 shook its head with difficulty and then exited the hardening state. There was still some excitement on its face. It didn't understand why it had suddenly become so powerful. What had its master done? At that moment, Shiryu fell into deep thought. If the sign of initial level proficiency in the hardening skill was partial hardening, then the sign of proficiency level was hardening the whole body, except that it was very difficult to move under this hardened state. However, it wasn't a big problem. This still meant that the hardening ability of the iron-eating beast had been greatly improved. After all, very few situations required full-body armor. At the current proficient level of hardening, it could completely achieve multiple partial hardenings. In this way, the proficiency level ability would be considered having the basic effect of both attack and defense, and there was no need to worry about it affecting agility. It's the same as when I taught the green silkworm previously. I only need to teach it once to let it reach proficiency level. The sign of proficient level hardening was that it would be fully armed and could still move freely. The iron-eating beast clearly hadn't reached that level yet. But even so, Shiryu had also experienced the power of the skill index. After all, according to the basic beast-raising manual provided by the Iron Bamboo Breeding Base, even if ordinary iron-eating beasts had the support of beast tamers, along with enough nutritional supplements and sufficient training time, they would still need to train hard for at least a month to reach proficiency level. As for the iron-eating beasts without resources, they might be trained for a year with no improvements. Their hardening abilities would never reach the proficient level. After all, apart from eating with hardened teeth, they would rarely ever need to use this ability. With this, 11's battle power will probably double. It must have been shocked too. Shiryu looked at the little metal-eating beast with anticipation, waiting for its worshipful gaze. "How is it? Are you still in a hurry to train? Do you know how awesome I am now?" 11 was undoubtedly surprised that its ability had improved, but when it heard Shiryu's questions, it immediately became confused. Iron-eating beast, asterisk plus yin plus asterisk. This. Why did its hardening ability increase so much without it doing anything? What exactly did its beast tamer do? This didn't make sense. The proficiency upgrade made it too uneasy. Shiryu. Then should I take it back? This is more than half of my stamina. Iron-eating beast. Obaron. No. How? 11 shook its head fiercely. Don't take it. Just leave it here. This advance in proficiency didn't match the belief in its mind that hard work was equivalent to gain, but it could still make up for it with extra effort. In order to punish itself for not working hard today, it needed to undergo intense training 24 hours a day and not sleep at night. Shiryu was really speechless. This iron-eating beast refreshed Shiryu's understanding of self-discipline. He had never seen such a self-disciplined beast. After cheating, it could still make up for it with hard work? If I were half as self-disciplined with the author dream I pursued in my previous life, I would have become a great writer. Shiryu's stomach hurt. Control yourself, beast. 24 hours of high-intensity training, that wouldn't be from initial level to proficient. It would be from initial level to death. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Training and Growth. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At noon, Shiryu was full again. Then, he opened the skill index. Cooldown, 24 hours. In other words, he still needed to rest for a day before he could carry out the next round of skill teaching. Shiryu felt that he still had to go out in the afternoon. It was mainly because 11 was too self-disciplined. It would feel uncomfortable if it didn't train for a while. There was actually no harm in liking training. 11's self-discipline was exactly what Shiryu liked about it. If it were a lazy pet that didn't improve, Shiryu wouldn't have been willing to spend so much energy to teach it skills. Although skill duplication was convenient, one couldn't always rely on it. The basic training that a pet should have was also beneficial. This process was also a tempering of the mind, spirit, and will. However, since it was already willing to train, he had to increase its training efficiency. Otherwise, it would be useless. Therefore, he planned to find some training equipment for 11 to use. The training equipment for pets doesn't seem cheap. I'll have to find a more cost-effective training method instead. After careful consideration, Shi Qian went out to search in the afternoon. And for the whole day, 11 was seriously practicing maintaining, retracting, and covering with the hardening ability. After the hardening skill reached the proficiency level, the hardening could be maintained for half a minute. Moreover, there was no longer the situation where the hardening would be cancelled after a slightly strong impact. As for the retraction speed, it had also increased. Right now, 11's main training content was for it to harden and cover many parts at the same time. This was very crucial in battle. After doing this, the skill could basically be both offensive and defensive. These were all the training content it did. There was still no training on the strength of the hardening. After all, this house's finances were too weak and couldn't withstand having to repair the damage. However, regardless of whether the training content was comprehensive, 11's training volume was indeed not small. This also caused its appetite to increase again. Moreover, the consumption produced in the beast taming space was even greater. The current situation made sure you confirm his training methods. The responsibility of beast tamers wasn't just to raise pets and arrange training plans for them. They also needed to develop their own beast abilities. Apart from the beast tamer talent, the upgrade of the beast taming space was a training that no beast tamer could avoid. Strength, environment, and scale were the three elements of the beast taming space. Beast tamers could choose the training route freely, including doing all three. Of course, all of it required much more effort than normal methods. Those beast tamers who liked to change their pets frequently and replace weaker pets with stronger pets were basically inclined to develop the strength of the beast taming space and increase the space's binding power. Because only in this way would it be very difficult for a pet that was forced into a contract to attack the beast tamer. In contrast, some beast tamers focused on establishing emotional bonds with their pets. This way, even without the restraints of the beast taming space, the pets wouldn't do anything hostile against them. The environment of the beast taming space determined the efficiency of the pets in terms of digesting food, nutrition, and battle experience. The better the environment, the faster the growth of the pets. This was one of the elements of the beast taming space that the beast tamers paid the most attention to. And the size of the beast taming space represented how many pets a beast tamer could contract with. Some beast tamers who specialized in cultivating a single pet simply ignored this element. Some beast tamers who liked to have their pets fight in packs and win by numbers would mainly develop in this direction. Currently, for Shi Qian, the main development direction was definitely in the beast taming space's environment. 11 was a pet cultivated by a breeding base who was suitable for rookie beast tamers to contract with. Its basic education had been done very well. Unlike wild pets forcefully captured, it almost never disobeyed beast tamers. Moreover, when Shi Qian picked it, he didn't forcefully contract with it either, giving it the right to choose. Therefore, Shi Qian felt that he could ignore the binding attributes of the beast taming space for the time being. He just needed to ensure that the strength of the beast taming space was enough to support the growth of the pet inside. At the same time, Shi Qian temporarily had no intention of contracting a second pet. He could also ignore the scale of the beast taming space. Therefore, the most important thing now was to build a more comfortable growth environment for the little metal-eating beast. When the time came, with the beast taming space and absolute sleep, it would be able to train however it wanted, and its body wouldn't feel any burden. With the little iron-eating beast's self-discipline and the support of his beast taming space and the skill index, as long as its nutrition kept up, it would probably grow completely in a very short period of time. But at that stage, the cost of food would probably be multiples. But as long as the little iron-eating beast could grow quickly and become a battle force on its own, everything would still be worth it. The next day, Shi Qian carried a thermos and sat in the courtyard, meditating to modify the environment of the beast taming space. Not far away, little iron-eating beast 11 was seriously training its hardening ability alone. Occasionally, Shi Qian would open his eyes to check its training progress and record it down. This way, it would have a more nurturing feeling. Along with Shi Qian, there was also the green silkworm in the birdcage on the tree. Apart from persimmon leaves, there were many new types of food for it today. For example, bamboo leaves and the leftover cabbage leaves from today's lunch. This state lasted for another day. Be it Shi Qian or the little metal-eating beast, They gradually began to adapt to this new lifestyle. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. 11 was especially excited this morning. This was because after 11's hardening ability reached the proficiency level, its growth level immediately improved after a day of digestion. In the beast taming space, it underwent its fourth awakening transformation. Its physical qualities and the energy in its body improved, reaching the fourth awakening level. Not only was 11 happy, but as a beast tamer, Shi was also very excited. It was another step closer to becoming a professional beast tamer. Not bad. I'm going to buy some good food today. I'll also give you an extra meal from the original food store to celebrate today. It was rare for Shi to be so generous. Iron-eating beast. One more thing. I think it's time to put the training and hardening intensity on the agenda. But you also know that the environment here isn't very suitable for you to use hardening abilities to destroy. 11 looked at Shi with a determined expression. It suggested that Shi could use some hard weapons to hit it. This way, it could also train the hardness. Moreover, the effect might be even better. It could totally tolerate it. Brave iron-eating beasts weren't afraid of pain. No, I can't bear to hit you. Shi shook his head. 11 was touched. But the truth was that Shi was worried that he would be the one tired from hitting 11, the hard metal lump. Wouldn't that numb his own body? The effort result efficiency would be too low. Cough. But I've prepared equipment that can automatically train the hardness. It should be delivered in a while. Just as Shi finished speaking, there was a knock on his door. A few porters carried a pile of high-intensity alloy steel plates into his house. Looking at the floor of steel plates, 11, the little iron-eating beast, showed a lost expression. This is a high-intensity alloy steel plate. You can't smash the wall, but you can smash this. In addition, if you feel that your strength isn't enough and the effect of the training isn't obvious, you can lay a few more layers on the ground. Then, with the help of gravity, let this planet assist your training. From the tree, from the roof, directly harden your whole body and jump down on the steel plates. Our persimmon tree and roof are pretty high. I named it the falling training method. I can even change the intensity of the training by adjusting the height of the drop. Ordinary iron-eating beasts would definitely be fine if they fell from the tree to the ground in their normal state, but if they fell onto the steel plate in a hardened state, their cushioning abilities would be useless. That impact. Isn't it more useful than me using a spiked mace to hit it? When it trains to the point where it can jump down from the clouds unscathed, it would graduate. On the other side, after understanding the training content, 11's eyes lit up. Amazing. What a genius training method. Why didn't it think of it? Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Different types of beast tamers. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. 11 felt that its beast tamer was too talented. Could a normal person think of such a miserable training method? Now, 11 was looking forward to using this method to train the hardness. However, it was still a little worried. This training method would definitely have a high impact on one's body. It sounded painful, and one would definitely be injured. 11 could accept being injured. After all, if one was not injured during training, one would suffer more serious injuries during battle. This was all for the sake of a better future. However, it was worried that if the injury was not treated in time, it might affect its training progress. How? If it affected the training progress, the efficiency of the training would decrease again. You're really thoughtful. Shi's eyelids twitched as he looked at the metal-eating beast. If this year's 10 Most Hardworking Beasts pet show doesn't award you something, I'll go smash their broadcast station. But it's all right. I've prepared a healing skill for you. Don't worry about training. 11 was very thoughtful, but so was Shi. Skill, high-speed healing. Skill level, intermediate. Status, can be taught. Shi first took 2 refreshing capsules, and then with a heroic expression, he pressed his right hand that was suffused with white light onto the little metal glutton beast's head. He began to rub it in a spiral again. As a matter of fact, the cooldown time for his skill duplication ability was 0 again yesterday. Moreover, after 11 reached level 4, Shi's own physical fitness and mental strength had improved. This made Shi want to try teaching intermediate healing skills. In any case, he would have to teach it sooner or later. The earlier he taught it, the easier it would be for him. Since the index showed that it could be taught, theoretically speaking, even if he taught the high-level skill deterrence, he would not die. At most, he would be in bed for a few days. As the light faded, the cooldown time for the skill index appeared again. This time, it was 48 hours. It didn't matter how much time passed, as long as he didn't die. However, The iron-eating beasts had the compatibility to learn high-speed healing, which made sure you tear up. It seems like you've eaten too much bamboo. You've gained some alignment with the wood element. But perhaps this also meant that the iron-eating beasts could evolve towards the wood attribute. Can there be a druid panda? According to what Shi knew, apart from the wood attribute, there was also a possibility that the iron-eating beasts could grasp lightning and fire abilities. There was a beast tamer in Pingcheng who specialized in training iron-eating beasts to cultivate some related skills. In the future, he might be able to learn more and enrich his iron-eating beast skill list. At this moment, after the teaching was completed, Shi had become weak again. Furthermore, it was the kind of weakness that could not be alleviated even after consuming the refreshing capsule. This was too much. It would be better for him to wait and train for another month before teaching him the advanced skill absolute sleep. Otherwise, something might really happen to him. Sooner or later, I will definitely train my physique to be able to duel iron-eating beasts with my bare hands. Sure, you had such a wish. At this moment, as the energy transmitted to the little iron-hungry beast constantly changed its constitution, the usage of high-speed healing gradually became clear in Eleven's mind. 11 immediately understood the miraculous effects of the initial level healing skill. At that moment, the scene from the day before appeared again. The beast tamer had somehow made it learn a new ability. 11 was dumbfounded. This is the ability to heal injuries? Iron-eating beast, Sigma, degree to degree, the little metal-eating beast looked at the weak Shi and could not think straight. The only thing it could understand was that it had to jump no matter what. Otherwise, this healing ability would burn its hands, all wasted. It would make it feel uneasy. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the room, Shi was lying peacefully. The sounds of 11 and the alloy steel plates colliding could be heard from outside, along with a certain green silkworm's heart-wrenching cry. The green silkworm in the birdcage was watching 11's training method and was shocked. What kind of freaks were these people? Was he going to torture it like this too? In fact, not only was the green silkworm shocked, even Shi himself was speechless. Because 11 was surprisingly accepting of this training method. Even though he was the one who had thought of it, Shi felt a little scared. If he continued to raise 11 like this, what kind of pet would it become 10 years later? Little gluttonous iron beast. Scary training face.jpg. Forget it. What was the point of thinking so much? In any case, the consumption from hardening and high-speed healing skills would definitely be even more ridiculous for food nutrition. Sure, you plan to go shopping again after he took a break. The food provided by the iron bamboo breeding base was not enough to last 11 a month. As he was too tired, sure, he was in a daze when he rested. However, due to the huge commotion outside, he could not fall asleep. Sure, you could not help but let his imagination run wild. I feel like there's something lacking. Even though he had already transmigrated for 3 months, Shi, who was lying in bed, still felt empty. He felt that something was missing. The occupation of beast tamer was indeed a rather curious one. It was able to enrich one's life. Although the iron-eating beast was cute, he still wanted a cell phone. It was so awkward to not have a phone in his hand. It had been 3 months since he last came into contact with the internet. Sure, you thought of this. He felt a little troubled. If he had a cell phone, he could purchase the training equipment, food, and medicine online. It would save him a lot of trouble. Unlike now, he still had to make trips outside. Not that this world's technology was lagging behind. Actually, that wasn't the case. Television, computers, and cell phones existed. However, most of the time, Shi had been studying and doing his internship. He did not need these things, so he did not waste money to buy them. Although he was still very poor, Shi had already made up his mind. When he had money, he would definitely get himself the best equipment. He wanted super smartphones that could detect a pet's energy level. From a certain point of view, although the technology of this world was not very popular, it was really advanced. Not only did animals and plants evolve into supernatural beings, but even some machines had evolved into supernatural beings in recent times. Artificial intelligence had become highly developed in certain countries. In some places, there were even beast tamers who used mechanical beings as their contracted pets. Furthermore, instead of beast tamers, they preferred to call themselves mechanics. In fact, beast tamer was just a general term passed down from ancient times. In the course of history, according to the different types of pets, many beast tamers who specialized in contracting certain types of pets had already found other titles for themselves. Those who specialized in taming and contracting with dragons were dragon tamers. Those who specialized in communicating and contracting with the undead were spirit mediums. And those who specialized in modifying and contracting with mechanical beings were mechanics. They all had new vocation names, but in essence, they were still beast tamers. But even though they were essentially the same, a hierarchy of contempt would often appear because of the difference in their names. Among them, spirit mediums who specialized in contracting with the undead were the least popular. After all, not many people were willing to deal with the undead. Those who specialized in nurturing mechanical beings were all highly intelligent and talented. Their job requirements were also the highest, and there was a huge gap between them and ordinary beast tamers. Due to the power of the dragon pet, the dragon tamer could tell all the beast tamer subclasses that they were trash. Beast tamers who contracted with supernatural animals were the most common. This was because animal pets were the easiest to get. Shiryu was speechless at his profession's disdain pyramid that he had learned about. He thought that it was very childish and uninteresting, because as an ordinary beast tamer, he stood among the masses at the despised level. It's not a big problem. A beast tamer is a beast tamer. Based on 11's training intensity, I think he's not far from tearing a dragon apart. After this round of training, let's find a real opponent to test the waters. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Expert Level. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The year 177 of the Alliance calendar, July 7th. It had been 3.5 months since Shiryu had come to this world. It had also been 4 days since he became a beast tamer. On the first day, Shiryu's contractual pet, Iron-Eating Beast 11, awakened the hardening skill and welcomed its first victory, defeating the beast with the greatest population, the silkworms. The next day, Shiryu used the skill duplication book to upgrade 11's hardening skill to the proficient level. On the third day, 11 was training like always, upgrading its hardening ability daily. On the fourth day, the Iron-Eating Beast reached level 4 and learned an intermediate healing skill. Then, it started its falling training. Falling training was a good way to train. If the steel plate at the landing point was not broken, it meant that 11's hardening strength was not enough, and it could continue training. If the steel plate broke, it meant that the training had paid off. At that time, there would be no need to worry about the broken steel plate being wasted because it could still be fed to the iron-eating beast. By then, it should have the ability to eat and digest metal matter. Therefore, not only did Shiryu buy training equipment, but he also bought 11 spare food. This cost-to-effect ratio was really too high, and Shiryu felt suffocated by his own intelligence. On the 5th and 6th days, Shiryu began to recuperate and recover from the weakness brought about by the teaching of the healing skill. In the past 2 days, 11's appetite had doubled again. The frequent use of the two skills made it consume a lot of food, and it relied more on the nutrients in its food rather than the beast taming space. On the 7th day, a week after becoming a beast tamer, Shiryu was shocked to discover that using the skill index affected more than just stamina. There were also hidden benefits. As long as he had enough nutrition, every time he recovered, his physique would increase slightly, just like how the consumption from using the index was equivalent to the consumption from exercising. This discovery suddenly made Shiryu feel that there was nothing wrong with frequently teaching skills to enter a weakened state. After all, the body was the capital to control beasts. On the same day, Shiryu used the skill index again and taught 11 the hardening skill again. After this lesson, the proficiency of hardening did not reach expert level. However, compared to before, 11 was indeed better at hardening. Currently, it was already proficient in various states. It could simultaneously harden multiple body parts without affecting its movements. But still, it wasn't enough, and the minor improvement made 11 very uneasy. Therefore, it trained even harder, and clear marks appeared on the alloy steel plate. On the 8th day, Shiryu recuperated. On the 9th day, Shiryu continued to teach 11 the hardening skill. This time, 11's hardening skill proficiency had finally reached the expert level. Being in the expert level of hardening skill, the iron-eating beast could use it to fight without affecting its movements. After its skill proficiency increased, 11's growth level increased again, and it reached level 5. Iron-eating beast, degree. I really didn't cheat. The uneasiness in 11's heart grew stronger even as the marks on the alloy steel plate deepened. If it's to the proficient level of hardening, an iron-eating beast would need to train hard for a month under superior training conditions. In that case, The expert-level hardening skill would require the iron-eating beast to train hard for a year under superior training conditions. If they trained hard, it would be best if they did not sleep at all. No, normal iron-eating beasts did not train this hard. Now, they had only used a week to accomplish this. Training hard and not sleeping, that was an extreme routine. Beasts didn't train so hard in the first place. However, in the courtyard, Shi Qian, who was leaning against a chair, analyzed Eleven's growth. He felt that becoming a professional beast tamer was a very stable thing. Both he and 11 had a bright future ahead of them. On the 10th day, he rested. After that, Shi Qian did not use the skill book to continue increasing 11's hardening skill proficiency. From beginner to proficient, one lesson had been enough. From proficient to expert, it seemed to require 2 lessons. Then, from expert to perfected, what would that take? The sign of the perfected level proficiency of hardening skill was flow. Expert level hardening could already harden the iron-eating beast's entire body, while perfected level hardening could make the hardened area flow like liquid on the iron-eating beast's body, superimposing to form an even stronger effect. When an attack was needed, the hardened part would flow into the sharp claws, forming a weapon with stronger attack power. When they needed to defend, the hardening would flow to the defensive parts, creating the thickest armor and taking the lightest hits. In essence, it was an increase in the efficiency of the usage of strength. It could concentrate all its strength at one point in order to pursue extreme output and defense. The perfected level was already the pinnacle of skill proficiency for ordinary pets. It would definitely require more teaching, but Shi Qian planned to experiment with the green silkworm first. After all, the cooldown time for teaching silkworms was relatively short. Furthermore, he had been raising this green silk insect for 10 days already. He had decided to cultivate the worm's silk, but he had yet to take action. He could not delay any longer. On the 11th day, Shi Qian took down the birdcage from the tree. The green silkworm inside felt that something needed to be done, so it calmly turned around and changed its lying position. If it was the time when Shi Qian had just caught it, it would still have had some resistance. But now, after it had listened to the sound of 11 and the steel plate colliding every day, it had no resistance at all. Besides, it did not need to do anything now. Every day, Shi Qian would place the food in the birdcage. Where else would this bug find such a perfect living environment? In addition, Shi Qian had been using this low IQ green silkworm to practice telepathy for the past 10 days. It had understood that Shi Qian had no hostility and was exceptionally obedient. On this day, Shi Qian once again taught the green silk insect. After teaching it, the silkworm underwent its 3rd awakening transformation, reaching the 3rd level of awakening. However, the worm silk skill should still be at the proficient level. On the 12th day, Shi Qian began teaching the green silkworm a 3rd time. As expected, it went through a 4th awakening transformation, reaching level 4. The growth rate of bug-type pets was indeed fast. At the same time, the strength of the worm silk had also undergone a qualitative change. At this moment, its strength was already comparable to that of a fishing line. Furthermore, when the green silkworm used the skill, it could be as agile as a human's hands and feet. For example, using worm silk to tie a flower knot was no longer a difficult task for the current green silkworm. Obviously, the proficiency of the green silkworm had gone from proficient to expert. As someone who had watched hundreds of episodes of Conan 1, he understood that this meant that the worm's silk was beginning to become a threat. However, its threat was still limited. The reason was very simple. The green silkworm was too weak. An adult using the fishing line as a tool was completely different from a palm-sized worm using the fishing line. However, it was undeniable that the current green silkworm's silk quality was already very excellent. Generally speaking, even if it was a green silkworm that was about to cocoon, its silk proficiency was rarely at this level. As long as the proficiency of this silkworm thread followed its growth level, transforming into a butterfly was almost 100%. By then, not only could he sell the worm silk, he could also sell the wind crystal butterfly's crystal powder. If the worm silk reached perfected proficiency before the cocoon transformation, or even higher, the evolution would be even more magical. According to the different cultivation methods, there might even be a special evolution. For a total of 12 days, the teaching of the 2 pets allowed Shi Qian to confirm the effect of the skill book. If a pet did not master a certain skill before, after the first lesson, the pet would master the skill at initial level proficiency. In the second lesson, the initial level was upgraded to the proficient level. After the fourth lesson, the proficiency level would be upgraded to expert. And Shi Qian intended to do it in one go. He wanted to see how many times he needed to teach to raise its proficiency to perfected level. However, before that, they had been cooped up at home for too long. Shi Qian planned on engaging in actual combat. 11, who had mastered expert level hardening and reached level 5 after a week of arduous training, should have completed this round of training perfectly. Its combat ability could not be underestimated. It was time to test the results. Shi Qian opened the birdcage, and the green silkworm crawled in on its own because it was much safer inside than outside. At least, it did not have to worry about becoming food for birds. After resting for the entire morning, Shi Qian shouted for the little metal-eating beast in training. 11. Stop training in the afternoon. Have a good rest and eat more. We will go for a battle later. Woo. 11. Omega A battle. The young and weak little metal-eating beast hugged the steel plate and knocked on it. Instantly, its blood boiled. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Real Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. For a pet, there were only 3 ways to grow: food, training, and battle. Converting nutrients from food into what was needed to grow was the easiest. Training was slightly more difficult, but through training, one could hone their racial abilities to a higher level, thereby promoting growth. Battles were the most dangerous, especially in life and death battles where one's willpower and spirit had to be highly focused. This type of training for pets was the greatest. The growth experience gained from using abilities in high-intensity battles, after all, was also not something that some basic training could compare to. In fact, it was impossible to nurture a powerful pet without all 3: sufficient and nutritious food, reasonable training, and appropriate battle training. At the moment, Shi Qian planned to bring 11 for an evenly matched battle. Of course, it wasn't a battle of life and death, but a battle of beast control under the restrictions of the rules in the formal venue. At this stage, they had yet to come into contact with a battle of life and death. Moreover, there was no such place in the city for them to undergo life and death training. Even if he did, Shi Qian wouldn't be so bored as to seek death. He was a normal person. With the skill index in hand, wouldn't it be better to develop steadily? A place where one's life was in danger. In any case, he definitely wouldn't go there. That afternoon, Shi Qian put the little metal-eating beast back into the beast taming space and went out again. For a city with good development, a few key areas were essential. For example, the administrative unit of his profession, the Beast Tamer Association, or the Beast Tamer Corps that was stationed at the edge of the city and protected it. There were also schools, breeding bases, training halls, and dojos in every city. Apart from that, there was also the battle hall that was indispensable to beast tamers for training their pets. The battle hall was basically managed by the officials. This was the only place in the city where beast tamers could battle. If Shi Qian wanted to find an opponent to battle, this was one of the choices. In fact, he could have headed to a wilderness area to look for creatures with more combat power, but that would be a little dangerous. Considering that he and 11 weren't at a high level yet, Shi Qian temporarily gave up on this option. However, if he wanted to become a professional beast tamer, he would need to have full survival skills in the wild. According to what Shi Qian knew, in the assessment of a professional beast tamer, apart from the basic assessment and combat assessment, there was also the wilderness survival assessment. If they wanted to get that certificate, this seemed to be very difficult to avoid. Well, in the end, they were still too weak at the moment. If they could overcome any danger, they wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. If Shi Qian didn't remember wrongly, the Beast Tamer Association seemed to organize field training for the Beast Tamer trainees regularly. The Beast Tamer trainers could register on their own. In such an activity, high-level extraordinary creatures in the training area had basically been removed. Furthermore, there were high-level beast tamers and rescue teams stationed at the back to deal with any sudden danger. If he decided to go out into the wild to train, Shi Qian felt that following a team was a pretty good choice. At least, it was safer than him recklessly going out alone. Although it was said that one had to spend money to register, if he could harvest some rare materials in the wild and replicate some rare skills, it might not be a loss. Then, after spending some time, Shi Qian arrived at a battle hall relatively far from his home. There were 130,000 permanent residents in Pingcheng district, and there were a lot of beast tamers. Among them, the number of beast tamer trainees was even higher. There may be very few professional beast tamers in every city, but there would be a lot of beast tamers who were trainees, so there were also a lot of battle halls. Pingxing District Battle Hall, Yuyang Road Branch Hall. Hello, welcome. After Shi entered the venue, a young female receptionist at the side greeted him with a smile. Following the voice, Shi looked over. There were a total of 4 receptionists. At the moment, only the receptionist who had just greeted him wasn't handling any business. The other receptionists were all registering beast tamers of various ages. There were more people here than Shi had imagined. Hello, Shi immediately replied and walked over. The receptionist looked at Shi and said, "May I help you?" Shi said, "I want a battle, but this is my first time here. Can you give me a brief introduction?" The receptionist smiled and nodded. "We provide battle venues below extraordinary level at the battle hall. You can choose to fight someone or fight at random here. The arranged battle is with the battle candidate you've arranged in advance. We only provide venues, judges, and medical services for that. As for random battles, you would need to fill in some basic information. We will then randomly choose opponents for you and provide other services. Among them, random battles are divided into groups of 2 categories, level 1 to 6, and then level 7 to 10, depending on the level of the beast tamer's pet. We will randomly match opponents for you in the suitable range according to your pet's level. Regardless of the model, the cost of using a battle arena is 100 yuan per person. 100 yuan. Shi felt the pinch? 100 yuan for a battle. So expensive. 100 yuan was enough for him to live for 3 days. However, when he thought about the venue maintenance costs, referee fees, and even medical expenses, this price seemed to be normal. If this kind of venue wasn't supported by the officials, the price might be even more expensive. Oh right, there's also the bet battle, the receptionist added. The bet can be made before the battle between the 2 parties. The loser will pay the usage fee for both parties. In other words, the person who loses the battle will have to pay 200 yuan, while the winner will pay nothing. I choose the random bet battle. The range of the pet's levels should be below level 6. Shi immediately chose. At the moment, the gluttonous little iron beast's growth level was at level 5. It had mastered the hardening ability to proficient level and even had an unscientific high-speed healing skill. Even if the opponent was a high-rank 6th-rank pet, they might not necessarily lose. In order to save money, he could only let his opponent down. As for the situation of losing, if he lost, Shi could only accept it. He hoped that the opponent was very weak, but not too weak either. All right, please fill out the form here. The receptionist handed him the form. Shi took it and looked at it carefully. Then, he picked up the carbon pen beside him and quickly filled in the form. Names, ID numbers, type of pet, and the growth level of the pet were basically the key information to fill in. The rest were some options, such as whether it would be a random battle and whether it would be a bet battle. After filling it all in, Shi handed the form back. At the same time, Shi couldn't help but ask, "May I know if additional stakes can be added in the bet battles here?" He was already betting, so he might as well do something big. If the Pokemon trainer could earn money after winning a battle, the beast tamer should also be able to, right? Sorry, this is out of our business scope. Shi. There was one less way to earn money. Then, according to the information filled in by Shi, the young receptionist began to input information on the big-ass computer in front of her. At the same time, she said, "This is your card number. Next, you can wait in the hall. After matching suitable opponents, the hall screen will display your name and the battle venue number." "All right, thank you." After taking the account card, Shi nodded. Then, he walked to the chair in the hall and sat down to wait for his opponent. At the same time, a boy in a blue and white school uniform and glasses was also registering at the front desk. Name, Kai. Beast type, Ice Armored Beast. Pet level, 6. Battle mode, random bet battle. After filling in the information, the boy in the school uniform was filled with anticipation. As the top student in his class, he felt that his classmates were too weak and couldn't give him any pressure at all. With such a growing environment, how long till he became a professional beast tamer? He needed pressure. That being said, Kai felt that it was very difficult for him to lose. He was an outstanding model student, after all. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The Iron-Eating Beast's Kindness. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the hall of the battle hall, Shi, who was holding a card number, sat on a public seat, his eyes fixed on the big screen on the wall. There seemed to be quite a lot of people in this hall right now, and 3 other halls were also available for battles. The matching shouldn't be slow, right? Indeed, Shi didn't have to wait too long. He had only sat down for less than a minute, and before his buttocks could even warm up, the machine had already begun to call out numbers. ID 4399, Beast Tamer Shiryu. Please head to battlefield number 11. ID 4401, Beast Tamer Chinkai. Please head to battlefield number 11. Ground number 11, Shiryu versus Chinkai. As his name and the name of another beast tamer appeared on the screen, Shiryu immediately got up, turned around, and walked towards battlefield number 11. Number 11 was really auspicious. It looked like this was a home-ground battle. However, the pet was called 11, and the venue he rented for the first time was also number 11. The symbol for being single. He wouldn't be single for the rest of his life, right? Ground 11. After sending away the previous batch of competitors, a young man in a referee uniform waited for the next group. At this point, he had already gotten the information on the next contestants and knew that they were two low-level beast tamers. Beast tamers below the 6th rank are usually not very old either. They're still at their most naive and innocent stage then. Looks like it's going to be another showdown, the judge thought. Before long, Shiryu and Chun Kai arrived while the judge was waiting. The two of them bumped into each other at the entrance of the venue. The two of them looked at each other and didn't talk. They continued to walk into the arena. This was an open-air battlefield. The scale was similar to a tennis court. Outside the huge square field, there was a grid-shaped energy isolation net. Actually, there were battlefields that were indoors, but there weren't many of them. If one wanted to use one, they had to book it in advance. The difference between outdoor and indoor venues wasn't that big. The difference was in the degree of privacy. Usually, indoor battles were relatively private. Apart from the referee, there were basically no other spectators. As for the outdoor arena, through the isolation net, outsiders could completely see the details of the battle inside. Hello. Seeing that someone had entered the battlefield of the 11th match, the young judge walked forward and received Shiryu and Chen Kai. You guys are Shiryu and Chen Kai, right? Chen Kai, who was wearing a blue and white school uniform, spoke first. I'm Chen Kai. I'm Shiryu. As he spoke, Chen Kai, who was beside him, felt extremely conflicted. Why was the opponent he was matched with someone his age? This person's luck was too bad. He clearly came here because he wanted to be beaten up by society. If his opponent was someone his age, there was even less of a doubt. After all, he was one of the top students in the best school in Pingcheng. In his opinion, there weren't many people his age who could put up a fight against him and his pet. Unless Shiryu was actually his senior? But if it was a senior, the pet was only at level 6, which was too low, so he eliminated this possibility first. I'm the administrator and judge of Venue 11, Shiroishi. Please note, you only have a temporary right to use Venue 11. The time available is an hour. When you're ready, you can start the battle at any time. At that time, I'll be your judge, Shiroishi said. Although the usage time limit was an hour, in a battle of this level, the winner could be determined in a few minutes. The extra time was for the beast tamer to prepare and communicate before and after the battle. I don't have any more questions. The battle can start anytime, Chinkai said. Me too. Shiryu nodded. All right, then let's begin immediately, Judge Shiroishi confirmed. In a short while, Shiryu and Chinkai walked to the two sides of the arena. The two of them didn't know each other, nor did they have any intention of exchanging pleasantries in advance. Therefore, it was best to fight directly. The judge also liked this kind of beast tamer who spoke little. He stood at the judge's seat. When he saw that the two were ready, he signaled to them and directly blew the whistle. Both parties are ready. Battle begin. The battle between beast tamers didn't give either party time to summon their pets in advance. After all, how the pets appeared also concerned the strength of a beast tamer. Some beast tamers who were proficient in assassination summoned their pets in ways where the opponent couldn't clearly follow. Then, all of a sudden, their opponent would have already been beheaded. Shiryu and Chinkai were both newbies and had yet to grow to that level. Therefore, after they heard the command to start the battle, they were only carrying out the basic summoning. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. As the two of them activated their beast taming space, a strong wind rose, and countless light dots flashed in front of the two beast tamers. The light dots quickly connected into a trajectory, forming a huge circular diagram that looked like a star map in midair. Immediately after, transparent ripples appeared on both sides of the array. Their pets appeared from the summoning array. On Chinkai's side, a beast-type creature with a long tail walked out of the array. It was nearly a meter long and narrow. It was covered in ice blue scales and had short limbs and a thick tail. At this moment, it raised its cone-shaped head, its small eyes filled with light. Race, Ice-Armored Beast. Attribute, Ice. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Skills, Ice-Splitting Claw, Ice Armor. Sure, you looked at the pet that looked like a pangolin and immediately recalled its information in his mind. In Icefield City, there were quite a lot of ice element pets. On the contrary, his iron-eating beast was very out of place. On Shiryu's side, the one summoned was naturally the little metal-eating beast. As it had yet to fully mature, its current physique was relatively close to the ice-armored beast. How? When 11 was summoned and saw its opponent, it was immediately intrigued because its opponent was a creature it had never seen before. The other party's ability is similar to yours. It can cover its body with ice armor. Also, be careful of the other party's claws. Don't directly take the attack in the non-hardened state. Shiryu immediately reminded 11 through telepathy. At the same time, Shinkai, Shiryu's opponent, didn't need to remind the ice-armored beast at all because they were already familiar with Iron Eaters. After all, this was a unique pet of Pingqing District. It wasn't the first time they were fighting the iron-eating beast. In terms of race level, both parties were equal. But in terms of skill advantage, the ice-armored beast was actually better. Because the iron-eating beast's hardening skill was mainly used for defense, its skills didn't have any outward effects. Instead, for the ice-armored beast's ice armor and ice-splitting claw, as defense and attack skills, and apart from the basic usage method, the accompanying frost power could also have a freezing effect on the enemy. Therefore, Chun-Kai immediately felt that he had come for nothing. It would be hard for him to lose. 11. The opponent isn't weak. Be serious and don't fail. After all, it's 200 yuan. If you fail, we can only deduct the cost from the meals, Shiryu said telepathically. 11. Epsilon. What? Redo reduced meals? The little iron-eating beast looked at the ice-armored beast fiercely. The iron-eating beast was kind to humans, except for the times they wanted to snatch its food. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. VS Ice-Armored Beast. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. IU. There seems to be a battle over there, and it hasn't started yet. Outside the 11th battlefield, two young girls were walking on the path outside the arena. Through the grid isolation net, the two of them were suddenly attracted by the pet summonings inside. They instinctively looked over and happened to see the ice-armored beast and iron eater that had just appeared. That person is Chin-Kai. The girl called that you was very surprised when she saw the appearance and pet of the boy in the school uniform. Someone you know? Ah, he does seem to be wearing your school uniform. Yes, that person is my classmate. He's very strong. Who's better? I can't compare to him. There aren't many people in the whole grade who are better than him, Zhuang Yu immediately said. His ice-armored beast has already reached level 6, and it's already very proficient in using its racial skills, ice-splitting claw and ice armor. Oh, I didn't know he was a genius. Do you know his opponent? His pet is an iron-eating beast, just like yours. I don't know, but based on my experience raising iron-eating beasts, that one's level shouldn't even be at level 6. It's probably going to lose. Unless it has mastered proficient level hardening, it's very difficult to break through the ice armor, and the iron-eating beast is a classic example of laziness. For an iron-eating beast at this level of growth, hardening is most likely still initial level. Zhuangyi was deeply regretful. She sighed helplessly. Only by contracting with an iron-eating beast could she understand how painful it was to train one. If she could choose again, she would definitely not choose it just for the reason that the iron-eating beast was cute. This kind of pet was too lazy. Shinkai himself made the same judgment as the two passers-by. Usually, there were very few iron-eating beasts at this level that could train their hardening abilities to the proficiency level. At least, none of his classmates could. Moreover, even if he reached the proficiency level, he might not necessarily be able to fight against the ice-armored beast. After all, the two racial skills of his ice-armored beast had also been trained to the proficiency level. Although the comprehensive power of an adult iron-eating beast was greater than that of an adult ice-armored beast, that was after it reached adulthood. This iron-eating beast was clearly still a cub. Ice-armored beast. Ice-splitting claw. Beast tamers and contractual pets could communicate mind-to-mind, similar to telepathy. At the start of the battle, Chen-Kai ordered the ice-armored beast to initiate an attack. Swoosh. The ice-armored beast suddenly erupted, its ice-blue body charging towards 11. At the same time, frost spread on its front claws. Under the lingering cold air, the places it stepped on were all frozen with a layer of white frost. Then it leaped up, waved its sharp ice claws in the air, and tore at the iron-eating beast, its aura very fierce. Not bad. Your cultivation is very good, as expected of a student from an elite school. The judge, Shiroishi, discovered that this ice-armored beast's strength was extraordinary. Harden. On the other side, Shiryu issued an order. Although proficient-level hardening was definitely not weak, it was still their first battle after all. They had no combat experience previously. For Shiryu and 11, it would be a lie to say that they were confident of victory. Could a hardened body defend against the opponent's attack? Could a hardened attack break through the opponent's ice armor? Shiryu and 11 didn't know for the time being. They came for the battle this time to test their abilities. It had to be said that falling training was a pretty good training method. Apart from the final impact, the fall was also a form of training for 11's heart. After all, despite knowing that it would soon suffer a very strong impact, it still had the courage to jump down and smoothly use its ability in the air. It was hard not to develop a firm willpower. Therefore, in the face of the ice-armored beast claw, 11's mental fortitude was surprisingly good. Even if MT Tai collapsed in front of it, its expression would remain unchanged as it directly and steadily activated hardening. It was proficient in hardening, and the release speed was also very fast. In almost an instant, a metallic luster filled its whole body. In the areas of black hair, the metal texture was dark and deep. In the areas of white hair, it hardened into a dazzling silver color. 11 let out a roar and immediately completed its full body armor. Crack! In the next second, the ice-armored beast's ice-splitting claw made contact with the hardened 11. The ice crystals on the ice-armored beast's front claws immediately disintegrated as if it had encountered something hard. At the same time, heartbreaking pain transmitted from its front claws to the ice-armored beast's brain. Counterattack. Almost instantly, little 11 looked at its opponent. After sensing its opponent's attack power, it was only at a loss. Because the power of this attack didn't seem to be as strong as its training. Under Shiryu's command, 11's gaze turned cold, and the confusion disappeared. After letting out a cry, it maintained its hardened state and swung its arm, hitting with all its might. The change in this second was completely unexpected for Qin Kai and the ice-armored beast. Their expressions changed. Ice armor. Qin Kai transmitted his thoughts with a panicked expression. Hiss. The ice-armored beast didn't disappoint and successfully used the ice armor. The ice-blue scales on its body became even more crystalline, and cold air spewed out. Apart from the fact that its scales had become harder, the energy that gushed out could also freeze its opponent on touch. This was the effect of the ice armor. However, as 11's bare paw hit the ice-armored beast, there was a crack sound. The ice armor was like a piece of paper. The outermost layer, like the frost that filled the ice-splitting claw previously, quickly collapsed. Then, the frost that was supposed to freeze the iron-eating beast also shattered messily under the impact. Bang! Under the huge force, the ice-armored beast was sent flying by 11 almost in the blink of an eye. It flew back a few meters, and then rolled on the ground for a few more before everything stopped. After this round of exchanges, everyone present fell silent. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Kai's heart stopped, and his vision turned black. As the beast tamer of the ice-armored beast, he could sense that the ice-armored beast fainted from a single hit. This didn't make sense. This was so unscientific. The flawless ice-armored beast he cultivated lost just like that? How was this possible? At this moment, Shiryu also almost had a cardiac arrest. Because the performance of the proficient-level hardening skill seemed a little too strong. If he had known earlier, he would have just performed normally. He wouldn't have used dinner to stimulate 11's fighting spirit. Was it over just like that? This didn't match the requirement of an evenly matched battle that he wanted. It looked like if he wanted to further test its strength, he would have to find a stronger opponent. It's over? Judge Shiroishi was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard and then opened his mouth wide. What just happened? He looked at the violent iron-eating beast cub with extraordinary strength and felt that it was somewhat different from the naive and innocent look he had surmised at the beginning. The strength of even an adult iron-eating beast was only so. Shouldn't that have been the case? This was proficient-level hardening? Zhuangyu, the iron-eating beast tamer outside the isolation net, said with a shocked expression. They were flabbergasted. They completely didn't expect that a young iron-eating beast, which had only grown to level 5, could develop its hardening ability to such an extent. Your genius student lost. Sorry, I got the wrong person. He's not my classmate, Zhuang Yu said after a moment of silence. Grasping the concept of a proficient level 5 iron-eating beast was ridiculous. This talent was too strong. Also, could that person be a hidden high-level beast tamer who was training a new pet? Otherwise, he might be some rich second-generation heir or royal second-generation heir with top-notch nutritional supplements and special training methods. From Chun Kai's expression, Zhuang Yu could tell how exaggerated Shi Qian and 11's performance was. At this moment, she only hoped that this outstanding student in school could bear the pressure. At this moment, Chun Kai felt like vomiting blood. He didn't understand why he had come to such a place to find an opponent. This iron-eating beast. This beast tamer was completely unreasonable compared to the opponents he had encountered before. If it lost, then so be it. The key was that it was insta-killed without it being able to use any of its training at all. F***CK. How exactly had this iron-eating beast been cultivated? The most ridiculous thing was that after Chun Kai looked at the iron-eating beast, 11 actually smiled unconsciously at that moment. It revealed an unclear kind smile and stabbed Chun Kai in the heart ruthlessly. He regretted it. As expected, school was still more suitable for him. What kind of monsters were there in society? He started to doubt life. 11. Oh, hee. Have you ever touched a steel plate at 4 in the morning? At this moment, Shi Qian, Chun Kai, and the surrounding people had different emotions, but 11 was the happiest. Because dinner was saved. Keeping dinner was a huge victory. This made it even happier than winning the battle. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Beast Tamer Association. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the battle ended, Shi Qian looked at the judge, Shiroishi. He did not know if the judge was a temporary worker, but after a moment in a daze, he finally remembered to announce the result. It was very unprofessional. Hurry up and announce it. Look at how painful the ice-armored beast was. The beast tamer was still waiting to take his pet to treat it. After referee Shiroishi reacted, he hurriedly announced, the ice-armored beast lost the ability to continue battle, so the winner is Shi Qian. We won. After the judge announced the results, Shi Qian immediately called 11 to his side and started rubbing its head in a spiral manner to encourage it. Although there was this myth saying that the head wouldn't grow tall if it kept being touched, Shi Qian still touched it forcefully, mainly because it felt pretty good. Woo. 11 shook its head and called out before being recalled by Shi Qian into the beast taming space. On the other side, Chun Kai also withdrew his beast pet. He had an unaccepting expression as he walked over and asked, are you a beast tamer from Pingqing district? Perhaps a student, or? He just wanted to understand. Yeah, a beast tamer from Pingqing district. Just graduated this year, but I was studying in Icefield City. Shi Qian smiled, knowing that the other party wanted to find out more about him. When he finished speaking, Chun Kai was stunned. Even the judge, Shiroishi, who walked over was stunned. Pingqing district was a suburb of Icefield City, so its educational level was naturally inferior to that of the city. If some students had good grades, they would try their best to apply to the city for better educational resources during the last stage of their school enrollment. Therefore, although Chun Kai was considered an outstanding student in Pingqing, he might not necessarily be better than the students in the city. At this moment, Chun Kai knew why he had lost so badly. However, this difference was still difficult for him to understand. He could only subconsciously imagine that even in the city, Shi Qian would also be among the most outstanding batch of young beast tamers. In a sense, Chun Kai's imagination was right. Even though Shi Qian was like this, he was also a genius. Even in an elite school in Icefield City, his grades were among the best, and his grades for the written test had been very outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to study in the city and in turn at the breeding base in Icefield City. It was actually very troublesome to be a beast tamer because just memorizing the thousands of common pet species, appearances, and skills was enough to make ordinary students suffer. And this was just the foundation. From the appearance of the pets, deducing their growth levels, knowing the weaknesses, habits, and food preferences of different pets were all things one had to learn. Every time Shi Qian saw a new pet, memories related to it would involuntarily appear in his mind. This was also related to his academic personality. It could be said that if not for the fact that Shi Qian was too poor and did not meet some conditions with his results, he could have totally continued on to higher-level educational institutions to further his studies and would not have had to apply for graduation directly after his internship. There was no such thing as the college entrance examination in this world. Most students could enter society at the age of 18. For example, assessments such as the Professional Beast Tamer examination and Class Breeder examination were more like alternative college entrance examinations, but they required the graduates of various specializations to register themselves. After passing these assessments, not only did one get the key to a more comfortable job, it was also equivalent to having a chance to enter a higher-level institute. This was also why Shi coveted the certification for evaluations such as Professional Beast Tamer and Professional Breeder. Without a professional certificate, he couldn't even afford to raise pets. Sigh. There's nothing else, right? I'll leave first. After greeting Shiroishi and Shinkai, Shi left directly. Oh, Shinkai nodded blankly. He kept feeling that something was wrong. That's not right. I'm also a prospective graduate for this year. Isn't there still a month before graduation? Shinkai suddenly thought. Why did Shi say that he had just graduated? The graduation time you're talking about is the graduation time of the battle specialization. As for other students like judges, medical care, and nursing specializations, due to internship arrangements, their graduation time will be even earlier, the judge, Shiroishi added. Shinkai was confused. He looked at Shiryu's departing figure and cursed in his heart. So this Shiryu wasn't even a battle specialization student? Student Shinkai, do you need to bring your ice-armored beast to the infirmary? In addition, you are in a bet battle. After that, please pay the usage fees for 2 people. Shinkai had a headache. I'll go to the infirmary first. The beast taming space not only had the effect of promoting growth, but injured pets in there would also have their injuries worsen at an extremely slow rate. Moreover, after the beast taming space's level was higher, it could even accelerate the healing of injuries. However, apart from beast tamers with special medical talent, the recovery effect of injuries in the space was usually very slow under normal circumstances. It could only provide relief. Therefore, Shinkai wouldn't choose not to use the medical room here, particularly since he had already spent 200 yuan for it. After leaving the battle hall, Shiryu felt a little bored. He might have underestimated the increase in battle power brought by proficiency level hardening. In this case, unless he participated in a group battle between level 7 to 10 of the battle hall, it would be very difficult to find an opponent. But before he left, he asked, beast tamers could only choose teams according to the level of their pet's growth. They couldn't choose between levels because the opponent might not necessarily want to fight someone weaker than them, unless Shiryu brought his opponent to the venue and only rented the place. However, there was still the problem that Shiryu had no place to look for an opponent. He didn't know anyone. Forget it. Let's go to the Beast Tamer Association to take a look. Because the battle ended faster than he imagined, and because Shiryu felt that there was no need to waste more time in the battle hall, he decided to look for suitable battle venues elsewhere. After spending some time, he went straight to the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng District. This was a huge building complex, located in the core of the area. In the center of the building complex was a rather large, 13-story tall building. Shiryu had come here to settle various procedures before. It wasn't his first time here, so he easily found his target, the mission hall. The Beast Tamer Association also had the function to accept and issue missions. Beast Tamers could receive some missions here and receive rewards after completing them. These missions were carefully selected by the association for the trainee Beast Tamers. In a way, these missions could train the various abilities of a Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer Association Mission Hall of Pingcheng District was similar to the field training organized by the association every 3 months. In fact, they were all methods to nurture local beast trainers. No matter which city it was, everyone hoped that there would be more professional beast tamers in their cities. Beast tamers were stronger, whether it was through missions or training. They would all lay the foundations for the trainee beast tamers. In the beginning, Shiryu didn't want to come here. This was because the missions were all under the transcendent level in the Beast Tamer Association. They were mainly to train beast tamers and pets. The core was to provide training areas. It was a classic example of tiring work for little money. If he let the iron-eating beast carry bricks, they might get more money for their effort than here. However, the current situation was that he wasn't here to earn money. He purely wanted to see if he could find suitable opponents in the missions here. Even if he couldn't find a combat partner, he could still do other missions that were suitable for training 11. In consideration of 11's mental and physical health, Shiryu felt that he couldn't let it train as a shut-in. Jumping off a building every day would cause problems to pop up in its head sooner or later. It was still beneficial to come into contact with more external things. Sure, you could clearly feel that 11 was very happy to be brought out to battle this time. 1-star mission, capture stray cats. Description: recently, an organized and large-scale team of thieving stray cats appeared in this area. In the mission hall, Shi Qian, who was standing in front of the mission board, had a face full of question marks. How could stray cats be organized? Well, considering that some extraordinary creatures had pretty high intelligence, it was really possible that they were organized. What did they steal? Seafood? Cat food? Well, that was fine. 1-star mission, battle sparring partner. Description: needing wind element pets above the 6th level of growth as sparring partners. This mission reward was alright. Unfortunately, 11 couldn't fly, and so, Shi Qian passed it. 1-star mission, wilderness escort. 1-star mission, capture the living body of the wind locust. 1-star mission, eliminate the earth mouse. There were hundreds of missions densely packed. Shi Qian studied them carefully. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Eliminating Earth Rats. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Although there were many missions, there didn't seem to be many suitable for 11. The missions here were purely because some people wanted to spend little to hire beast tamers as temporary workers. For example, the mission to capture the wind locust alive was issued by a hotel and entrusted to the Beast Tamer Association. Wind locusts were extraordinary creatures, agricultural pests, and even popular food on the dining table. Compared to directly buying live wind locusts from the farm, it was more practical to purchase them here in the form of a mission. The only downside was that the efficiency was slower, but this obviously wasn't a time-limited emergency mission. They wanted it to be long-term. It was actually quite troublesome to catch a flying wind locust. Although these guys weren't much stronger than the green silkworm, their agility was very high. Their racial skill was windwings, so they were very fast. After looking around, if it wasn't because 11 couldn't fly, and it was too difficult to carry out this mission, perhaps Shi Qian would have chosen this mission. In the battle just now, although victory was relatively easy, it wasn't like Shi Qian didn't reflect on it at all. That ice-armored beast's attack was very fast. 11, who didn't have much battle experience, could only instinctively harden his whole body's defense against the attack. However, there was actually another choice at that time. It was to determine the opponent's attack position and only carry out a partial hardening. This way, it could save a lot of stamina. Although proficiency level hardening gave them the ability to fight with their whole bodies hardened, the pets winning at the smallest cost obviously meant that they had better battle skills. Perhaps the next skill can be supervision. Although the iron-eating beast's explosive speed was very fast, it needed to have better reaction speed and vision. Shi Qian felt that his eyesight was better than 11's even while wearing sunglasses. This racial flaw caused 11 to be unable to accurately determine the enemy's attack position during the battle just now, so it could only harden its whole body. But if it acquired supervision, this situation could be greatly improved. In battle, it would effectively be able to see the enemy's attack. And missions such as capturing agile wind locusts were obviously also training methods to cultivate one's supervision and reflexes to a relatively good level. Naturally, it was a backup choice for Shi Qian. Actually, this mission to eliminate the earth mouse can also be done. As 11 couldn't fly, Shi Qian was looking at another mission. The earth element rat, also known as the earth mouse, was a low-level creature in the pet world. Their racial skill was earth escape. In other words, they were good at underground escape. In terms of battle power, awakened earth element rats were at most comparable to wild dogs. They could, one-on-one, handle adults with weapons. However, the trouble with these creatures was that they reproduced too quickly, came in large numbers, and were agile. When they encountered danger, they would usually cooperate with each other, and it was impossible to judge their threat from just the level of growth normally. Fortunately, unless they encountered a desperate situation, their first choice when encountering other creatures would definitely be to escape. Otherwise, the impact they had would definitely be greater. But even so, this kind of creature was even worse than the wind locust. They were listed as one of the 4 pests because they moved frequently, were usually hungry, and acted rampant, searching for food with all their might. Not only were they stealing food and destroying crops, but their earth escape skills could also damage buildings. There might be a relatively small number of them in the city, but there were a large number of earth rats in some rural areas. It was difficult to get rid of them completely no matter what. It was very troublesome. The mission to get rid of the earth mice was jointly issued by several villages that were under the Pingcheng district. It was also a long-term mission. Almost every day, there would be a beast tamer team going to the countryside to get rid of these pests. Annihilating the earth rat might not necessarily be easier than capturing the wind locust. It seemed like it could also be used to train 11's reaction speed. This reminded Shiryu of a game. Beat the earth mouse. Finding the earth rat and getting rid of it before it escaped into the ground, wasn't that the same as playing the whack-a-mole game? This mission would be paid according to the number of earth rats that were killed. The price wasn't high either, so it was inferior to the wind locust. Shiryu suspected that the main reason was that their bodies tasted like mud. No one wanted to eat them. They weren't as tasty as the wind locust, so the bounties were cheap. It's not bad to take 11 out to train for a few days. The hardening training has come to an end. The proficient level of hardening is enough for now. To properly train a pet, it had to develop in all aspects. After confirming that he had accepted the mission to clear the earth rat, Shiryu, who was holding his identity certificate, prepared to register. But just as he was queuing, coincidentally, he felt that the person in front was very familiar. The beast tamer in front of him also seemed to have sensed something. He subconsciously turned around and saw the smiling Shiryu. What a coincidence. Has the ice-armored beast recovered? This person happened to be the top student Shiryu and 11 had just defeated, Chen Kai. At that moment, when Chen Kai turned around and saw Shiryu, his expression darkened instantly. It's recovered, he said unhappily. Are you here for a mission too? Shiryu asked. Chen Kai nodded. After the ice-armored beast's injuries were treated by the beast tamer with healing ability in the battle hall, the more he thought about it after losing the battle, the more uncomfortable he felt. Thus, Chen Kai decided to work hard and take advantage of the weekend to take on missions to train himself. Then, he took a taxi here, one step faster than Shiryu, who couldn't bear to spend money on one. You too? What mission do you plan to take on? Chen Kai asked after nodding. He wanted to know what kind of training mission an expert like Shiryu would accept. Perhaps it would be worth some reference. Clearing rats. Specifically earth rats, said Shiryu. By yourself. Chen Kai was stunned. Shiryu nodded. Is there a problem? No. Usually, it's more suitable for a few people to team up for this mission. Because earth element rats are too cunning, teamwork is often needed to more easily eliminate them on a large scale. Why don't I form a team with you? I'll take this mission too, Chen Kai said hurriedly. Shiryu. What was wrong with this person? I'm not a beauty, and I had just tortured him. Why was he so proactive? There's no difference between one person and two people, right? I can go and call 2 more classmates. When the time comes, there will be people controlling, people pulling aggro, and people attacking. It will be more efficient. Shiryu. Are you fighting a level boss here? Shiryu thought about it. A few earth rats alone were indeed not much of a threat, but if there were more of them, it would indeed be a little difficult for him to deal with a nest of them. Forming a team seemed to be a pretty good choice too. He couldn't be as antisocial as before. Sure, Shiryu nodded and said, then let's take this mission together. All right, I'll call 2 more students tonight to form a standard 4-person team. Chen Kai smiled. If it were just someone of the same age, he wouldn't be so rushed either. It was mainly because Shiryu's strength had indeed hit him. He wanted to take a further look at how Shiryu trained his pets. How did Shiryu train the lazy, iron-eating beast? After the 2 confirmed it, they agreed to meet here tomorrow morning. After that, Shiryu didn't stay outside for long. On the way home, he headed to the pharmacy to replenish his supplements. You again. In the pharmacy, the young doctor had a strange expression when she saw Shiryu. This was the 3rd time Shiryu had come in the past half a month. What exactly was this person doing every day? Cough. There's been a lot more training and even a battle between pets. In addition, my health has been poor since I was young, so I have no choice, Shiryu explained. The young doctor expressed his understanding and sympathy and gave Shiryu supplements. At this moment, Shiryu was also considering whether he should change to another pharmacy. Otherwise, his reputation would be affected sooner or later. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Supervision. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When Shiryu returned home, he started to fiddle with dinner for 11. At night, after the little iron-eating beast finished eating the iron bamboo, Shiryu also swallowed 2 refreshing capsules. Then, Shiryu called 11 over to teach it new skills. 11, come here. 11, who was full, was about to celebrate today's victory, and the celebration method was to double the training tonight. With food and drink, he just had to work hard and train so that he could gain powerful strength and easily win battles. This kind of life was very fulfilling for the little metal-eating beast. The only flaw was that it felt uneasy whenever you used the skill index. Skill, supervision. Skill level, intermediate. Status, can be taught. Under 11's confused gaze, you taught it the supervision skill. 11's heart skipped a beat. It wanted to be able to tell everyone that its strength came from its own hard work. Little gluttonous iron beast, degree. Unfortunately, it couldn't say it now. Sigh, this free strength was too unstable. What I taught you just now is a supervision skill. You can use your spiritual power to activate it. Now, your vision should have been strengthened quite a bit, and you should be able to see clearly at night. 11 was originally very conflicted, but after hearing that its vision had been enhanced and that it could even see at night, its expression gradually became serious. Woo! 11 rubbed the dark circles on its face and then quickly ran out. It looked at the dark night and gradually became excited. It jumped up excitedly. Great! It was even more convenient to train at night now. It had not worked hard enough previously, and now it was going to make up for it overnight. At the same time, as the cooldown time of the skill duplication scroll changed to 48 hours, you slumped onto the bed in despair. He estimated that he would only be able to recover his energy in the morning. Now, all you wanted was for 11 to stop hitting the steel plate tonight and let him have a good sleep. With this energy, it would be better to keep it for catching earth mice tomorrow. In a certain house in a luxurious neighborhood not far from the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng District. When Shi Qian returned home, he was just about to call some people in the class chat group to go hunting ground rats together tomorrow. However, at this moment, a private message popped up in his messaging app. Zhuangyu, I saw you on the battlefield this afternoon. Shi Qian, what did you see? Zhuangyu, I saw enough. The corners of Shi Qian's mouth twitched. He was famous. The image of his classmate Zhuangyu's bespectacled face appeared in Shi Qian's mind, and he felt a wave of anger. She saw it. Didn't this mean that all the girls in the class would know? Then, the whole class would know that he was insta-killed by a passerby. Zhuangyu, do you know the beast tamer of that iron-eating beast? Shi Qian, why? Do you want to learn from him about raising iron-eating beasts? Zhuangyu, sort of. He left too quickly yesterday. I couldn't keep up. Shi Qian, you've asked the right person. Do you want to fight the earth rat? Well, find another beast tamer with a control-type pet. We have enough damage output. No need for more attack types. The next day, at the old place, the Beast Tamer Association's mission hall. You arrived early, but Shi Qian arrived earlier than him. Didn't sleep well yesterday. When Shi Qian realized that Shiryu had yawned all the way over, he had asked in confusion. I didn't rest well, but it's all right. Although 11 was very obedient and considerate last night, the after effect of teaching mid-level skills was still very strong. However, Shiryu could still accept this state. After all, when he was in his third year of high school, he had been in this state the whole school year. Once he got used to it, he would be more energetic after a while. After all, no matter what, in his student days before transmigration, he had also been a little Superman with good learning, good health, poor sleeping and food, and a comprehensive development of virtue, intelligence, beauty, and labor. This weak state couldn't destroy his willpower at all. You said you were bringing some teammates? You asked immediately. Not here yet, but it should be soon. After waiting for a while, the person Shi Qian called arrived. It was two girls about his age, both wearing ordinary sportswear. A small round face with glasses and a single ponytail. The other one had a standard oval face. The student had short hair and wasn't short. Shiryu, this is my classmate, Zhuangyu. The other is her friend, the beast tamer of experimental high school, Yu Jingjing. Hello. Shiryu nodded. Hello, Divine One. The two of them said in unison. Shiryu. What praise was this? It was so awkward. Shi Qian coughed dryly and said, the two of them passed by the battlefield yesterday and saw us fighting. All right, let's each introduce ourselves. Shi Qian didn't want to talk about yesterday's battle anymore, so he quickly changed the topic. My pet is a level 6 ice-armored beast. It has mastered proficient ice-splitting claw and ice armor. My pet is a level 6 iron-eating beast. It has mastered initial level hardening. The round-faced girl, Zhuangyu, said. With that said, she glanced at Shiryu. After all, compared to Shiryu's proficient level in hardening, her pet's initial level was really quite embarrassing. My pet is a level 6 thorny monster. It has a proficient level entanglement skill, the tall girl, Yu Jingjing, said. The thorny monster was a plant-type wood element pet and looked like a snake with long spikes all over its body. It could freely control the thorny branches that it created. The prey that was wrapped around would either die or be crippled. My pet is a level 5 iron-eating beast and has mastered expert-level hardening. Shi Qian also introduced himself. When he finished speaking, the 3 students felt suffocated, because the growth level and skill proficiency were really not proportional. This is too exaggerated, Zhuang Yu couldn't help but say. Shi Qian felt that it was alright. When they saw how diligent 11 was, they would probably understand. Shi Qian looked forward to seeing the look on their faces when the iron-eating beast went through its endless self-discipline training. You guys should hurry up and register for the mission. We leave at 8 sharp, Chen Kai said. 8 a.m. The 4 of them got on the bus on time and prepared to head to the countryside near Pingqing. The place they were headed to was called White Stream Village. It was a relatively poor village that was under the jurisdiction of Pingqing District. The place was mainly agricultural, so it was especially troubled by the existence of creatures such as wind locust and earth mice. After being in the car for a while, the 4 people sitting in a row couldn't help but start chatting. Chen Kai was the first to ask Shi Qian. I forgot to ask yesterday. You said you've already graduated, and you aren't even a battle specialization beast tamer. Not a battle specialization? Beside them, Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing seemed to have heard some explosive news. It could be so strong even when it wasn't training against professional pets? No, I'm a breeder, Shi Qian said calmly. Compared to battling, cultivating pets was his forte. Fighting and killing were so crude, so being proficient in cultivation was the way to go. It was very reasonable for a professional beast tamer to train a pet to be proficient in hardening. The other 3 were silent. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Bamboo Stone Dojo. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After about an hour, the 4 of them arrived at White Stream Village. After alighting at the bus stop for the village, they were quickly received by the village committee staff. Although the 4 of them weren't professional beast tamers, as long as they could come and get rid of the earth mice, White Stream Village would warmly welcome them. As time was tight, the 4 of them didn't stand on ceremony. After arriving at their destination, they headed straight for the catastrophe area, which was mainly farmland and woods. Outside the endless farmland and woods, Shi Qian and the others were momentarily speechless. Where should they start? In fact, some unintelligent and weaker earth rats had already been killed by the dogs and cats reared by the farmers under their direction. Therefore, they only had to get rid of some relatively high-level and relatively cunning earth element rats. These earth rats had strange movements, were good at concealment, and had strong battle power. They were very difficult to eliminate. Let's summon our pets first, Shi Qian suggested. 11's supervision was the only way to lock onto an earth rat in such a complicated environment. Okay. As Shi Qian finished speaking, the 4 of them communicated with the beast taming space and summoned their pets. An iron-eating beast appeared in front of Shi Qian and Zhuang Yu. His ice-armored beast appeared in front of Chen Kai, and a thorny snake appeared in front of Yu Jingjing. Just as she finished summoning her pet, Zhuang Yu's gaze was attracted by 11. Yesterday, she had only observed it from a distance and had not discovered anything. But today, when she looked at it up close, she realized that Shi Qian's iron-eating beast had developed perfectly. Be it the color of its hair or its body shape, it appeared very healthy. Excuse me, your iron-eating beast was also obtained from the iron bamboo breeding base. Shi Qian nodded. All the iron-eating beasts in the entire Icefield City were probably bred by the iron bamboo breeding base, including Zhuang Yu's. However, Zhuang Yu's iron-eating beast was clearly larger than Shi Qian's. It was slightly older, so the 2 iron-eating beasts shouldn't be from the same batch. As they weren't the same batch of cubs, the 2 iron-eating beasts didn't seem to recognize each other. 11 took a look at the other party and quickly looked away. On the other hand, Chen Kai's ice-armored beast looked at 11 fearfully the whole time. Its body was about to melt. Wait. Zhuang Yu suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Are you an apprentice from Bamboo Stone Dojo? This seemed to be the only explanation for how powerful Shi Qian was. No, Shi Qian shook his head. Bamboo Stone Dojo and Iron Bamboo Breeding Base were one. The owner of the dojo and the owner of the farm were the same person. The Iron Bamboo Breeding Base was the place iron eaters were bred and raised, and the Bamboo Stone Dojo was the place specially designed to nurture beast tamers who signed contracts with iron-eating beasts. The current owner of the Bamboo Stone Dojo was a master rank beast trainer who cultivated iron-eating beasts. It could be said that in Icefield City, the beast tamers would definitely say that the beast tamers of Bamboo Stone Dojo were the ones who knew the most about cultivating iron-eating beasts. It was normal for Zhuangyu to suspect that Shiryu was an apprentice of the Bamboo Stone Dojo. Even if Shiryu said that he was a personal disciple of the Bamboo Stone Dojo, she would probably believe him. However, although Shiryu and Bamboo Stone Dojo weren't related now, he would go and seek guidance sooner or later. Well, or maybe they could learn from each other. You aren't? I thought you were definitely a personal disciple of Bamboo Stone Dojo, Zhuangyu laughed. Currently, the most powerful beast tamer in Pingqing is Hall Master Lin, right? Chen Kai said. From apprentice to professional to master, these ranks were further divided into primary level, intermediate level, and advanced level. The Bamboo Stone Dojo's Hall Master Lin that Chen Kai mentioned was a master rank beast tamer. His strength was ranked among the top, even in the entire Icefield City. I don't know if Hall Master Lin is the most impressive, but his daughter seems to be the youngest professional beast tamer in Pingqing District. Yu Jingjing said. I think she passed the vocation assessment when she was 18 years old. Later on, I heard that she entered one of the 9 major schools to study. She should have graduated now. I wonder what level she has reached. Your news is outdated. That Lin Xiuzhu later chose the feeding specialization. Now that she has returned to Pingcheng, she was the one who helped me choose my iron-eating beast, Zhuangyu said. Sister Xiuzhu said that she studied this specialization to see if there was any possibility of the iron-eating beast evolving again. I wonder if she succeeded. But I think it's still too difficult. Master Lin has cultivated iron-eating beasts his whole life, but he hasn't been able to find any possibility of them evolving again. I guess this is the limit for the iron-eating beast. Besides, even if we find out, it has nothing to do with us. The iron-eating beast in front of Zhuangyu had dozed off. It was extremely Buddhist and aloof from worldly affairs. Stop chatting. I found the earth mice, said Shiryu. While the few of them were chatting, 11, who used his supervision, had already locked on to an earth rat. Shiryu didn't care whether it could evolve at all. It was fine for now. After being reminded by 11, Shiryu followed its gaze. In a corner of the farmland, a huge rat about 30 centimeters long with no hair and a body made of stone was secretly picking red fruits. Over there. Shiryu pointed over, and the other 3 also looked over. Based on its size, it's probably level 4. Besides, it's alone and doesn't pose much of a threat. The difficult part is how to eliminate it before it reacts and flees. Chen Kai said. The books say that earth mice are very vigilant. Compared to sound and light, they are more sensitive to temperature. When the iron-eating beast and ice-armored beast get close to it, their body temperature will affect them, so they might notice, Yu Jingjing said. I'll let the thorny monster disguise as a plant and approach it first. Let's see if I can get my pet to wrap around it directly. But I wonder if the thorns of the thorny monster can affect its earth shell body. When the time comes, you guys follow up. The other 3 agreed to this strategy. Under Yu Jingjing's orders, her thorny monster started to disguise itself as a plant and slowly crawled on the ground. The thorny monster was indeed very similar to a plant. After all, it was a plant life form. The earth mouse didn't sense it at all. After all, in its eyes, this kind of plant was just food. High-level hunters often appeared in the form of prey. At the same time, 11 and the ice-armored beast also started to prepare for the hunt. Only Zhuangyu's iron-eating beast was still at a loss. It widened its eyes under its dark circles and looked over with all its might. Where was the earth mouse? Why couldn't it see it? Ordinary iron-eating beasts were like this. After all, the protective colors of the earth element mouse were too good. Soon, the thorny monster arrived near the earth mouse. It extended a branch covered in spikes and locked onto the earth mouse. Swoosh. The thorny monster let out a fatal entanglement, but none of the earth mouse, which could grow to level 4 in such an environment, was easy to deal with. At the critical moment, the earth mouse sensed danger and was so scared that it threw down the red fruit and ran. Whoosh. It turned and ran. Its speed was very fast as it successfully dodged the attack. Usually, when earth mice came out to look for food, they would dig holes in advance to escape. They wouldn't escape on the spot. As for earth escape, its speed was actually not very fast, so slow that it would have been very easy to be caught. It was better to use an emergency route. After losing the first attack, the thorny monster no longer hid. More branches grew out of its body and flew towards the earth mouse, restricting its movement and speed. At the same time, 11 and the ice-armored beast had already released their full strength. Think you can run? Chen Kai shouted. The ice-armored beast was also good at digging holes. If it was given time, it could even penetrate an iceberg. Even if the earth mouse escaped underground, it wouldn't be impossible to catch it. Of course, the best situation was to kill the earth rat before it approached the hole. However, the ice-armored beast was still a step slower. The earth rat successfully arrived at the entrance of the cave. Just as the earth rat was overjoyed and wanted to enter, 11, who was much faster than the ice-armored beast, descended. In the previous battle, 11 had instantly defeated the ice-armored beast without moving, but this didn't mean that its explosive speed was inferior to that of the ice-armored beast. Boom! From running, 11 quickly overtook the ice-armored beast and caught up to the earth rat. It leaped up and hit the hole the earth rat was about to enter with its hard palm. Like a huge piece of steel falling from the sky, a huge impact was accompanied by dust and mist. A huge pit was directly smashed out of the ground by 11. With its supervision and explosive power, it felt much more agile than yesterday. It discovered the hole a step ahead of the thorny monster and ice-armored beast. 11 showed a proud expression. The earth rat was stunned on the spot. What about its home? Eawea. After that, the rat was captured with an entanglement. But right now, everyone's focus was on the huge pit beside 11. What kind of power was this? Why did it feel like it had fallen from the sky? The other 3 people's scalps went numb. They looked at the iron-eating beast cub, which was like a little fatty, and felt that with it around, they could directly go and find trouble with the group of earth rats. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. An Unusual Duo. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ordinary people would definitely have a headache dealing with these earth element rats. That was why they were always handing them over to beast tamers, even a group of rookie beast tamers like Shi Qian and the others, since the efficiency was extraordinary. The battle power of the earth mouse that had grown some was basically comparable to that of a wild dog. It was very strong. In other words, ordinary people would definitely be afraid of wild dogs even if they had weapons in their hands. But before the current iron-eating beast with battle power and supervision, it could only be said that these earth rats were unlucky. One by one, the earth mouse was glad that it wasn't a bamboo rat. It didn't taste very good, all right? Otherwise, it would definitely be annihilated. But even if it was a bamboo rat, 11 might not be willing to eat it. Due to the evolution of its body, the iron-eating beasts in this world basically didn't like to eat meat anymore. Instead, they loved to eat metal ores, which was quite novel. Sure, you just didn't know if there were any creatures like iron-skinned rats. As the thorny monster put down the earth mouse that had been entangled until it lost its mobility, Yu Jingjing spoke. This one counts as Shi Yu's kill. Without his iron-eating beast, this earth rat would definitely have run away. She had still underestimated the earth mouse's reaction speed. The thorny monster, as a natural hunter, actually couldn't capture the earth mouse at the first moment. It seemed that their level wasn't good enough. Yes, Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu had no objections. The reward for eliminating an earth rat was only about 10 yuan each. Even Shi Yu didn't fancy it, let alone students with pretty good family conditions like them. In Shi Yu's opinion, if he could get rid of 100 earth rats in a day, he would barely be able to keep above 11's food consumption and the nutritional supplements he'd have to buy. But then again, he wouldn't come here if it was to earn money. Exercising its supervision was the most important thing. Next, we'll act according to what we said in the car. Let's split up, said Shi Yu. All right. Chen Kai nodded. Then we'll meet here at noon. This way, the clearing speed would increase a little. After all, this farmland and the whole forest were too big. First, they would split up. When they encountered a lone earth mouse, they would think of ways to deal with it. When they encountered groups of earth mice, they would call everyone and come up with a plan together. When the time came, the efficiency of teamwork would be higher. Let's see who can get rid of more earth rats, Yu Jingjing said. Zhuang Yu looked at her iron-eating beast and fell into deep thought. If they were to compete, she suspected that she would be at the bottom. Why did she feel that her iron-eating beast wasn't even the same species as Shi Yu's iron-eating beast? At this point, Zhuang Yu's iron-eating beast had already started to doze off in a daze. Meanwhile, Shi Yu's iron-eating beast was still looking around energetically. With good eyesight, everything was pleasing to the eye. With poor eyesight, everything looked like a mosaic. This was 11's current mood. After making the agreement, the 4 of them separated. The target is 20 before noon, Shi Yu said to 11 who was following beside him. Woo! 11 showed a serious expression. No, it wanted to catch 200. It was rare for its eyesight to become so good. It wanted to move around to its heart's content. Otherwise, not only will we not earn anything, but we will also lose money. Since we don't have much money, we can only deduct it from your side. Sob. 11's face fell, and it looked aggrieved as it dispelled the palm that was hardened already. Life was hard. Let's not train hardening today. The main thing is to train your reflexes. With your physique, you can defeat the earth rat without using any skills. Shiryu heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow could even leave marks on steel plates now. Those fruit trees and crops really wouldn't be able to take it. But no matter how many you catch, the remuneration you receive can all be used to increase your meals. When the rewards and punishments were clearly distinguished, 11's eyes lit up. Then, 11 started galloping wantonly in the field. The middle-aged farmer who was in charge of guarding and patrolling the farm arrived late. He followed behind to count the number of earth rats they had cleared. This group of giant rats was indeed difficult to deal with. It was still all right if they encountered those far away from the hole. With 11's explosive power, he could completely capture their trajectory and quickly knock them out. But when it encountered those near the hole, even though 11 tried very hard, a few of them escaped. It was so angry that it wanted to get Shiryu to teach it earth escape on the spot so that it could directly go underground to catch them. Shiryu was speechless. Didn't you dislike skills that you reaped without sowing? Now he knew that having more skills was a good thing. However, replicating earth escape was impossible. With the upper limit of the number of skills recorded in the skill index, every skill had to be chosen carefully. Didn't he see that he was so poor that he was looking for business opportunities with the worm silk skill? If he got the earth escape skill, he would have to directly open an underground construction business. Time passed quickly. At noon, Shiryu and 11's battle results were temporarily at 22. On average, they had captured an earth mouse every 5 minutes. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter groups, or else there would have been even more. At this moment, because 11 was full of energy, it was still looking for earth rats all over the field. Typical rats didn't rest, so it didn't rest. The other 3 returned feeling dizzy from hunger. Only Shiryu and 11 were still working hard. Damn, you guys are still catching? Shinkai said in disbelief. After the 3 of them gathered at Shiryu's side, they looked at 11, who was extremely active in the field, and their mentality was slightly affected. It had been more than 2 hours. How was this iron-eating beast still so energetic? Especially Zhuangyu, who had a strange expression on her face. After all, her iron-eating beast had started to nap not long after it started to move. After all, this is also a form of training. Apart from eating, my iron-eating beast likes to train, Shiryu said after a moment of silence. This is nothing compared to his usual training. The 3 of them. Weren't you in a bad state this morning? Why are you so energetic now? Shinkai looked at Shiryu blankly. It was fine if the iron-eating beast wasn't tired as it was a supernatural creature, but why was Shiryu still so energetic? Despite being under the sun for so long, it was as if he had been doing nothing. Shiryu casually took out the refreshing capsule and said, "Want one? It's pretty useful." The 3 of them were affected even more. After all, when a normal person was tired, they would subconsciously want to rest. But Shiryu relied on supplements to recover? This was too much. I think I know how I lost to this beast tamer from the city. Shinkai subconsciously imagined the scene of the students in the city staying up late to study medicine. He wasn't afraid that others were more talented than him, but he was afraid that others would work harder than him. Damn it, he had completely lost. Zhuangyu looked at 11, who looked completely different from her iron-eating beast in the distance, and asked Shiryu, "You guys, how many have you eliminated?" "What about you guys?" Shiryu asked. "I have 6, Yu Jingjing said. 7, Shinkai said. Zhuangyu sighed. Iron-eating beasts are too stupid. There were only 2 for us. Woo. At this moment, 11 happened to return and caught the keywords that the iron-eating beasts were dumb, which it understood. It was immediately unhappy. Don't insult all the iron-eating beasts as one. The physiques between different iron-eating beasts couldn't be compared. Following it was the patrolling farmer who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield for Shiryu and the others. Don't say that. This little metal-eating beast is the most efficient pet I've ever seen. It caught 22 earth rats in 2 hours. It's very impressive. He had only seen this kind of efficiency on some eagle-type pets. He would have never imagined it from iron-eating beasts. 22? The other 3 couldn't think straight anymore. 22? Not even 12, but 22. Zhuangyu was also stunned. 11 times her total? Was he kidding? Let's eat lunch and rest first, said Shi. They gave up. There was no point in competing anymore. Food was more important. The village committee staff brought them lunchboxes. After eating a little, they still had to continue working. This was also the first request for the four of them. But after all, they were here to train, so they just had to make do with lunch. There was no need for a lunch break. Just a little rest would do. Then, the four of them each took a simple lunchbox and started eating, along with cold mineral water. Zhuang Yu's iron-eating beast, Chun Kai's ice-armored beast, and Yu Jingjing's thorny beast were also taken back to the beast taming space to rest. Only 11 was still outside. After wolfing down a few mouthfuls of the iron bamboo shoot rations in Shi Yu's backpack, in order to not waste too much time, it ran to the side to train hard. It felt that its explosive speed was still too slow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let so many earth rats escape. Letting one run away was equivalent to losing a piece of bamboo. In his grief, 11 started running around the field. This behavior confused Chun Kai and the other two. Looking at the self-disciplined and diligent 11, Zhuang Yu, Chun Kai, and Yu Jingjing felt their chests tighten. They didn't understand what was going on. Although there was mineral water, they felt that this box lunch was really hard to swallow. They looked at Shi Yu, who thought this was very normal. Doesn't your iron-eating beast need to rest? Zhuang Yu asked. This didn't make sense. Iron-eating beast shouldn't be like this. Back then, she had been picking at the breeding base for so long. Why didn't she see such a lively iron-eating beast? Why else do you think it can master proficiency level hardening? Shi Yu was very calm throughout. The three of them were immediately speechless. That made sense. However, beast tamers who carried tonics with them, iron-eating beasts who didn't sleep at noon and practiced sprinting instead. You guys are definitely abnormal. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Professional Assessment. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In fact, it was proven that not only was idiocy and laughter contagious, but hard work also had a chance of contagion. After finishing the box lunch and taking a short rest, Chun Kai and the others looked at the iron-eating beast that was still in training and felt a little uneasy. Even the known-to-be lazy iron-eating beast was so hard-working and diligent. If it didn't waste any time, what right did they have to rest? I finally understand why the passing rate of the Beast Tamer Vocation Assessment in the city is so high. Are all the beast tamers in your city so hardworking? And how exactly did you train your pet to be so disciplined? Chun Kai's face twitched. Was the education level in the city really that much higher than in the suburbs? It's not that exaggerated, Shi Yu said. It seemed that he had unknowingly increased the three people's views on beast tamers in big cities. Misunderstanding, it was purely a misunderstanding. He brought supplements purely because he was helpless. He didn't want to work so hard either, but the cost of using the skill index was just that high. What could he do? As for 11, it was purely an accident. It had the hard work attribute from the start. It had nothing to do with him. 11 might have belonged to someone else, but was left over for Shi Yu to pick up. Back then, only Lin Xiuzhu, and he could tell that 11 had extraordinary potential. Lin Xiuzhu had a lot of experience in raising pets, and he purely had the trump card guarantee of the index, so he had confidence in choosing any kind of pet. By chance, an illogical combination of interplay occurred between Shi Yu and 11. In any case, there was really no need to learn from them. They were special cases. You mustn't believe what you see with your eyes. You will only run astray. Although that was the case, it was difficult for Shi Yu to explain. He couldn't persuade others not to work hard, right? How is it not exaggerated? But it's also good to exaggerate a little. Only then will there be a future. Don't say any more. In the future, I'll request the ice-armored beast to train at this level. Me too. I'll go to the pharmacy tomorrow to buy a box of refreshing capsules and stay up late to study. I don't believe it. They both have 2 arms and 2 legs. I can do it too if I want, Chun Kai said through gritted teeth. He had shamelessly followed Shi Yu on this mission because he wanted to see why Shi Yu was so strong and find the relevant reasons. Now that he had finally found it, he naturally had to give it a try. Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they felt that they had indeed relaxed a little. There was clearly still a lot of time to work hard. Tomorrow, definitely. Shi Yu. Were they really going to work so hard? Then he wished them success. It wasn't a bad thing to be hardworking anyway. Shi Yu was very pleased that his excellent quality could affect others. Shi Yu, are you going to take part in the Professional Beast Tamer Assessment? By the way, are you going to take the nursing specialization, or are you going to take the professional feeder assessment? Shi Qian asked. Well, a professional beast tamer was the traditional beast tamer promotion route. It tested the battle power of the beast tamer. The assessment for professional feeders was the beast tamer's level of raising and cultivation level, so most of the work would be done at the farm. The higher level ones could work alone, help other beast tamers take care of their pets, and even give birth to related occupations such as skill teachers and evolution planners. Logically speaking, sure, you should be a breeding specialist, and he even had the index. He would definitely earn a lot of money in the future by taking the professional feeder assessment. However, his second talent was really strange. Shi Qian was really afraid of being caught and cut into pieces after being exposed. Although this country was also a society governed by law now, there was clearly a hierarchy between high-level beast tamers and ordinary people. From the fact that there wasn't even a relatively fair promotion route like the college entrance examination, it could be seen that this world's monopoly was very serious. In some public battles, there were also cases of beast tamers scheming against each other. It was very dangerous for sects to compete and countries to get involved. Besides, there were also some highly intelligent transcendent creatures eyeing the human area. He didn't want to lose his freedom. Sure, you thought about it. If the teaching method of the skill index couldn't be changed, he definitely wouldn't use this talent to teach other people's pet skills before he had strong self-preservation abilities. Even if it was a slightly intelligent wild creature, he wouldn't teach it. Unless it was a pet with almost no intelligence like the green silkworm. After teaching it, the green silkworm would not even know what happened. That way, there would be no safety hazards. In short, only a pet that had signed a soul contract with him could be taught by Shi Qian safely. Therefore, Shi Qian felt that it was better to take the professional beast tamer assessment first to increase his own battle power. Some outstanding beast tamers could teach themselves skills outside of their pets. For example, many iron-eating beasts in the bamboo stone dojo could master thunder and fire skills. It was even possible for some talented rare wild pets to master skills outside their own species. For example, the wolf kings of the snow wolf pack basically all had deterrent skills. Even though this kind of cross-species skill teaching was very ridiculous, it was relatively common in higher-level beast tamer domains. It wasn't impossible. Although, there had never been a teaching talent that could teach pet skills the moment it was touched. Besides, he was a transmigrator with 2 talents at the beginning. In other words, it was a dangerous situation. In this relatively dangerous world, strength was the foundation of everything. It was always right to increase one's strength first. Although I'm in the breeding specialization, I want to prepare for the beast tamer assessment first, Shi Qian said. His answer immediately attracted the interest of Shi Qian and the other 2. Shi Qian said, "Let me calculate. Next one." "No, the next one, right? I think. Maybe we can still go together." The beast tamer assessment was held on January 1st, once a year. It was already July. There was less than half a year left until the next assessment started. Shi Qian's iron-eating beast was currently at level 5, while Shi Qian's ice-armored beast was at level 6. This level didn't meet the professional assessment criteria. To qualify in the first round of the beast tamer assessment, the minimum requirement was for the beast tamer's pet to have transcendent battle power. This was the level after awakening level 10. Half a year later, their pets would barely reach level 10, let alone the transcendent level. Therefore, Shi Qian subconsciously judged that Shi Qian, like him, intended to participate in the next assessment. However, if I don't pass the next assessment, I can join you in the next one, Shi Qian said seriously. If he didn't have a follow-up source of income, his little savings wouldn't be able to last 1.5 years. Therefore, getting a professional certificate as soon as possible could also reduce the economic pressure on Shi Qian. He planned to directly participate in the next vocation assessment half a year later. Shi Qian was confused. But isn't your iron-eating beast just at level 5? Wouldn't it be a little difficult to reach the transcendent level in half a year? Things like growth levels were naturally harder to increase the further one went. The bottleneck from the awakening stage to the transcendent level. Just look at how many creatures were stuck at that stage, after all. The transformation from mortal to transcendent depended entirely on whether one could cross this gate. It's alright. It might be a little difficult to reach the transcendent level, but awakening to level 10 shouldn't be a problem. As long as it continuously strengthened 11's racial skills, its growth level would also advance. Shi Qian felt that it shouldn't be a big problem to reach level 10 in half a year. It was even very likely that it would be transcendent. Even if one couldn't reach the transcendent level, it wasn't impossible to participate in the vocation assessment at the awakening level. Those with strength had always had special privileges. Chen Kai realized something. You're talking about the special assessment? The one where you challenge someone of a higher level? The other two girls had also heard of it. For some genius beast tamers and pets with higher racial levels, there was a special criterion for the vocation assessment. That was, although its growth level had not reached the transcendent level, it could defeat real transcendent level creatures while at the awakening stage. A pet with transcendent battle power and its beast tamer could also participate in the subsequent vocation assessment. Yes, the one where you can challenge those at a higher level. If you can't reach the transcendent level, you can take this route. Sure, you smiled. Wouldn't it be easy for pets with high proficiency in skills and high-leveled skills to skip levels to challenge those above them? At this point, Chen Kai also understood. For an iron-eating beast that could master proficient racial skills at level 5, it was indeed not difficult for it to challenge someone above its level. He had already been surpassed. As Chen Kai thought about it, he felt a little regretful for asking so much. He was losing his mind. Their beasts were at such different levels. After returning, the training intensity of the ice-armored beast must be super doubled. In the eyes of the three, Shiryu was still very mysterious and powerful. It was just that they didn't know if Shiryu could really pass the vocation assessment in the next batch. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Beast Tide. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the few of them rested, which wasn't for too long now that they'd been infected by 11, they decided to continue capturing Earth rats as training. For the sake of their future, they could only let the Earth rats suffer. However, before they could start, the loudspeaker of White Stream Village's village committee suddenly sounded. The broadcast was loud, and Shiryu and the others, who were far away from the center of the village, heard it clearly. At that moment, when they heard the contents of the broadcast, the expressions of Shiryu and the others changed. Attention all villagers, attention all villagers. The city has issued a yellow warning alarm for a beast tide. I repeat, the city has issued a yellow warning alarm for the beast tide. There's already a certain scale of ferocious beasts gathering inside the city wall, and the scale is showing signs of increasing. Please make the corresponding preparations according to the defense guidelines. What the F***CK? Surrounded by the voices of the others, Chen Kai couldn't help but vent his emotions. Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing also clearly looked confused and nervous. Beast tide. The few of them weren't unfamiliar with the term. 10 years ago, Pingcheng district was rebuilt precisely because it had encountered a beast tide. At that time, although everyone was still young, it was impossible for them to not know about such things. The beast tide came again? Not good. While the four of them were stunned, the middle-aged farmer patrolling the farm came to their side. Children, today's situation is special. Why don't you go back first? Uncle, what about the broadcast just now? Shiryu asked. I'm not sure either, but the animals on the snow mountain are probably restless again. Yellow warning. Sounds pretty serious. If things escalate, we might have to evacuate. The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either, but judging from his expression, he wasn't that flustered. At this moment, Shiryu also reacted. Indeed, it wasn't time to panic yet. Unlike 10 years ago, high city walls had already been built between Pingcheng and the dozen or so towns and snow mountains below. The Beast Tamer troops of the Beast Tamer Association was stationed outside the city wall and was the first line of defense against a beast tide. The so-called warning was only to warn the surrounding townspeople. It didn't mean that there was really danger. If there really was a danger of them breaking into the city, it wouldn't be as simple as a yellow disaster warning. Why don't we go over and take a look? Chen Kai suggested. Icefield City was located at the border of the country, and the subordinate Pingcheng and the surrounding towns were even adjacent to the snow mountains filled with ferocious beasts. This was also why only Pingcheng and the surrounding two districts had been the first to bear the brunt of the beast tide 10 years ago. What are you thinking? At a time like this, there must be barricades both inside and outside the city walls. Wouldn't you be causing trouble if you went? Zhuang Yu said. Let's go back first, said Shiryu. Although he felt that nothing would happen, the atmosphere at this time was tense. It was better not to cause trouble for others by leisurely playing Earth Mouse. Whack-a-mole could be done anytime. It was more important to understand the Beast Tide early warning after returning to the Beast Tamer Association. The other three nodded. They didn't have much desire to fight the Earth Mouse now. After packing up, they quickly returned to Pingcheng. Icefield City, Pingqing District, Beast Tamer Association. After the few of them ended the Earth Mouse mission, they explained the warnings of White Stream Village to the staff at the front desk of the mission hall and asked what was going on. The staff at the front desk shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure either. But this doesn't seem to be the first time this month. The previous 2 times were blue warnings. Is it yellow this time?" Towards this answer, Shi and the others appeared very confused. This was equivalent to saying nothing. Chen Kai was about to ask something when someone called his name from afar. "Chen Kai, Zhuangyu." The voice came from afar, making Chen Kai and Zhuangyu shiver. They subconsciously turned their heads. Shi and Yu Jingjing also looked over and realized that an honest-looking, bespectacled beast tamer had entered. The other party was only in his 30s, but his hair looked a little sparse. He should be an expert. "Teacher Zhang," Chen Kai and Zhuangyu said. "Why are you here?" This person was a teacher from Chen Kai and Zhuangyu's school. "I was nearby. I just saw you guys chatting in the group chat, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect to bump into you guys." On the way back, Chen Kai and Zhuangyu had shared the yellow warning of the beast tide with their classmates in the class group chat. They didn't expect the teacher to see it. "So you guys actually chat in a class group with teachers?" Shi looked at the group of strange students and thought to himself, under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be that students didn't bring their teachers along and created a group to play alone? If you guys did this, it wouldn't be as natural to talk in the group. "These two are." The person addressed as Teacher Zhang looked at Shi and Yu Jingjing. Chen Kai said, "They are my friends, beast tamers from other schools." Teacher Zhang smiled and nodded. "You must be wondering about the beast tide warning." "Yeah, teacher, is the situation serious this time? Don't tell me the same thing is happening again." Chen Kai knew that his teacher was a professional beast tamer and should know more inside information, so he had immediately asked, "It's too noisy here. Let's talk outside," Teacher Zhang said. None of them had any objections. They left the mission hall and started to circle the buildings around the Beast Tamer Association. Although he didn't know this Teacher Zhang, Shi, who wanted to know the situation, also went with them. If there really was danger, he had to make preparations in advance and escape to the city with 11. After all, the houses around the city center would get expensive after the tide. Building houses in the countryside or even in the suburbs might be cheap, but it was also close to the wilderness. It was too dangerous. On the stone path, Teacher Zhang looked at the group of young children and said, "You don't have to worry too much. It's already very different from 10 years ago. The protective facilities around the snow mountain are doing very well. Even if there's really any danger, the Beast Tamer Association will be able to react quickly. If the Pingqing group isn't strong enough to defend, the beast tamers in the city will naturally come over. If the beast tamer troops in the city can't defend it, the troops in the surrounding cities will also provide support soon after. At present, the creatures on this snow mountain are no longer enough to pose a threat to Icefield City." Chen Kai asked, "So, teacher, you mean that the beast tide might appear again?" "At the moment, it's only a small-scale gathering of ferocious beasts. It's far inferior to the sudden change 10 years ago. It was much greater then." Zhuangyu said, "Why is it happening? Aren't those ferocious beasts all ice element creatures? Compared to cities, they probably prefer the environment of the snow mountains. The books say that the lack of food and resources creates pressure from competing over them and is the main reason for the beast tide's appearance." Sure, you looked in the direction of the snow mountain, but this shouldn't be the main reason for the snow mountain beast tide, right? After all, beast tides with this kind of reason are usually very frequent. There are signs, and it wouldn't suddenly happen like 10 years ago. Teacher Zhang looked at Shi and nodded. "That's right, but we don't know exactly why. The trigger of the beast tide 10 years ago is still an unsolved mystery. But in terms of speculation, the answer is within Icefield City. Do you know the history of the city?" They shook their heads. "Actually, it's not history. After all, it hasn't been completely proven. At the moment, it's just a guess. According to archaeological discoveries, there shouldn't be any snow mountain environments around Icefield City from 2,000 years ago. This was the territory of a rather developed beast tamer tribe in an ancient country at that time. But later, an ice dragon flew over from afar and landed on the surrounding mountain range. This ice dragon was very strong. Even if it only lived in the surroundings, it had indirectly triggered the descent of a mini ice age, making this beast tamer tribe suffer indescribably. Then, this beast tamer tribe decided to expel the ice dragon. They formed an army and started a protracted war with the ice dragon in the mountain range. It's said that this snow mountain was formed at that time. Shi Qian asked, which side one? Teacher Zhang said, it should be the beast tamer tribe that one. There's an ice dragon ruin on the snow mountain. It's said that the skeleton of the ice dragon was sealed inside. It was sealed by the beast tamers back then. Even now, there is still dragon aura coming from the ruins from time to time, but it's been 2,000 years. Even that ice dragon should have completely died. There's speculation at the moment that the sealed ice dragon turned into a spirit and influenced those ferocious beasts in the snow mountain. The dragon's aura is thus causing the ferocious beasts to lose their minds and take revenge on the city. Shi Qian and the others looked in the direction of the snow mountain again. An ice dragon undead? This was the first time they had heard of this. Teacher Zhang pointed at a stone giant statue not far ahead and said, do you see that? That's one of the ancient artifacts excavated by archaeologists. It's said that the stone giant is the totem of that tribe. As they chatted, they had already arrived at a huge park. In the center of the garden was a stone giant statue. The stone giant was an elemental extraordinary life form. It was another type of pet. It was placed here to increase the historical heritage of the Pingcheng district and make this place look more historical. That tribe used this thing to defeat the ice dragon. Chen Kai looked at the stone statue. He hadn't noticed this thing before. He had thought it was a decoration, but he didn't expect it to be an ancient item from Icefield City. Shi Qian and company's gazes were all on the stone giant statue. As they stared, Shi Qian's heart suddenly accelerated. His brain rumbled, and his telepathy talent seemed to have taken effect passively. He heard a strange voice. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. This sudden voice made Shi Qian shudder. However, when he looked around, he realized that there was nothing unusual with Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai, and the others. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Shi Qian looked back at the stone statue. His face turned pale. Please don't tell me that the voice came from this stone statue. What's happening to me? This stone statue didn't have any sign of life at all. Wasn't telepathy only able to hear the thoughts of living beings? If the stone statue wasn't normal, it wouldn't be placed here. It wasn't like that. Sure, you could still hear the voice. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Listening to the Voice of History. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Shi Qian was certain that he had heard a voice, and that feeling was the same as when he used telepathy. As he searched, he locked onto the source of the sound. It was definitely the stone statue. However, no matter how he looked at it, this stone statue didn't look like an extraordinary life form. This was just an ordinary stone statue made according to the appearance of the stone giant. Could it be that it had become a spirit? Impossible. If it had evolved into a transcendent life form, it would have long been noticed by other beast tamers. There was a lot of traffic here. In a place like the Beast Tamer Association, high-level beast tamers could be seen everywhere. There were also a bunch of beast tamers with talent in telepathy. A wild, transcendent creature couldn't be hidden. This stone statue had been here for at least a few years. After the voice disappeared, Shi Qian continued to observe. He observed for a moment and still didn't discover anything. This was just an ordinary stone statue, and the material was also very ordinary stone. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to communicate with such an inanimate object through telepathy. This was common knowledge that had been passed down for a very long time. Unless there were still unknown ways to use telepathy. Teacher Zhang smiled and said to them, "That's all. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to worry about the beast tide. Even if that legendary ice dragon revives, our beast tamers can take it on. In ancient times, dragons were unreachable creatures, but in modern times, dragon tamers had long become a profession. Although they were rare, they weren't that hard to find." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhang," Chen Kai said. Shi Qian also thanked him. Then, after the few of them said goodbye, Teacher Zhang left, leaving Shi Qian and the others looking at each other. "Then, are we going back to hunt earth rats?" Chen Kai asked. "No, let's talk about it in the future," Shi Qian said. "I also suddenly remembered I had something to do." "Are you in a hurry? You can eat before you leave. It's urgent." Initially, Chen Kai and the others wanted to have dinner with Shi Qian before leaving. However, since Shi Qian left in a hurry, the four of them departed soon after. In the end, Chen Kai and the others didn't even get Shi Qian's contact information. It couldn't be helped. Shi Qian didn't have a cell phone. This thing was more than 10 times more expensive than on Earth, so he couldn't afford one for the time being. If Chen Kai wanted to look for Shi Qian, he could only leave a message at the Beast Tamer Association. The difference between the two worlds was that it was very difficult to buy pandas, tigers, and elephants on Earth, but it was very easy to buy common technological products. However, in this world, the full price of an iron-eating beast wasn't even as expensive as the property prices in the city, but the technological products were much more expensive. After the few of them separated, Shi Qian went straight to Pingcheng District's library to check on some information. Unfortunately, even until evening, he didn't find what he wanted to know. However, although he couldn't find what he was looking for, it made Shi Qian understand this world better. The history of this world could roughly be divided into 3 eras: the mythical era, the totem era, and the beast tamer era. The mythical era was said to be the era when the earliest batch of mythical creatures born in the world ruled the planet. The totem era was the era where humans were born and survived under the territories of powerful creatures in various ways. The beast tamer era was the era when humans began to master the ability to control beasts. This beast tamer era could also be divided into ancient and modern generations. The turning point was more than 100 years ago when 7 human countries jointly established an alliance. It was a very simple division of 3 eras. However, due to some special reasons, there were many gaps in the history of this world. For example, why the first batch of mythical creatures had collectively disappeared was a historical enigma that had happened at an unknown time. And what happened in Icefield City 2,000 years ago was clearly a history that the people of today had yet to fully explore. After coming out of the library, Shi Qian kept repeating to himself, "I shouldn't be too curious. I shouldn't be curious. I shouldn't be curious." He forced himself not to think about these things. This was his old habit again. In his previous life, Shi Qian was an archaeologist. Later on, due to some special reasons, he had come into contact with an unknown mythical system. Out of curiosity, he had changed his profession to mythical scholar. Then, going to various ruins, ancient sites, and exploring this unknown mythical system with his teacher became his daily routine. Then, he had died. During an exploration, they had encountered an accident. They had encountered a mountain collapse and were buried alive. Then, they transmigrated here. Curiosity kills. Shi Qian recalled that he had been obsessed with researching the history of the unknown mythical system back then and wanted to slap himself. Wasn't it better for shut-ins to just play games and watch anime? Why would they go to all kinds of dangerous places to investigate and research for no reason? In short, now that he had transmigrated to this more dangerous world, Shi Qian only wanted to live more comfortably within a safe range. He had to enjoy this life. Although the history of this world seemed to have more mysteries and had a more realistic mythology system, it was definitely impossible for him, Shi Qian, to walk the same path as in his previous life. Impossible. In the garden area of the Beast Tamer Association of Pingcheng, under the stone giant statue. At this point, the sky was already dark, and there was basically no one else in the park. It wasn't like that. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be refuting what that teacher Zhang said, but only Shi Qian heard this refutation. "Big Brother Stone, say something." Shi Qian used his telepathy to communicate with the stone statue. However, unlike during the day, the stone statue didn't react at all. "If you don't say anything, I'm leaving." The stone statue was still indifferent. Shi Qian fell silent. Could it be that he had been hallucinating or something? He recalled how he felt when he looked at the stone statue in the afternoon. At that time, he had just finished listening to the history described by Teacher Zhang and was curious about that history. As Teacher Zhang had said that that piece of history was only speculation and had not been verified, when Shi Qian looked at the stone statue, his subconscious thought was wanting to know what the real history was. It was then that he heard the stone statue's voice. "Tell me." As Shi Qian stared at the stone statue, he subconsciously recalled his trip to various ruins, researching ancient artifacts, and exploring the truth of history. "Tell me. I can return history to the truth." At this moment, Shi Qian's thoughts were clear. He really wanted to make this historical truth public. At this moment, he didn't want to listen to the voice of the stone statue, but to listen to the voice of history. He believed that his current state was already extremely similar to this afternoon's. At this moment, he activated his telepathy and searched for the feeling from the afternoon. It seemed like his brain was rumbling. Boom. The voice came, and the boom directly made Shi Qian's scalp tingle. But this voice clearly didn't come mentally but had exploded in his ears instead. He looked up and opened his mouth, because the sky seemed to have suddenly trembled. Crack. Then, Shi Qian was attracted by the stone statue again. This time, The stone statue indeed made a sound, but it was the sound of cracking. Under his gaze, the stone statue directly cracked from top to bottom. F***ck, something happened. Shi Qian turned and left. He swore that if he touched his old profession again, he would be a dog. That career was too dangerous, even more dangerous than being a beast tamer. 11. Save me. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Rumbling Icefield City. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Union Calendar, July 177. The recent abnormality of the Snow Mountain's ferocious beasts had made the various beast tamer associations in Icefield City extremely alert. In particular, the various professional beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingqing District had long entered a battle-ready state. 10 years ago, the beast tide had already heavily injured Pingqing's vitality. The various parties in Icefield City had spent a lot of manpower and resources to rebuild Pingqing. This time, no matter what, they couldn't let the ferocious beasts get past the city wall and cause destruction again. In this state, beast tamers were naturally very sensitive to the commotion outside. Boom! It was during such an emergency period that a huge vibration came from the sky above Pingqing, causing the taut string in the hearts of some beast tamers to snap with a crack. F***ck, the beast tide is attacking the city. Why isn't there any news at all? On the bright side, it might just be an earthquake. What exactly happened? The sound had been very loud. Not only the beast tamers, even ordinary people had heard it clearly. Everyone subconsciously walked out of the house and looked outside. However, it was just a loud vibrating sound. After that, there were no other abnormalities. On the top floor of the tall headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in Ping City, a middle-aged man in a gray suit stood there. He looked up at the mirror-like sky and fell into deep thought. President, what was that just now? The associations in the other districts, counties, and cities also sensed the abnormality. The door of the top floor opened, and a tall secretary walked over anxiously. The impact of that commotion on Icefield City was unexpectedly huge. Even other areas sensed slight changes. The president in the gray suit said, "I've only heard of this situation before. I'm not sure if it's what I'm guessing. Even so, it might not be a bad thing." The entire Icefield City was shaken to different degrees. Even the changes here were gradually spreading out of the city to other places. At this moment, the protagonist who caused this incident had already returned home nervously. He wore an apron and started eating. 11. Eat more. Grow up quickly. This world is too strange. You have to become stronger to protect us. Yuanin? The little metal-eating beast received the pile of bamboo shoots blankly. Although it didn't know what had happened, Shi Qian was being surprisingly generous today. Great. At home, Shi Qian naturally didn't know about the situation outside, but as he listened to the discussions of passers-by on the way, he kept feeling that things weren't that simple. The commotion was too big. Shi Qian, your mouth is so annoying. Why were you chatting with a rock? Now, something was wrong. Before figuring out what was going on, Shi Qian decided to stay at home obediently. Apart from buying groceries and medicine, he didn't go anywhere else. Gee. When Shi Qian made up his mind, a cry came from the persimmon tree beside him. When the green silkworm in the birdcage saw that Shi Qian had given the iron-eating beast so much delicious food today, it immediately made a hungry request. You should eat more too. Only when you become fat can you spit out more silk. Shi Qian then got a pile of leftovers for the green silkworm. Finally seeing some food, it ate happily. It was much easier to serve than 11. Sigh, I finished preparing dinner for them. Let's sleep first. It's been a tiring day. After teaching supervision yesterday, he had still yet to recover from the after effects. Now that had happened, it really made him dispirited. He planned to sleep first. Tomorrow might be a more hopeful day. After he recovered, he would teach 11 more skills and quickly strengthen its battle power. Race, Iron Eater. Attribute, Metal. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Level of growth, Level 5 Awakening. Skills, Hardening Expert, High-Speed Healing Initial, Supervision Initial. At present, 11 stats were still satisfactory to Shi Qian. Among the 6 skills he had collected, there was still Deterrence and Absolute Sleep that he had never taught. Both of these were high-level skills, so the consumption would definitely be greater. Shi Qian planned to wait for a while before deciding. Next should mainly be to strengthen the already mastered skills. The next day, Shi Qian recuperated. In order to make use of all the resources, he released the green silkworm from the birdcage and assigned it a mission under its confused expression. You're in charge of training 11 today. A good sparring partner can have an extra meal. Shi Qian had divided the courtyard into two areas. The green silkworm occupied one side, while 11 occupied the other. After getting the green silkworm's worm silk into the proficient level, this worm silk could now actually be used in many ways. For example, worm silk ray. This technique involved the green silkworm condensing a worm's silk about the length of a finger in front of it, and then shooting it out like an arrow, almost like a hidden weapon. Although with its current power, it couldn't even penetrate the clothes Shi Qian bought from a street stall, but its speed was acceptable. The worm silk could go from one end of the courtyard to the other with a whoosh. In addition, the green silkworm that had mastered super worm silk could also fire continuously, shooting the worm silk like a dense rain of arrows. Shi Qian had obviously arranged it this way because he wanted to make use of the worm silk to let 11 continue training its supervision. Whether it was dodging the tiny and inconspicuous high-speed shots or accurately judging the landing point, it was a good training method for 11 who had to harden the area in advance. Most importantly, the commotion was small. Shi Qian knew that the green silkworm's intelligence wasn't high, so he tried his best to communicate with it through telepathy. He even gave various examples. Green silkworm at. In the end, Shi Qian didn't know if it understood, but 11 did anyway. Hell, 11 clearly felt that this was a good training method. It directly pulled the green silkworm out and let it train with it. How could it sleep in the birdcage every day? The meaning of life is training. Let's do it together. Gee. The green silkworm let out an innocent cry. Following that, Shi Qian went out with a smile to buy groceries. During this process, he inquired about yesterday's situation. Although he still didn't know what was going on, it was said that many affairs of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng had already been suspended at the moment and were heavily sealed. He couldn't do any missions like hunting earth rats now. Shi Qian panicked a little. If the stone statue in the garden shattered, it would definitely be noticed. It wouldn't lead back to him in the end, right? There weren't many people around there at the time, and cameras weren't popular in this world, so it shouldn't be. However, Shi Qian didn't dare to make any guarantees. After all, this was a world with extraordinary powers. Before knowing what had happened, he didn't dare to surrender himself. He could only continue to pretend that he didn't know anything. On this day, the Beast Tamer Association presidents from all districts and counties in Icefield City came to Pingcheng. In a certain valley in Pingcheng District, the 9 master-ranked beast tamers of different ages looked at the spatial door formed by the cracks spreading down from the sky, their expressions carrying some surprise. It's indeed a mystic realm space. It can also be said to be an ancient ruined space. Apart from these 9 people, there was also a 10th person present. The youngest of the 9 master-ranked beast tamers was also above 30 years old. Unlike them, the 10th person present was very young. It was a woman in her early 20s with short brown hair. She was wearing a white shirt, a black short skirt, and a knee-length white research suit. At this moment, her expression was cold, and her gaze under the glasses was especially serious and focused. "Dr. Liu, what do you think?" The people were speaking very respectfully to her. Lu Qingyi said, "I once tried to decipher the ice dragon ruins, but I failed. The information I have now is still too little. I can't figure out the truth from the place. Now that this ruin has appeared, perhaps the things inside can provide more information. By the way, did anything else happen in Pingcheng when the ruins descended yesterday?" The president of the Beast Tamer Association of Pingcheng said, "An ancient stone statue in the garden area of our association collapsed." The stone giant statue. Yes. Lu Qingyi's expression didn't change, but she made a judgment in her heart. From the looks of it, this ruined space didn't descend by accident. Instead, someone had touched the echoes of history. Did another special talent in telepathy that could listen to the voice of history appear? Who could it be? Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Warmth from the Community. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The commotion in Pingcheng was not small, so Shi Qian tried his best to keep a low profile. Stable development, don't be reckless. 2 days ago, Shi Qian had planned to first teach the worm silk skill to perfected proficiency before selling the worm silk to earn money. After all, the green silkworm didn't have a long lifespan. It might die any day. But now, he changed his mind. It was better to increase 11's battle power first. After all, his life was very short as well, and he might die any day. Wasn't there a saying about how you should use your money as you get it? How sad would it be if he died without spending the money he saved? Strength was the most important. And so, he'd use his points on 11 and make it stronger. After recovering from the weakness of teaching his supervision, Shi used the skill index again without another word. This time, he decided to continue teaching the supervision skill. Through the second teaching of supervision, he successfully raised 11's level of the skill to proficient. During this process, 11's mental strength also improved a little. The increase in skill proficiency also led to the growth of the pets. As for which aspect of growth it led to, it was related to the attributes of the skills. At this moment, the benefits of 11's increase in mental strength could not only allow it to maintain its supervision for a longer period of time, but also allow it to stay up late as well as make its opponent's movement slower in its eyes. That night, Shi held his chin under the moonlight and half-heartedly looked at 11, who was seriously training. Suddenly, he called out to his pet and asked, 11, how do you last so long? Every time he saw this little metal-eating beast training hard, Shi himself wanted to work hard in simpatico to upgrade his beast taming space and increase his beast command abilities. However, he really didn't have 11's focus and couldn't hold on at all. Every few hours, he would want to do something else. Well, it was just like when he did homework in his previous life. Instead, he ran around the world and explored various ruins. He liked dynamic work. However, liking it was one thing. Now, Shi was forcing himself to be more honest. He had already gotten out of the relatively safe environment on Earth. In this world where danger was everywhere, staying in a city wasn't safe, let alone in the wild. Gulp. Upon hearing Shiryu's question, 11 stopped and leaned against the tree, feeling hungry. Then she fainted from exhaustion. Shiryu covered his forehead helplessly. He couldn't help but praise, but this was very normal. Almost all of the training sessions would end with 11 fainting from exhaustion. Now that it had another skill, supervision, that consumed spiritual power to train, it was undoubtedly easier for it to fall asleep. Sigh. Shiryu went to the kitchen to get some spare bamboo shoots. Then, he pried open 11's mouth and stuffed the bamboo shoots in. Crack, crack, crack. 11, who was sleeping, finished eating while sleeping. He was very talented. After eating, it turned over with a happy face and crawled up with difficulty to continue training. Stop. Shiryu pushed 11 towards the bathroom. Next, Shiryu spent a lot of effort to clean 11 up before forcefully putting it back into the beast taming space to rest. As for himself, he also laid on the bed and fell asleep. Damn it, I'm so tired. The sun rose as usual the next day. The sun rose as usual on the third day. The fourth day, the world was still at peace. Just like that, after chatting with the stone statue about the changes in the historical record, Shiryu had already stayed close to his house for a week. Apart from supervision, during this period, Shiryu taught 11 high-speed healing and hardening. Now, it had an invincible combination of skills with proficient-level high-speed healing, proficient-level supervision, and expert-level hardening. Shiryu really wanted to see how 11, who was only at the 5th level of awakening, could defeat opponents who were several levels higher than it after going all out. But considering that an opponent was difficult to find, he decided to forget it for the time being. It was better to continue developing. After thinking about it, Shiryu left home to buy supplements nearby. As he was a regular customer, the young doctor in the pharmacy was already used to it. Without needing Shiryu to say anything, he took the initiative to run to the counter to get his medicine. Friend, control yourself. Even I'm afraid of your purchase frequency. I think I'm pretty restrained, Shiryu said as he took the supplement. At least he hadn't courted death by trying to teach high-level skills. He was afraid that the tonic in this pharmacy wouldn't be enough. Well, I suppose. The young doctor nodded and then said with a strange expression, I heard the day before yesterday that a student directly carried a few boxes of supplements back to the pharmacy in the south of the city. That person is much crazier than you. Shiryu had just put away the supplements when his hands suddenly trembled. F***CK? A few boxes? He was so ruthless. Don't tell him that the student's name was Chin Kai. The students these days are too complicated. Shiryu sighed and said, by the way, why was the association sealed off recently? Have they investigated the cause of the loud bang in the sky? The young doctor smiled and said, you've asked the right person. Let me tell you, although the exact situation hasn't been announced yet, it's very likely that our Pingqing is about to take off. Huh? Tell me more. After coming to buy medicine many times, Shiryu had learned that this young doctor was also a beast tamer, an apprentice-ranked one. Therefore, the other party was also quite concerned about the event. According to sources, a mystic realm might have appeared, the young doctor said. Mystic realm? What's that? The young doctor said, "You can understand it as another alternate space independent of our current space. For example, our beast taming space can actually be considered an independent alternate space. Well, let me put it this way. The predecessor of the mystic realm is actually the beast taming space." Continue. Shi pressed. It had been a week. There was finally news? He had waited so long. Now, it didn't sound like a crisis. Otherwise, this doctor wouldn't be so excited. For the past few days, the cowardly Shi had thought that he had released some monster, like some mythical one that could cause the sky to crack. How should I put it? There's a saying that after a beast tamer dies, the beast taming space will also collapse. But after some powerful beast tamers die, the beast taming space may be preserved. Under the will of the beast tamer, it will form an independent mystic realm space. It can also be said to be a small world. At this time, the mystic realm space no longer has the effect of binding extraordinary creatures. It's already a completely independent space. Any living creature can enter it. The environment inside, according to the degree of development of the beast tamer when they were alive, would still be suitable for the growth of individual pets. It's just that compared to the beast taming space, it's slightly weaker. But even if it's weakened, it's still a treasure land with abundant energy, suitable for the growth of spiritual plants and pets. A powerful beast tamer's beast taming space. Shi asked. An ancient beast tamer? Well, it must be from the ancient times. If it were our current level system, that beast tamer would have at least legendary level strength. Apprentice, professional, master, legend. Legends were even above masters. If it's really a mystic realm space, there must be a lot of rare resources or pets inside. Even if there's nothing, it's still a treasure land that can produce high-value resources for a long time. Now that this thing has appeared in Pingcheng, our gains here will definitely be the greatest. If it's developed properly, maybe the economy can develop very quickly. What if the pets inside are very strong and ferocious? Shi asked. After all this discussion, there might still be monsters inside. The young doctor answered, there's no news of this at the moment, but we definitely don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Even if there are big shots, they can handle it appropriately. Shi left. He left, feeling at peace. Because from the information obtained from the young doctor, the cracking of the stone statue didn't seem to be a bad thing. However, why did he summon a mystic realm when he was just chatting with the ancient stone statue? This had nothing to do with the truth of history. Or was there information related to the true history of the icy plains in the mystic realm? But no matter what, it had nothing to do with him anymore. I'm sorry, Big Brother Stone. Although I promised you to return history to the truth, judging from the current situation, I can't get close to that mystic realm at all. Sorry, I made you crack. It had already been a week. When Shi returned home, he looked at 11 and the green silkworm training in the courtyard and felt that he was very safe. Exploring mystic realms was impossible. That place sounded very dangerous. But, since he had already promised it, Shi couldn't go back on his word either. When he had the ability, if there was still a chance, he would talk about it then. He smiled and looked at the sky. The weather was clear, and it was better to continue training quietly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door. The community sends warmth. Shiryu's smile became even wider. There was true love in the world. The community knew that he was an orphan, and so, they had some warm gift for him. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Prepare to break in. Shiryu, 11, Green Silkworm. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Backstabbed by one's talent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wait. The community was providing warmth, and if no one was around, they were preparing to break in? This was too heartwarming. Instantly, 10,000 iron-eating beasts rolled across Shiryu's heart. At the same time, words appeared in his heart. He had been exposed. It was most likely that his conversation with the stone statue had finally been discovered. Actually, Shiryu had already expected this outcome. If the appearance of the mystic realm really was a big deal, the reason would definitely be investigated. Although there were no cameras in places like the park, it wasn't difficult to find someone in this world using supernatural power. Scouting of aura, divination, time reversal. It was very normal for some extraordinary creatures to master these strange abilities. I hate it. Shiryu hated his curious personality to death. Then, he ran to open the door in a depressed mood. According to the young doctor, this incident didn't seem to be a bad thing. He didn't do anything illegal either. Even if the evidence pointed to him, he could say whatever he wanted. It's finally open. When Shiryu opened the door, a cold voice came from outside, stunning him. Because there wasn't a crowd of people from the relevant departments outside as he had imagined. Instead, there was only one person. Moreover, this person wasn't the cold and aloof big sister of the street committee that he had imagined. Instead, it was an even younger, beautiful woman, probably still in her 20s. This is the Wind Demon Lion. Shiryu hadn't paid attention to her for long. The thing he noticed was the creature beside her. It was a restless wind demon lion. This wind demon lion seemed to really be preparing to blast open the door. The wind demon lion was a creature that looked like a lion and a hound on the surface. It was nearly 2 meters tall when sitting. It had fluffy white hair and dignified blue eyes. Black cloud patterns lingered around its neck, limbs, body, and long tail. It was especially domineering. Race: Wind Demon Lion. Attribute: Wind. Race level. Skills. Due to the fact that Shiryu was unlikely to come into contact with higher-level creatures at his level, he had only memorized the information about certain extraordinary creatures during school. As for the Wind Demon Lion, it was clearly a higher-level creature. Shiryu had only seen its picture before, and he hadn't paid attention to the other information. However, among the ranks of Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, and Myth, he guessed that the Wind Demon Lion species should be at Commander rank. Roar, the Wind Demon Lion grinned. Let me introduce myself. Lu Qingyi. I have a doctorate in archaeology from the Donghuang Capital University, and I'm a member of the Donghuang Archaeological Association. Lu Qingyi looked up at Shiryu. I want to know something from you. I hope you can cooperate. The woman smiled. Doctor of Archaeology? And it was even one of the 9 great academies, Donghuang Capital University. Shiryu looked at this young lady and felt his liver hurt. She seemed like such a good girl. Apart from being a little bossy, why did she make things so hard for herself? Archaeology had no future. Shiryu, unemployed wanderer, trainee beast tamer. Please come in. After the other party's introduction, Shiryu was completely certain of the reason. After he came to this world, wasn't the only thing related to archaeology he had contact with the mutation of the stone statue? Shiryu opened the door and prepared to receive interrogation with a stifled heart. Then, Shiryu led Dr. Lu into the courtyard. At this moment, the iron-eating beast had already obediently folded up the steel plates and hid behind the tree to peek. The green silkworm had also crawled back into the birdcage, as if whatever would happen had nothing to do with it. After entering the courtyard, Lu Qingyi and the Wind Demon Lion's gazes immediately looked at the little iron-eating beast behind the tree and the green silkworm in the birdcage. Then, they looked at Shiryu again. I'll get straight to the point. The shattering of the stone statue of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng has something to do with you, right? I mean no harm. Don't worry. I just want to know, did you hear a voice coming from that stone statue? Shiryu said, that stone statue is a living thing? His question implied tacit agreement. Lu Qingyi answered, no, the stone statue is dead. Your talent is telepathy. According to your understanding, telepathy should only be able to communicate with living beings, correct? Shiryu nodded. He even specially checked again, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything new. However, there are exceptions to everything. When some dead things that carry the faith, will, and emotions of many life forms undergo the baptism of time, it's possible that they can give birth to spirits. Spirit is an ethereal concept, unrelated to life, mind, or soul. The archaeology world calls it echoes of history. Only a very small number of people with special talent can hear this echo. Therefore, the archaeology world also calls beast tamers who have mastered such a gift of telepathy those who can listen to the voice of history. Shiryu said, in other words, I'm that special talent. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, to be able to hear the voice of history is a very impressive talent. In our long history, there have been many gaps and countless truths were hidden. And ruins are therefore the most important way for modern people to understand history. However, these preserved ruins are often protected by extraordinary powers, and it's also very difficult to decipher or even find them. But someone who can listen to the voice of history is far easier to find. They can crack the key information of the ruins much better than ordinary people. This time, because you woke the spirit of that stone statue, it triggered an ancient ruin to surface. The truth of the area's history might be found within. Sure, you had a bad feeling. So the purpose of your visit is? Lu Qingyi said, you're very talented and a natural archaeologist. I want to invite you. Impossible. Impossible. It was impossible to do archaeological work in this lifetime. He could earn some money, raise a giant panda, and then find a beautiful girlfriend to raise a cute cat with her. Wouldn't it be good to go to a safe city and live a happy and relaxed life? Sorry, I'm not interested in archaeology. I don't want to join any archaeological association, nor do I want to go to any archaeological university. Sure, you apologized. Lu Qingyi was puzzled. Who said I wanted to invite you to join the archaeological association? No. With your talent, it's a little wasteful to join the archaeological association. Currently, in the entire ancient country, there are only 11 known listeners of history, including you. They are even fewer than legendary beast tamers, even fewer than the number of myth-level creatures in the country. Do you know what this means? You were invited by another organization. Besides, you don't have to be in a hurry to refuse. Men are all creatures who say one thing and mean another. Having this talent means that you must like this field. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to hear the voice of the stone statue. Lu Qingyi walked to the bottom of the birdcage and looked at the green silkworm. Her words made sure you feel uncomfortable. Why? Why was it that even after transmigrating, he had to have some relationship with archaeology? Wasn't this telepathy talent super common or something? What was all this all of a sudden? How could this talent stab me in the back? Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Joining the organization. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Sure, you rejected it in his heart. He was very resistant. If it weren't for archaeology, he wouldn't have died. He was already traumatized. At least, that's how it was at the start. However, what the other party said made sure you a little concerned. There were only 11 people in the entire Donghuang nation who could listen to the voice of history. It was rarer than legendary beast tamers, even rarer than totem guardians. Only 11 people could listen to the voice of history, and his beast was also named 11? How fated was he with this number? Sure, you temporarily threw away his useless thoughts. What he focused on was that since he was so rare, theoretically speaking, if he joined this organization, wouldn't the treatment be very good? Now that he had been exposed and the other party had come looking for him, he should at least try to understand them. Sure, you was silent for a moment before probing. Then where are you inviting me to? How are the benefits? Lu Qingyi smiled sweetly and said, the benefits are naturally very good. Even if you become a legendary level beast tamer, you won't receive benefits this good. Basically, after you become an official member of the organization, your status will be higher than a legendary beast tamer. If you want to explore some ruins, apply for a huge amount of resources and get a legendary beast tamer to be your bodyguard. All of these are possible. Sure, you opened his mouth slightly. The president of the Beast Tamer Association in Icefield City was only a top-notch master who had yet to reach legendary level. Legendary level was a super level that meant one could control overlord-level creatures. They basically held important positions in first-level cities. Was the place this woman wanted to invite him to join so impressive? That would make sense. After all, according to the other party, those who mastered this talent were all high-end talents. Even the mystic realm that a newbie like him accidentally summoned had such great value, let alone the people who did this as a profession. From the sound of it, joining didn't seem like a loss. Being backed by this powerful organization was so cool. He could get really far right at the starting line. I, who was killed by archaeology in my previous life, shall rise from archaeology in this life. Sure, you was a little tempted because he was offered so much. It sounded very tempting to directly become a legendary level big boss from a little beast tamer who wasn't even a professional. Not to mention, he was carrying a loan. If I join, what are the obligations I'll need to fulfill? Almost none. The organization structure is very simple. There's a lot of freedom, and the missions are all by choice. You won't be forced. Lu Qingyi looked at the sky. Although that was the case, would a beast tamer with such a talent choose to stay idle? Whenever new information about the mythical ruins appeared, those who could listen to the voice of history would definitely rush up immediately to assist in the exploration or become exploration leaders. After all, normal people wouldn't awaken this special ability at all. Really? Sure, you was stunned. So easygoing? In other words, as long as he controlled himself and didn't court death, even if he joined, he wouldn't have to go to any dangerous places to carry out missions? On the contrary, if he wanted to court death occasionally and had needs, he could even apply for a large amount of resources, bodyguards, and information. Sure, you was a little tempted again. So the organization's name is? The Homeland Ruins Strategic Investigation and Backup Security Bureau can also be called Bureau 11 according to their serial number. You can see it in this way. The members of this organization are special personnel from the archaeological world. The organization is a special department that specializes in handling various important ruins. 11 again. Shiryu was already used to it. Names could be ignored. After Lu Qingyi finished speaking, Shiryu fell into deep thought. The organization's name sounded pretty powerful, so should he join? After asking so much, the fact was that this organization had come looking for him. He had this special talent that could not be ignored. It seemed like it would be very difficult to settle the aftermath if he didn't join. In that case, I'll join. In the end, Shiryu let out a long sigh. Joining was nothing. Since there were no restrictions on his freedom, in the end, whether he courted death or not depended on himself. It was fine as long as he did things steadily. He would never admit that he wanted to resume his old career. Dr. Liu, are you also a member of Bureau 11? Well, including you and me, there would be a total of 11 people in Bureau 11. And welcome to the team. From today onwards, you are a reserve member of Bureau 11. Lu Qingyi smiled for the second time, as if Shiryu's answer had satisfied her. There were too few talents in this area. Every time she explored ruins, she would feel like she didn't have enough hands. And now, as she had personally unearthed a newbie, Lu Qingyi felt that when Shiryu grew up in the future, she would have another useful tool to count on. As the youngest person in Bureau 11, she also wanted to have someone who she could use like a tool, rather than helping her teacher run errands and being someone's tool herself. Reserve member? On the other hand, after Lu Qingyi finished speaking, Shiryu suddenly felt that he had been tricked. After further discussion, he discovered that the benefits seemed to all belong to official members. Yes, reserve. Every new member has to pass a test before they can become an official member after joining Bureau 11. Shiryu was already regretting it when the other party's next words made him nod immediately. In addition, your strength and abilities are also too weak at the moment. The organization will therefore provide you with 10 million in starting funds. Your first task will be to grow quickly. At the very least, you have to become a professional beast tamer and accept the archaeological knowledge of the system. No problem, I'll definitely complete the mission. When can the funds be transferred? Compared to benefits such as the legendary beast tamer bodyguard, it was obvious that 10 million yuan was more attractive to Shiryu at the moment. With this money, why would he need to nurture a green silkworm? His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Buggy, goodbye. You're now free. Tomorrow, Lu Qingyi said. Your credentials and funds will be in place tomorrow, but unless it's a special situation, I suggest you don't casually expose your identity as a member of Bureau 11. Otherwise, some foreign spies will make you so annoyed that you'll explode. By the way, only Bureau 11 knows that the descent of the ruins is related to you. Next, before you become an official member, I'll be your contact with the organization. That's all I have to say. Shiryu nodded. Don't worry. I'm not a high-profile person. Only 11 people in the country had this talent. As an important talent who could crack the secret of the ruins, he would definitely be easily targeted, not to mention him being so weak. I forgot to mention the most important thing. Your assessment mission is to investigate the truth of the history of Icefield City. There's no time limit. After succeeding, you can become an official member. I've previously explored the Ice Dragon ruins in the Snow Mountain, but due to the lack of key information, I couldn't crack the mechanism. This time, there's a new Icefield City ruins. Because of your appearance, it might be you who breaks this. Even if one had the talent to listen to the voice of history, one couldn't hear everything. One needed a certain opportunity to hear the echoes of history. Lu Qingyi herself had failed, but Shiryu had succeeded. After Lu Qingyi's investigation, she realized that it made sense. After all, Shiryu was a native of Icefield City. It would be relatively more likely for him to be able to hear the voice of history. Shiryu's desire for the truth of the city was definitely deeper than hers. This assessment mission was practically created for Shiryu. You want me to investigate the historical truth of Icefield City? Shiryu said. But can I come into contact with that newly arrived mystic realm? Sure. This mystic realm is a special type of ruin. Even if you don't use your identity as a member of Bureau 11, there's a high chance of you being able to enter. As for what to do next, it's part of your assessment. Lu Qingyi continued. Finally, as your referral, I'll give you a gift on behalf of someone. In order to let Shiryu grow quickly and become her assistant, she planned to pay him in advance. As for money, I don't think you need it for the time being. Then, what should I get you? The manuals of secret skills that the iron-eating beast can use? The special evolution method of the green silkworm? What about a high-level beast baby? Chapter 32. Chapter 32. 3 Evolution Paths. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. That iron-eating beast panda cub should be your first pet, right? As for this green silkworm, is it your additional pet? The gift that Lu Qingyi planned to give would be chosen according to these two pets. She had long noticed the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. The iron-eating beast was fine. Shi Yu's information showed that his initial pet was an iron-eating beast, while the green silkworm was a discovery outside the information. She could tell that this green silkworm probably didn't contract with Shi Yu, which meant that it was currently in a wild state. It was actually not a big deal to raise wild pets. Apart from the major breeding bases, many beast tamers with talent in telepathy liked to do that stuff. Some beast tamers were restricted by levels and couldn't contract more pets, but if they wanted to train more pets, the solution was very simple. It was fine as long as they didn't actually contract with the beasts. In any case, with the gift of telepathy, he could communicate with wild pets without any obstacles. As long as the relationship between the two parties was good, the contract was dispensable. The only pity was that it wouldn't be able to enter the beast taming space to grow quickly. In Lu Qingyi's opinion, this green silkworm should be an additional pet cultivated by Shi Yu. It could be that he wanted to raise it for fun, or he wanted to nurture it into a wind crystal butterfly and keep it for future contracts. At least, based on her current observation, this green silkworm was cultivated very well. Its worm silk level shouldn't be low, so it definitely wouldn't be a problem for it to successfully evolve, as expected of a graduate from the nursing specialization. Secret skill manual? Special evolution method? High-level pet cub. Originally, Shi Yu would have been very satisfied with the 10 million yuan he was going to receive, but now that the other party wanted to give him something else, Shi Yu fell into deep thought. The saying went that one shouldn't accept gifts without doing anything. Isn't it a little bad to accept gifts frequently? Forget it. I've already received 10 million yuan. What's there to be reserved about? He could have the secret manual of iron-eating beast skills. Although his 11 didn't lack skills, the more the better. Moreover, these would be skills with a normal source compared to how he got his other skills, so there would be no pressure to use them. As for the green silkworm special evolution method that this woman was offering, he could accept it as well. Initially, Shi Yu had already planned to release this little bug, but from the sound of it, this other option seemed quite appealing. He had already taught it the worm silk skill so many times and raised it for so long. It would be a pity to let it go. After raising it for so long, he didn't even sell the worm silk once. What a loss. But if the green silkworm could evolve into a pretty good race, it could continue to work for him. A high-level pet cub. In fact, Shi Yu also wanted a special pet to broaden his horizons. It would be best if it was a fantasy-type creature like those made up on Earth. For example, dragon girl, flower fairy, mermaid. Do we have to choose one out of 3? Shi Yu asked. Lu Qingyi. You want all of them? I have to become stronger quickly in order to contribute to the archaeological cause, Shi Yu said. Lu Qingyi also fell into deep thought. She carefully looked at Shi Yu's face and sized him up. She didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. All right. Lu Qingyi nodded. Very good. Then we'll just consider it advance payment. You can't contract with a high-level beast cub even if I give it to you now. We'll talk about it after you become a high-level beast tamer. Currently, Shi Yu is a beast tamer trainee. He could only contract with one pet. After becoming an apprentice-ranked beast tamer, he would be able to contract with a second one. However, although the stats might be good enough, it was still a little insufficient for an apprentice beast tamer to contract with the high-level beast cub she mentioned. The level of their beast taming space could not sustain the accelerated growth of high-level beast cubs. Shi Yu. Indeed, even if he was given an extra cub now, he wouldn't be able to contract with it. The iron-eating beast skill manual. I don't know much about iron-eating beasts, but I heard that Ping Cheng's Bamboo Stone Dojo has 2 skills suitable for them to learn. Tomorrow, I'll give you a recommendation letter at the same time. You can then go to Bamboo Stone Dojo to learn from the owner at any time. Shi Yu. This was within the scope of his plan in the first place. However, the previous plan was to go to the school to challenge and secretly learn some skills during the fight. But now, it had become the personal teaching of a master-rank beast tamer with proper and ethical learning methods. The skill profundities of the Bamboo Stone Dojo were only imparted to personal disciples who joined the dojo. The number of people who mastered it was very small, and it was considered an internal inheritance. However, Since the potential power of 11 was so great, it wasn't impossible for an outsider like Shi Yu who hadn't joined the dojo to learn it. All right, Shi Yu nodded. That was fine too. Having a reasonable learning method was better than secretly copying it. Then there's the evolution method. By the way, are you planning to nurture the green silkworm into a wind crystal butterfly and contract with it? Lu Qingyi took one last look at the green silkworm in the birdcage and asked. No, it's just that the green silkworm is one of the most malleable pets. I can't help but want to nurture it. In other words, the green silkworm's worm silk was very malleable. There were different buyers based on different cultivation methods. He was very short on money and couldn't help but want to nurture it. Green silkworm. Shi Yu had his own method of understanding things, but Lu Qingyi had another. The green silkworm was indeed one of the most malleable pets. Among the known evolution routes, the green silkworm could evolve into the highest number of pet types. As a complete mutated pet, according to different cultivation plans, during its first evolution, it could evolve into most moths and butterfly-type creatures. There were already dozens of known types. Almost every researcher who studied evolution would use a pet like the green silkworm as the initial experiment subject. The reason was also very simple. The cultivation period of the green silkworm was short, and the process of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly was even like a lucky draw. Everyone was a gambler, and no one knew what would come out of the cocoon. That kind of anticipation felt very good. I won't tell you about the transcendent evolution paths. I know 3 commander rank evolution paths that are higher ranked than transcendent. You can choose. After successfully cultivating it, this green silkworm's potential can leap past that little iron-eating beast. It's very suitable to be your second pet, Lu Qingyi said. 11. Omega, howl. 11, who was beside him, vaguely felt that someone was talking bad about it. It seemed to be that bad woman. Gee. The green silkworm was still silly and looked like it didn't have a high IQ. It didn't care about evolution either. After all, one couldn't expect a worm to have the IQ of a mammal. Perhaps only evolution could make it smarter. Which 3? The 3 evolution paths respectively represent low-class commander rank, middle-class commander rank, and high-class commander rank. The evolution conditions also change from easy to difficult. First is the ice crystal phoenix butterfly, of low-class commander rank. The strongest racial skill that can be awakened is blizzard. Next is the ghost beauty butterfly, a middle-class commander rank dark element pet. It's good at curses, sneak attacks, and assassinations. Then there's the goddess of light butterfly, a high-class commander rank light element pet. It can master all kinds of light and is proficient in illusions. Apart from certain specific materials and food, to evolve into these races, the minimum requirement is for the silkworm to reach expert level before the cocoon is formed. Perfected level would be best. This can maximize the potential of the pet during evolution. But it's too difficult to nurture worm silk to perfected proficiency. There's no need to force it. After all, the lifespan and talent of the green silkworm are limited. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Breaking the Rules. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Lu Qingyi finished talking about the 3 evolution paths, she waited for Shi Yu's choice. In any case, Shi Yu couldn't take all of them, because the green silkworm could only evolve into one type of creature. Ice crystal phoenix butterfly, ghost beauty butterfly, goddess of light butterfly. To be honest, Shi Yu felt that it was all pretty good. After all, it would be a commander rank creature, no matter what. A commander rank creature's growth limit was much higher than that of a transcendent rank one. If he could contract with a commander rank creature, as long as he could afford it, becoming a professional beast tamer would be almost certain. At this point, if it were any other beast tamer, they would probably have already chosen it excitedly. However, after hearing it, Shi Yu didn't immediately choose one happily. It wasn't that he had difficulty choosing, but he had heard a key piece of information. In order for the green silkworm to evolve into a commander rank creature, apart from some necessary evolution materials, its worm silk proficiency actually only needed to be expert level. He had previously thought that it would need to at least be perfected level. It was simply difficult to even reach perfect proficiency for the worm silk skill. But what if he did pursue perfected level worm silk proficiency? At that time, would it stimulate the potential of the pet to 200%? Are there any green silkworms that have reached this skill level of perfection before evolution? Shi Yu asked. Lu Qingyi said, it's not impossible. If you can find mystic realms and ruins suitable for the growth of the green silkworm and spend a huge fortune to nurture it, You might then be able to raise its worm silk proficiency to that level in its lifetime. Or, when you get to the level of a legendary beast tamer, you can return to nurture the green silkworm. However, putting aside the cost-effective ratio, this green silkworm won't be able to live until then. There are roughly only 2 methods. At the moment, it's not like there are no successful cases in the country. There was a green silkworm that evolved into a monarch rank ice phoenix moth. Why? Are you tempted by this? Sure, you smiled. I'm just asking. Lu Qingyi said, don't be too greedy. If you plan to evolve it, the level of the green silkworm's worm silk isn't, the higher the better. The higher the level of the worm silk, the greater its potential after evolution. However, the evolution process will also be more difficult. There's a greater risk of failure in breaking out of the cocoon, so this is the reason why there's no need to deliberately pursue perfect proficiency. Unless you can guarantee that the evolution materials you use can definitely allow the green silkworm to awaken powerful new racial skills during the evolution process, and that with this skill, it can absolutely break through the cocoon. But this kind of thing, even the best evolution planner can't guarantee it. Sure, you roughly understood. The level of the green silkworm's worm silk, the level of the cocoon formed, the difficulty of breaking through the cocoon, and the potential after evolution, these were all positively correlated. And if he wanted it to successfully break out of the cocoon, he would need it to successfully awaken a powerful new species skill inside the cocoon and use this ability to break out of the cocoon. As for how to awaken new racial skills during the evolution process, one needed to provide it with suitable evolution materials before it cocooned. If the evolution materials provided were wrong, the awakening skill would fail, and the evolution of the cocoon would also fail. After thinking about it carefully, Shiryu's heart stirred. If the green silkworm's evolution mechanism was like this, perhaps he didn't have to take the known evolution path. Shiryu looked at the green silkworm in the birdcage. So, what would the outcome be if he taught it a skill from the skill index before it cocooned? In this way, there would be no need to take the traditional evolution path. He could directly use the skill index before its evolution to have it break out of the cocoon. As long as the skill level was high enough, there was no risk of it not breaking out of the cocoon. At the same time, the worm silk level could also be stacked to the maximum without any worries, allowing the highest level worm cocoon to nourish the green silkworm inside. This method seemed to be feasible. Initially, Shiryu thought that commander rank creatures were pretty good, but now, he suddenly wanted to nurture a new evolution form for himself to take a look at. He could completely break the normal evolution method and use an unscientific evolution method. Skills learnt before evolution plus perfected level worm silk plus deciding attributes equals. Shiryu suddenly understood those researchers who like to study the new evolved form of the green silkworm. It was really awesome to win a prize. He nodded and said, then I'll choose the goddess of light butterfly. Although it might not necessarily evolve into this, it was definitely correct to choose the rarest one at the moment. He wanted to take a look at how the evolution materials of other evolution paths were matched. Lu Qingyi said, as expected, you chose the highest level. But as I've just reminded you, the evolution difficulty of the 3 of them is from easy to difficult, so you have to be sufficiently prepared before letting the green silkworm try to evolve. Wasting precious evolution materials is a small matter. If it fails to break out of the cocoon, your green silkworm might die trapped in it. Okay. The evolution method was probably Lu Qingyi's private collection or harvest. She wrote down the evolution method on the spot for Shiryu, and the quantity and level of the materials listed were also very comprehensive. An evolution method that could nurture the disgraceful green silkworm of the beast world into a high-class commander rank creature. Its value is naturally needless to say. It could totally have been the foundation for a powerful beast tamer family. Yet Lu Qingyi had very casually told Shiryu the method. This also made Shiryu believe even more that the Bureau 11 mentioned by the other party might really be very powerful. He might really be able to arrange for a legendary beast tamer bodyguard in the future. Race green silkworm. Evolution root, goddess of light butterfly. Skill requirement, worm silk skill above expert proficiency. Evolutionary materials, uncooked heart of light aged 1 to 3 years. 1. Mature sun petal, 10. Firefly nucleus, 3. Luminous fungus, 50 grams. Sunlight rock powder, large amount. Mature light containing grass, large amount. Evolution method. After the green silkworm's growth level reaches level 9, it needs a 9:1 ratio of sunlight rock powder to soak the light containing grass as its main food. The food soaking time is 1 hour. Feed until the green silkworm's growth level reaches level 10. After the green silkworm's growth level reaches level 10, it needs to eat 1 uncooked heart of light within a day, 10 mature sun petals, 3 firefly nuclei, and 50 grams of luminous fungus. After finishing all of them, it can then use the worm's silk skill to make a cocoon. The evolution process requires about 30 days. If it's successful, the green silkworm will awaken the skill rainbow light in the cocoon and break out of the cocoon to evolve into the goddess of light butterfly. These materials. The heart of light was the name of a special fruit. The sun petal was a high-level spiritual plant. The firefly nucleus was the energy crystal of a fluorescent worm. The luminous fungus was a true core creature on the rainbow light mushroom. The sunlight rock was a rare mineral, and the light-containing grass was also a rare spiritual plant. Just by looking at the name, sure you could already imagine the price of this pile of materials. He couldn't help but feel a headache. If he had to buy all of them, would his 10 million yuan be enough? Iron bamboo was already so expensive as the cheapest material among the lowest first-level resources. None of the materials here were lower than third level. Little bug, as expected, we should research an even more impressive evolution path ourselves. High-level commander rank is still too low. If he wasn't confident of his own path when the time came, then he would choose this backup. After handing the green silkworm's evolution method to Shi Qian, Lu Qingyi left with her wind demon lion. Only Shi Qian, the iron-eating beast, and the green silkworm were left in the courtyard. After watching Lu Qingyi leave, Shi Qian sighed. He didn't know whether it was a good or bad choice for him to join Bureau 11. Although he resisted his old profession vocally, it was indeed, as Lu Qingyi said. If he really resisted from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have resonated with that stone statue. Forget it, I won't think too much. In any case, I'll have money tomorrow. I can squander a little today. Sure, you put away the evolution blueprint and decided to buy a cell phone first. He had been eyeing this thing for a long time, and now he could finally steel his heart to buy one. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Opening of the Ruins. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After figuring out the truth behind the stone statue's mutation and knowing the huge sum of money that was about to be transferred to his account, Shi Qian was overjoyed. That day, he came to the building of Century Corporation and prepared to look around. Century Corporation was the leading company in the high-tech field of the Donghuang Nation and had stores in almost all cities above level 3. Shi Qian planned to buy a smart cell phone here. Actually, when Lu Qingyi was around, Shi Qian had already asked her if the organization would give him a phone, and the answer he got was naturally no. The other party had asked Shi Qian to use a portion of the initial funds of 10 million yuan to purchase it himself. At Shi Qian's level, there was currently no real need for him to equip himself with a private phone. This was uncomfortable. But whatever, even if he bought a relatively high-end cell phone, it would only be 100,000 yuan. It was nothing compared to 10 million yuan. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? After Shi Qian entered the cell phone department, a receptionist immediately welcomed him. I want to choose a cell phone. What is your basic requirement? It can connect to the internet. It should also have the ability to detect energy and the pet catalog function. After Shi Qian finished speaking, the receptionist immediately took out a silver-white cell phone from the counter and said, "What do you think of this one?" This is the newest model of Century Corporation, the Index Machine M30. It contains information on 6,029 types of pets and their skills. In addition, it can accurately detect the energy level of pets below transcendent level. Its price is 99,998 yuan. If you choose this one, you can even get 1,000 yuan as a gift if you buy it now. Can I try it? Shi Qian asked. Of course. Shi Qian took the cell phone and found the index function. This function was actually not that magical. It was similar to the face detection feature of Earth smartphones. It needed to use the cell phone camera aimed at some creature to take effect. After opening the index function, Shi Qian aimed his cell phone at a black and orange dog with a ferocious expression lying outside the hall. In an instant, the cell phone immediately broadcasted a voice message. Species, mechanical hound. Attribute, machinery. Race level, mid-level transcendent. Level of growth, level 10 awakening. Race skills, image storage, aura detection, electric bite, self-explosion. Introduction, artificial mechanical life used for care, tracking, and investigation. Not only was there a voice broadcast, the cell phone screen also displayed specific information about the mechanical dog. The information was relatively comprehensive, and one could also get more detailed information through clicks or voice commands. Skill, self-explosion. Skill level, advanced. Introduction, explode all the energy in your body. You will die after using it. Sure you. This skill's level was really high, but if he wanted to replicate it, would there be a bug? Seeing and touching, those were the requirements for him to copy the skill. They would have already been blown to pieces. What would be left for him to touch? Forget it, forget it. 11 and the green silkworm didn't need this skill anyway. Because of the basic energy wave detection function, the mechanical dog's growth level was also successfully registered. Level 10 was considered pretty high. It was just a step away from becoming a transcendent creature. Very good, Shi Qian thought to himself. This index function was what he would find most useful. Although he was also considered a genius, he only understood transcendent ranked creatures the most, and he didn't dare to say that he could understand everything. But with this cell phone, in the future, no matter if one encountered rare or precious pets of high races or with rare skills, they could find relevant information immediately. Although he definitely had to continue learning if he wanted to become an outstanding beast tamer, using high-tech products could more or less supplement his shortcomings and aid him. In short, this cell phone was good in every way, and its looks were all right, but it was so expensive. If he bought it now, his savings would go straight to the bottom. The 10 million promised by Lu Qingyi was supposed to be transferred to his account tomorrow. If not, he and 11 could only eat dirt then. Roasted earth rat, ugh. If he had known it would drain his finances, he would have come tomorrow instead. Sure, you deeply realized the shortcomings of his personality. He was very curious and had a rather impatient personality. Such a personality was very suitable for courting death. No wonder he was someone who had transmigrated. Forget it, I'm already here. She had already given him the rare evolution method, so why would she run away with the 10 million? Give me one, Shi Qian said to the receptionist. Yes, sir. The receptionist immediately smiled. He seemed to be quite happy with the sale. After buying the cell phone and settling a series of business matters, Shi Qian left in pain. But he wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, he went to another company, Talent Group. Talent Group and Century Group were two of the 5 largest corporations in the nation. They were both widespread. The latter focused on high-tech products, while the former focused on rare spiritual plants, minerals, pet food, and nutritional supplements. Since he had already spent so much money, Shi Qian didn't mind spending a little more. 11 had eaten enough iron bamboo every day for the past month. Although it liked it, Shi Qian wanted to give it something better. In the end, he bought some level 2 resources, iron heartwood. This was also a recommended food in the metal-eating beast cultivation manual given by Lin Xiaozhu, and it was of a higher level than iron bamboo. Iron heartwood, as the name suggested, was wood with metal minerals growing inside. It was considered a spiritual plant with stuffing and also one of the best foods for iron-eating beasts. Its attributes were also inclined towards gold and wood, which could effectively strengthen the iron-eating beast's hardening ability and its vitality. This kind of ingredient provided more nutrition than iron bamboo. Typically, only transcendent rank iron-eating beasts would eat it as their main food. Otherwise, it would be very easy for it to be overnourished. Although that was the case, Shi Qian considered the expenditure of his iron-eating beast. He felt that it wasn't a problem for it to consume all this nutrition. After all, its appetite was several times that of an ordinary iron-eating beast. As for the green silkworm, it grew quickly anyway. It didn't lack the nutrition needed for the occasional skill index upgrade, so Shi Qian didn't spend too much on it. What he ate was what the green silkworm ate. This was a restraint that even 11 didn't have to deal with. Later on, Shi Qian even planned to see if there were any higher-level supplements. After all, his body was about to develop resistance to the refreshing capsule already. Besides, the level of the capsule was indeed not high. He would be rich soon. Shi Qian also planned to treat himself better. Only if he was good could his pets be good. However, considering that the capsules at home had yet to be finished, Shi Qian finally decided to use them all up before looking for new substitutes. After squandering money to his heart's content, Shi Qian returned home feeling refreshed. As usual, 11 pulled the green silkworm along to do daily training. As for Shi Qian himself, apart from meditation, he could also lie in the courtyard and use his cell phone to learn. After browsing for a while, because Shi Qian had registered with his beast tamer identity, he suddenly received a message notification from the Beast Tamer Association of Pingcheng regarding all trainee beast tamers there. The ruins near Icefield City have already been opened. Those who wish to explore it can sign up for the Beast Tamer Association's field combat training and participate in the assessment. Those who pass the assessment can obtain the right to explore. Everything you find in the ruins will belong to you. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Decision. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The access rights are open just like that? Isn't it said that all the treasures in these ruins and mystic realms belong to the person who discovers them? No wonder that Lu woman said that there's a chance to enter even without the identity of Bureau 11. How is this a gift? It looks like she's just recruiting cannon fodder. We don't even know if there are treasures inside. Maybe there are only monsters. Sure, you sensed that something was wrong. In order to gain access, one had to go through the field combat training organized by the Beast Tamer Association. From the looks of it, one of the entry requirements was to have a certain amount of combat ability. What would happen if he didn't have actual combat ability? Needless to say, he would most likely die in the ruins. There are hundreds of millions of pitfalls. Just as sure you wanted to search for more information about the Mystic Realm ruins, he suddenly heard a gurgle from the side. Ayuyu. 11 staggered over and asked when the meal would start. At this moment, the green silkworm was lying limp in the birdcage like a crippled worm. It really didn't have a single thread left. There's a sumptuous meal today. Don't worry, I'll get it right away. Sure you looked at the time? Good heavens, it was actually so late. Usually, when he was meditating, days felt like years, and time passed very slowly. Now, he had just swiped his phone for a short while, and the sky was actually almost dark. If the cell phone could evolve into a mechanical life form, it would most likely be able to awaken racial skills that could control time, like that TV show Silly Girl. 11 wasn't the only one who was hungry. Sure, you realized that he also felt a little hungry, so he quickly went to prepare the food. A moment later, 11's iron bamboo pole, bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, and iron heartwood. Sure used steamed buns and tomato egg soup. The green silkworm's vegetable leaves. The three of them started eating their own food. As they ate, Sure you asked 11, "Are you interested in field combat training?" After returning from the battle hall the last time, Sure you had already thought of getting some field combat experience. At the moment, this was probably the only thing that could put pressure on 11. Although this training was said to be a field battle, the safety of the whole process was still guaranteed. After all, it was organized by the association to train local beast tamers. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of the Mystic Realm ruins to explore it. After all, he didn't even know what was going on inside. But if it was just field combat training, participating in it didn't seem to be a big deal. Firstly, he could continue to train his and 11's combat abilities, and secondly, he could use this opportunity to see how the assessment was related to the ruins of the Mystic Realm. Woo! 11 raised its arms. Charge! 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 Its eyes were bright, indicating that, of course, it wanted to participate. The whole point of tough training was to show off the results. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. That ice-armored beast and that group of earth rats couldn't let it showcase all the training results. The only thing that made it feel a little pressured was the wind demon lion, but 11 knew that he definitely couldn't defeat it in the first place. The wind demon lion was of commander rank. The pressure created by a commander rank creature was still very strong for an infant at the growth stage like 11. Even worse, the pressure produced by monarch rank creatures could directly kill low-level creatures. After a pet reached the rank of monarch, it could automatically awaken its deterrence ability. This was also why the deterrence skill duplicated by Shiryu was referred to as the kingly aptitude. The act of mastering it wasn't something just any creature could do. To master this special ability of a monarch rank in advance meant that one had the aptitude of a king, a being with potential. Then let's participate and take a look. Shiryu nodded. Then, he looked at the green silkworm in the birdcage and said, "You too." Gee. The green silkworm showed a confused and innocent expression. As far as I know, with the info I found using my cell phone, the evaluation criteria for the assessment in field combat basically depends on what kind of creature is defeated or what rare resources have been gathered. Of course, I'll leave the fighting to 11, but gathering things can be done with your worm's silk. Sure, you smiled. For example, he couldn't be bothered to pick those plants growing on a cliff or those resources protected by biological communities. Giving them to the green silkworm would be easiest. Stealing would definitely be more efficient than fighting. Gee. The green silkworm lowered its head and started eating its last supper. The next day, Lu Qingyi came again. She brought along identification documents representing Shi Yu's status as a reserve member of Bureau 11. At the same time, she also handed a bank card with 10 million yuan in savings to Shi Yu. As for the Bamboo Stone Dojo's recommendation letter, it was nothing compared to the first two. With this certificate, you can have the authority to directly explore most of the ruins. For example, you can enter the Pingcheng ruins directly with it. As for the Ice Dragon ruins in the Snowy Mountain, well, I suggest that you should reach the abilities of a professional before exploring there. Otherwise, even if you wear a cold-proof suit, your physique definitely won't be able to withstand that temperature. Are there any bodyguards? Sure, you asked. You can apply for a bodyguard for the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snowy Mountain, but not for this one that you triggered. I've said before that this ruin is relatively special, so, unfortunately, you can't. Lu Qingyi smiled. Shi Yu's eyelids twitched. So what exactly is going on inside this ruin? You might as well tell me directly. The cracked stone statue was still waiting for him to restore the truth, but if it was too dangerous, he would have no choice but to do it next time. There's no harm in telling you in advance. The predecessor of the Mystic Realm ruins is the beast taming space of a beast tamer. You know this, right? Shi Yu nodded. Firstly, the space in this ruin is very unstable. According to an experiment, only trainee beast tamers can enter normally. If the beast tamer's level is too high, the beast tamer's space in the ruins will have a spatial rejection reaction. Of course, we can also forcefully develop it, but that could easily cause the space to collapse. That wouldn't be worth it. After all, the most precious thing is the ruin itself. I guessed it. Otherwise, the Pingcheng District Association wouldn't have been prepared to give a large number of beast tamers access to such an important ruin, Shi Yu said. Then, this ruin is a challenge-type ruin. It should have been modified by that beast tamer postnatally. Its purpose was to train the new generation beast tamers of their own tribe. After beast tamers enter, they will randomly arrive at an independent environment. No one can meet each other. Elemental creature clones will appear in the environment. Only by defeating them can they enter the next environment. It's a little similar to a level challenge. At the moment, there are actually already beast tamers from the Pingcheng beast tamer troops who have entered to explore, but as for battle results, Lu Qingyi shook her head. The strength of the beast tamers in Pingcheng was still too weak. Even if transcendent creatures didn't appear in this ruin temporarily, they wouldn't be able to clear it all. If there were some beast tamer trainees from big cities, they would definitely be able to discover the secret of the ruins faster. However, this ruin appeared in Pingcheng after all. The priority of exploration should definitely belong to Pingcheng. Then, it would be the other districts and counties in Icefield City. In the end, it would still be impossible to crack before multiple cities attempted it together. Is it dangerous inside? Shi Yu asked the question he was most concerned about. According to the people who came out, those elemental creatures only aim to defeat their opponents, not kill them. But if the challenger is too weak, there will still be danger. Wait a minute. I'll give you an address and an invitation number. Your 10 million starting capital can buy cultivation resources through here. You'll also get a certain discount. Use this ruin and this 10 million yuan reasonably, and then go to the Bamboo Stone Dojo to learn for a period of time. I believe you can become a professional level beast tamer very soon. In any case, don't pay attention to the Ice Dragon ruins first. Instead, use the ruins as your primary investigation target. Shi Yu said, it still sounds a little dangerous. My iron-eating beast is only at level 5, and those elite clan's beast tamers who are proficient in combat can probably defeat it. It's useless even if I go. If you want to investigate the historical truth of Icefield City, you don't necessarily have to clear it. There should be some clues in every independent environment. Your listening talent should be very useful when the time comes, Lu Qingyi said. After all, this ruin appeared because of you. Of course, you should still have the most basic ability to protect yourself. Learning 2 new skills with your iron-eating beast at the Bamboo Stone Dojo should be enough. It's still too difficult with just a hardening ability. All right, Shi Yu nodded. Then continue training for a while. He didn't intend to enter directly with the identity of a member of Bureau 11. After all, there was no benefit to it. He would only receive more meaningless attention. As expected, he should still participate in the Beast Tamer Association's assessment first. It would put him more at ease to enter through this channel. The criteria for passing this assessment should mean that one could survive safely in the ruins. If he couldn't even achieve satisfactory results for this assessment, he shouldn't go to the ruins either. His life was more important. Shi Yu slowly made plans for himself. Then, He quickly realized that something was wrong. F***CK, didn't he say that he wouldn't touch ruins in this lifetime? What was with the anticipation and excitement? Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Training. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After investigating Shi Yu's identity and background, the Homeland Ruins Strategic Investigation and Backup Security Bureau, which was also known as Bureau 11, currently had a free movement policy towards Shi Yu. Although Shi Yu was talented and had a clean background, he was too lousy. Even Lu Qingyi, who had the least experience in Bureau 11, had the title of doctorate in Donghuang Capital University, one of the 9 major universities, so one could imagine Shi Yu's position as the junior of the organization. Investigating the historical truth of Icefield City alone was also training for Shi Yu. Using this, one would be able to see the subsequent manifestations of Shi Yu's ability to listen to the echoes of history, his listening talent. At the moment, Lu Qingyi was the one who paid the most attention to Shi Yu's growth in Bureau 11. After all, she had already greeted those big bosses, making sure it was known that she was the one who discovered Shi Yu and dug him up. After Shi Yu became an official member, he had to be her assistant first. They couldn't snatch him away from her. I hope you can pass the vocation assessment in half a year. After Lu Qingyi left Shi Yu's house again, she had some thoughts. As someone with a certain level of experience, she naturally didn't want Shi Yu to wait for the vocation assessment happening then. That would only be the standard for ordinary beast tamers like Qin Kai. Now, she had provided Shi Yu with a huge amount of starting capital and also helped him get a learning opportunity at Bamboo Stone Dojo. Her goal was to let Shi Yu catch up to the next vocation assessment. After becoming a professional beast tamer, one would be considered to have stepped into the real door of the beast tamer world. Every step was lengthy, and there was never enough time. Every step a beast tamer took was a race against time. Sigh. At this moment, in the courtyard, Shi Yu couldn't help but sigh as he watched Lu Qingyi leave. With the rich lady gone, they could only rely on themselves to work hard. Shi Yu took out his black Bureau 11 ID and sighed as he looked at his handsome profile picture. Bureau 11 was roughly equivalent to the final strength and trump card of the Donghua nation when facing various ruins. Its status was very high. In his previous life, the archaeological field might not have been much, but many ruins here were related to various guardian totems and mythical creatures. There were a lot of secrets involved. It could be said that decrypting ruins was the most critical pathway for beast tamers to reach the mythical domain. Therefore, as the most elite group of people in the archaeology world, it wasn't strange for Bureau 11 to have a legendary rank beast tamer serving as a bodyguard. Sigh. Shi Yu sighed twice. Although he was unlucky enough to enter the archaeology field again, he had entered such a high-level organization in just a few months here. As expected of you, Shi Yu. Indeed, after changing worlds, you're still so outstanding. Can this certificate let me enter most ruins? At the same time, I'd be able to apply for a bodyguard from Bureau 11 with this certificate to explore ruins. Shi Yu suddenly felt that the certificate was a little heavy. It was convenient, but it was equivalent to a Pandora's box. If he used it, it would definitely mean that he was courting death again. I'll keep it away first. After putting away the documents, it was already noon. Shi Yu had to prepare food for 11 and the silkworm again. WUU. During this process, 11 roared at the sky in the courtyard, scaring the green silkworm. You gave me a fright, damn it. It also gave Shi Yu a fright. But because of his mental connection with 11, he roughly knew what was going on. 11's growth level increased again, reaching level 6 awakening. Today was July 25th, 177, and he had joined Bureau 11 on July 4th, 177. It had only been slightly more than 20 days, but it had already advanced by 3 levels. This speed would definitely make many beast tamers cry. Under normal circumstances, even if 11 could eat a lot and did a lot of training, this growth speed was still unscientific. The reason it could grow so quickly was mainly related to the teaching of the skill book. The increase in skill proficiency would lead to the growth of the pet itself. This was the reason why 11's growth was so fast. It could also be understood in this way. The physical strength and energy consumed by Shi Yu had all been converted into the nutrition needed for the growth of his pet during the teaching process. Shi Yu carried a metal basin and walked out. He looked at 11, who was waving excitedly at him, and estimated. Your height is almost 1 meter. The little iron-eating beast nodded in confusion. The current size of the little iron-eating beast was a lot bigger than when it was first brought back from the iron bamboo breeding base. However, it was also normal. Currently, it was at its fastest growth phase. Congratulations, let's eat first, Shi Qian said with a smile. He quickly prepared food for 11 and the green silkworm. Then, he picked up his cell phone and checked the situation of the two pets. Species, iron-eating beast. Level of growth, level 6 awakening. Species, green silkworm. Level of growth, level 4 awakening. One was at level 6, while the other was at level 4. However, he couldn't treat them as normal pets of this level. After all, their skill proficiency far exceeded other pets of the same level. If he signed up for the field combat assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association, Shi Qian was very curious about what kind of assessment results he could get with these two little guys. That afternoon, Shi Qian went to the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng again. This time, he came openly. Of course, this time, he came here to register for the field combat assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng. This is ridiculous. Why are there so many people? However, after coming here, Shi Qian's scalp immediately went numb. There were so many people that it was ridiculous. It seemed that all of them were here to register for the field combat assessment. The appearance of Mystic Realm ruins in Pingcheng was no longer a secret, and most beast tamers knew what the ruins represented. It represented opportunities and wealth. This time, the Beast Tamer Association announced that all the gains from the Mystic Realm would belong to the individual. This directly made those beast tamers whose families were as poor as he used to be go crazy. A gamble was a chance to change one's fate. Looks like a batch of beast tamers with no potential will be eliminated from the field combat assessment organized by the association. Then, the beast tamers with potential will be sent further into the ruins to train. This way, after a period of time, another batch of beast tamers qualified to challenge the vocation assessment will appear in Pingcheng. In a sense, just the news of the appearance of the ruins had completely mobilized the enthusiasm of Pingcheng's beast tamer trainees. In the past, there hadn't been so many people signing up for wilderness training. After a while, it was finally time. There were 3 combat training venues in Pingcheng. The venue designation would be according to the situation of the beast tamer. There were definitely simple and difficult spots in the 3 locations. Shi Qian estimated that at his level, he definitely wouldn't be getting the hardest spots. Hello, the location of your assessment is Mount Tianmeng. The assessment is held for a total of 3 days. The time starts on July 28th, which is 3 days later, and ends on the 30th. Please arrive at the training base at Mount Tianmeng by 9 a.m. on the 28th. If you are late, you are considered to have given up voluntarily. The registration fee will not be refunded. The lady at the front desk added sweetly, as for the details, please go to the hall to take a look. Thank you. Shi Qian turned and left. The registration fee for an assessment was 10,000 yuan. Actually, it wasn't expensive. It was already considered cheap. After all, in every training location, there were high-level beast tamers from the Beast Tamer Association who had eliminated the risk factors in advance. They also had professional security teams who were responsible for the safety of the trainees throughout the entire process. In order for them to gain more experience, the Beast Tamer Association would also transfer a large number of pets that were not local to be placed in it for the apprentices to broaden their horizons. Apart from that, the rare resources in the training venue had also been controlled to a full extent. Experts could freely obtain them. After they came out, they would be split at a certain ratio with the Beast Tamer Association. Therefore, as long as the beast tamer who was training didn't take it too far, with a little bit of ability, this registration fee could be recouped, and the stronger ones could even earn money. Shi Qian's goal this time was not to earn, but to not lose out. Then, Shi Qian took a look at the things to take note of in the registration hall. In fact, there wasn't much to pay attention to. The trainees were just reminded that they needed to bring some necessities on their own. After paying a little attention, Shi Qian returned home. There were still 3 days until the so-called field combat assessment. Shi Qian planned to just pass it normally. There was no need to train desperately at the last minute, or else it would affect his pet's condition. If he wanted to go on a killing spree, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to register. After stably developing for half a year with 10 million yuan, he would have had everything ready. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were indeed passed normally. 11 and the green silkworm still had the usual training and food. Shi Qian, on the other hand, spent his days on meditation and playing with his cell phone. The only thing worth mentioning was that during this period, Shi Qian used the skill book 3 more times. He taught worm silk twice and hardening once. In this way, including the previous time, 11 was probably taught 2 more times by the skill index on top of its already expert-level hardening skill. On the other hand, the green silkworm was taught twice by the skill index on the foundation of the expert-level worm silk it already had. It was just an additional 2 times, so their skill proficiency naturally wasn't at the perfected level yet. As for their daily bit of training, the relatively large experience gap made it naturally insufficient. After this, Shiryu was thinking about a mathematics problem. When a pet that didn't have any foundation for a skill was taught by the skill index once, it would be at initial level. Teaching it twice equaled proficient level, and teaching it 4 times was expert level. Then how many times did he have to teach it for it to be at perfected level? 8 or 16 times? This question is too difficult. I can't figure it out. Shiryu gave up struggling. It would be better to wait and verify it personally. That morning, Shiryu woke up very early. Now that he was rich, he decided to use a taxi for once. When he arrived at the street under the training base of MT Tianming, he discovered a large number of beast tamers gathered at the entrance. They were basically around 20 years old. When Shiryu arrived, he heard someone calling out to him. He looked around and immediately saw a guy with dark eye circles that looked like an iron-eating beast. As expected, "You're here too," Chen Kai, the top student of his class, said. "I knew you wouldn't miss this." "Shiryu." "No, what's with your dark eye circles? Don't tell me you really ate supplements like candy when you went back?" Chapter 37. Chapter 37, A Strange Creature. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. "Why are you here too?" Shiryu raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Kai. This guy was so weak. The ice-armored beast couldn't even withstand 11's attack previously. What was it doing here? "What's wrong with me?" "It's not just me. Most of the students in our class are here. The teachers are pretty encouraging. Did you know that after we left that day, that stone statue in the garden exploded that night? How exciting." "Yes, I remember how exciting that was." Shiryu scratched his cheek. What else could he say? He couldn't possibly say that he was the one who had caused the explosion, right? Even that mystic realm ruin was something he caused by talking to the statue. "By the way, your training method is pretty useful. My ice-armored beast is already level 7. Chen Kai thanked Shiryu. He had worked hard before realizing how great his and the ice-armored beast's potential was. He had long wanted to thank Shiryu. He had had a premonition that Shiryu would definitely come for this assessment, so he had paid attention to his surroundings in advance. He didn't expect to really bump into him. In short, this week was too fulfilling. "I advise you to control yourself." Shiryu's face was rather speechless. "Your story has spread all over the pharmacy in Pingqing. Stop it." He didn't want to be the culprit behind the destruction of the country's youth. "Yes, I have control." Chen Kai looked up at the sky. In short, the assessment this time would depend on his performance. In order to find Shiryu, Chen Kai deliberately didn't follow the students who came to participate in the training earlier. On the way to the training base with Shiryu, Chen Kai said, "I heard that there are 100 applicants in each batch for a training site." Teacher Zhang revealed that only those who are ranked in the top 20 of each training base can enter the ruins. "To be honest, I'm a little unsure." 1/5. That's not low. Shiryu walked beside him and said, "Don't worry, you're an excellent student." If it was a level 6 ice-armored beast, it might be difficult, but Shiryu didn't expect Chen Kai to really break through by using all those refreshing capsules. The current environment was too complicated. Chen Kai blushed. Son of a B****, TCH. After all, he had already realized back then how he was a shitty top student. After witnessing Shiryu's strength, he knew that he could only be impressive in school. He couldn't compare to the beast tamers outside. However, although he said he wasn't confident, Chen Kai was still a little confident. Although his ice-armored beast was only level 7, its strength wasn't weak. Shiryu's iron-eating beast growth level was even lower, wasn't it? But its strength was similarly ridiculous. The growth level of an awakening stage pet didn't mean anything at all. A level 10 green silkworm, without any training, might not even be as strong as a dog. This growth level was at most a reference. The battle power test was still the various training conditions of the beast tamer on the pets. Otherwise, there would be no need to organize any combat assessment. Everyone could just compete for levels. By the way, have you participated in similar events before? Shiryu asked again. The school organized it once, but the scale was definitely incomparable to this time. Chen Kai shook his head and asked, "What about you?" "First time." "That's right. You're from the feeding specialization. You definitely wouldn't have participated in it before. Shi Qian nodded. After transmigrating, this was indeed his first time coming to such a relatively dangerous place. At this moment, even his cells could not help but feel excited. Sigh. I'm indeed a restless person. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the inner area of the training base. At this moment, there were more than 50 beast tamers who had already arrived. Currently, these beast trainer trainees carrying backpacks were talking in groups of 2 or 3. The surroundings became noisier and noisier. 11, who was sleeping soundly in the beast taming space and preparing for a big battle, was still all right. It couldn't feel anything, but the green silkworm in Shi Yu's backpack subconsciously woke up from its sleep and hurriedly breathed through the gap in the backpack. Are the two girls from before here? Shi Yu looked around and asked Chen Kai. Chen Kai said that Yu Jingjing had some ideas, but she was dissuaded by her parents. As for Huang Yu, it's already difficult for her iron-eating beast to catch a rat, let alone participate in the training. Those who dared to sign up to participate in the wilderness training were actually considered brave warriors. After all, this training wasn't completely without danger. Therefore, looking over, there were indeed not many female students. After all, even if they didn't include dangerous creatures, the ordinary animals like bugs and snakes could already persuade a large number of people to leave. Chen Kai, come here. What are you doing over there? Just as Chen Kai finished speaking, a few people suddenly called out to him from afar. Chen Kai hurriedly said to Shi Yu, my classmate. I'll go over first. See you later. Sure. Shi Yu nodded. Then, Chen Kai jogged over. Shi Yu continued to look around. He mainly observed the group of beast tamers in camouflage clothes and was curious about their identities. Were they the beast tamers hired by the security company or the beast troops? Actually, for ordinary people with poor family backgrounds who wanted to become beast tamers, joining the Beast Tamer Association's Beast Tamer Corps was also a pretty good choice. After passing the evaluation in all aspects and entering the new recruits training camps, the officials would distribute the cubs all together and then set the beast tamers and their pets up for cultivation. During this period, all the costs were provided by the association. After the training ended, they could also be assigned work by the officials, such as guarding the city walls in various places or cleaning the wilderness. There were advantages and disadvantages to this method. The advantage was that it could fulfill the dreams of people who couldn't otherwise become beast tamers, but the disadvantage was that they might lose some freedom. It was their first duty to obey orders, and the pets didn't completely belong to them. His predecessor had also considered this path back then, but it was very difficult for ordinary people to withstand such harsh training. So in the end, the original Shi Yu had given up. Beep. Silence. As Shi Yu observed his surroundings, in the distance, a square-faced middle-aged man took out a whistle and blew hard. The loud sound immediately attracted the attention of all the beast tamers present. Time's up. Everyone present, maintain silence. Immediately line up in an orderly manner to sign the safety notice. During this process, listen to me explain the things to take note of in this assessment. Firstly, I'm the overall person in charge of the assessment at this time. I, Zhou Wanshan, will be in charge of your assessment. There are also 4 other professional beast tamers and a group of security personnel. I won't say any more nonsense. Next, after you've signed the form about taking responsibility for your own safety, we'll give each of you a monster index. There are a large number of ferocious beasts and rare resources in Mount Tianmeng. All their types are recorded in this illustrated booklet, and they have corresponding points. Hunting ferocious beasts and collecting rare resources is the way for you to obtain points and increase your ranking in the assessment. In addition, before you enter, we will issue a location tracking device. There are a large number of safe sites that we have set up inside Mount Tianmeng for you. Security personnel will be stationed there. If you encounter any danger and want to give up the assessment, you can choose to call for help. At the same time, your spoils of war can also be transferred to the security guards at a safe site midway. They will be in charge of recording your results. What you need to do is to obtain as many points as possible within 3 days. In the end, the beast tamers ranked in the top 20 can obtain the right to enter the ruins. This instructor called Zhou Wanshan had shouted at the top of his voice so that every beast tamer could hear the important points clearly. Behind him, the other 4 professional instructors smiled as they sized up this group of newbies, recalling the scene of their first experience. The average age isn't that old. Quite a couple of them look chubby. Is that really okay? Sigh. I also want to return to the trainee level. This ruin is so F***ed up. The high-level beast tamers actually aren't allowed to enter. The instructors cursed. Otherwise, why would this group of pampered newbies get such a good opportunity? Cut the crap. Don't relax. Do our job well. Don't let any casualties happen during this training. The 5 professional beast tamers, together with a bunch of security personnel and technicians, were all in charge of this assessment. As they evaluated this batch of candidates, Shi Qian had already signed the form about taking responsibility for his own safety. He also received a wristwatch-like positioning call device and a photo album. The function of the wristwatch was very simple. Shi Qian wore it casually after understanding it a little, but his focus was on the monster index. Shi Qian flipped to the first page of the booklet. It actually recorded his old friend, the Earth Rat. Hunting this thing could earn 20 points. He continued to flip through it. It seemed that the fewest points that could be given was 20 points. This Earth Mouse really didn't have much respect. But it was also true. Apart from the Earth Mouse, the other creatures like red-crowned snakes, great blade mantis, man-eating grass, and thorn monsters only gave a few more hunting points, but their names sounded like they weren't to be trifled with. As Shi Qian flipped to the last few pages of the Ferocious Beast catalog, he discovered that the ferocious beasts that appeared were getting more and more ridiculous. Name: Mad Python. Attribute: Water. Level of growth: Level 10 Awakening. Race level: Mid-level Transcendent. Race skills: Berserk, Torrent Tail. Introduction: Greenwater Lake and Little Mang Lake are located on the map. There are 2 of them. It's extremely dangerous. It's not recommended to hunt. Points: for 1,000. Shi Qian. These guys didn't recommend hunting them, but they were still assigning 4,000 points to them. That was equivalent to 200 earth mice. Although he was complaining, Shi Qian naturally understood that it was not recommended for weak beast tamers to hunt. It was specially labeled as prey prepared for those beast tamers who were confident in their abilities. Shi Qian continued flipping through a few more pages and discovered that there were several boss-type prey like Mad Python marked in the book. To be honest, that Mad Python's Berserk transformation skill was pretty good. After using it, it could increase its strength and speed completely. The disadvantage was that it would lose its mind. But if he could increase the proficiency to perfected level, it should be able to overcome the shortcomings, right? A berserker iron-eating beast? The training base really was a different place. Such a skill couldn't be found at the farms near Icefield City. Huh. Shi Qian, who was still reading the booklet, suddenly stopped. He saw a strange creature. Name: Electric Slime. Attribute: Thunder. Level of growth: Level 10 Awakening. Race level: Mid-level Transcendent. Race skills: Multiplication, Electricity. Introduction: The Magnetic Mountain Range is on the map. There are 3 of them, and they are extremely dangerous. Hunting is not recommended. Points for 1,000. Slime. Shi Qian felt that the training base really knew how to play. It was just like how the iron-eating beasts were unique creatures of Donghuang. Slimes were unique creatures of other countries, but there weren't any in Donghuang. In order to broaden the horizons of the beast tamers, the training base had even captured this thing to be a boss. Wait, this multiplication. Shi Qian was suddenly attracted by the slime's skill again. If he remembered correctly, this multiplication was a skill that could let the creature control its size at will. It could shrink or expand. In the shrunken state, it could maximize the preservation of physical fitness and increase the speed of physical recovery. The enlarged state was a state of extreme energy consumption, sacrificing speed in exchange for greater strength. The size of the iron-eating beast was still too small. It was only 2 meters even when it reached adulthood. It was still all right now, but if it faced those huge beasts that were dozens of meters tall at every turn in the future, it was a little too small. On the other hand, if he could learn this multiplication, sure, you could easily imagine the scene of a huge iron-eating beast tearing apart a huge dragon with its bare hands. Then, in the blink of an eye, it would be another scene of a small iron-eating beast panda cub being held in his hand. This skill was equivalent to giving a pet 3 forms. That was the shrunken state for preserving physical fitness and accelerating energy recovery, the normal state for both strength and speed, and the huge transformation for extreme strength enhancement. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Entering MT Tianming. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. I want this multiplication skill. Slimes were mud-like creatures that could become bigger and smaller, so only the slimes would frequently have multiplication skills. There were very few transcendent creatures who had mastered the multiplication skill, so it was very difficult to encounter them. Therefore, Shi Qian had no intention of letting go of a slime if he managed to encounter one. Even a monkey like Sun Wukong could learn that lawful embodiment of heaven and earth skill and turn itself into a giant monkey, so it's not that unscientific for his panda to learn multiplication. In short, this was a universal skill. All pets were suitable to learn it. It was not a loss to keep it. Everyone, listen up. After searching for a proper skill to obtain for a long time, Shi Qian finally felt that he couldn't miss this one. At this moment, the professional beast tamer, Zhou Wanshan, who was in charge of training, suddenly shouted, "The training will officially begin in half an hour. In this half an hour, you can still go to the store beside the training base to replenish your food and medicine. But after entering Mount Tianming, except for some special circumstances, you can't come out again for 3 days." In any case, everyone only had one backpack. How many items they could store would depend on the candidate's own arrangements. Shi Qian had naturally prepared the basic items, but they wouldn't last more than 3 days. He would still have to find the follow-up food after entering Mt Tianming. At the same time, he also prepared a sleeping bag and a tool worm. At this moment, Shi Qian started to feel helpless. If only the beast taming space could store other things. It was so troublesome without spatial equipment. Speaking of which, was there spatial storage in this world? This was a question worth considering. If there was, he had to get one in the future. We boys have to get what we want. JPG. Right, that Mystic Realm ruins in Pingcheng looked like a very large spatial storage. It could even contain non-living things. Shi Qian fell into deep thought. Shi Qian. Just as Shi Qian was wondering if the Mystic Realm ruins could also belong to him, Chen Kai suddenly came over. "Do you want to form a team?" Chen Kai asked immediately. "Our class plans to form a team to hunt the Mad Python. My ice-armored beast can play control. There's someone in the class with a thunder element pet who can blow up fish in a lake." Shi Qian asked, "You can also team up this time? How do we split the loot?" Chen Kai said, "In any case, the examiner didn't say no. It should be possible. Don't the lakes around the Mad Python still have rare resources? It should be enough." Shi Qian shook his head and said, "No, you guys go ahead. I have other goals." He felt that following these guys might not be as efficient as him going solo, and it was also inconvenient. "Oh, I see. All right." Although Chen Kai wanted to team up with Shi Qian more, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity since he and his classmates had already agreed to act together. Regarding whether or not candidates were allowed to form teams, there were indeed no clear rules in the training base. However, the only similarity was that both the lone wolves and some small teams had their eyes on the few small bosses whose growth levels were above level 9 and were few in number. If he took down one of them, perhaps he would be in the top 20. Next, Shi Qian went to the store to buy an insulation glove. Before long, he returned. It was still early to set off, so Shi Qian simply continued to read the monster index on the spot. He had only flipped through the fierce beast section just now and had yet to look at the resource section. Collecting resources also gave points. Overall, it was similar to the assessments in the past years. Well, apart from the ferocious beasts and resources, there were also 2 more pages. Have you learned a daily survival technique? Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The person in charge of the training gathered everyone again. Currently, it's 10 in the morning. Everyone, set off immediately. You're free to climb the mountain from the 4 entrances. There was a blockade around Mt Tianming, with only 4 entrances and exits in the area. The environments of the different entrances and exits would be different. All the beast tamers present had studied the map carefully. They also had hunting targets in mind, so they also had some idea of which one they should go to. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Wanshan finished speaking, the 100 beast tamers immediately dispersed. At the same time, a certain number of mechanical birds the size of sparrows started to fly up from the training base and the safe areas in the mountain. They started to circle above Mt Tianming. Race, mechanical bird. Attribute, machinery. Race level, low-level transcendent. Race skills, image storage, acceleration. After the mechanical bird flew up, the situation at the various locations of Mt Tianming started to clearly appear on the big screens in the monitoring room and various monitoring rooms in the training base. Especially those ferocious beasts with higher growth levels, they were all important targets for monitoring. This was not only to ensure the safety of the trainees, but also to see their performance more directly. The viewing process was also one of the few pleasures these examiners had. Wouldn't it be too boring to directly wait for the assessment results? At the foot of Tianmeng, at a certain midway point, was the entrance of the magnetic mountain area. Shi Qian and about 20 beast trainers chose to enter from there. As for Chun Kai and the others, they entered from another direction and prepared to form a team to hunt the mad python. 11. Come out. The outermost area of Tianmeng must have been cleaned up. There were basically no ferocious beasts lingering around, so most beast tamers chose to summon their pets here and have them as protection. It was the same for Shi Qian. He had seen it before. There were many rare spiritual plants on this mountain. There was no need to be afraid that 11 would exhaust his physical strength. He could let 11 eat as he walked, so he should be able to maintain the basic physical consumption. At this moment, after coming out of the beast taming space, 11 looked around in confusion. Was this the place? Where were the opponents? Where were the opponents? I'll bring you to find them. Shi Qian was still very confident in the little iron-eating beast's strength. The ferocious beasts here could be said to be wild creatures that had not undergone training. Most of their battle power might be a little inferior to the pets carefully cultivated by beast tamers. Although his little metal-eating beast was only level 6, with its proficient level supervision, high-speed healing, and proficient level hardening, its battle power should be at the top of the food chain. As long as they didn't encounter a group of ferocious beasts, they were invincible. Wudu. 11 waved and followed beside Shi Qian. Shi Qian added, by the way, pay attention to your surroundings. Unlike its vision, the iron-eating beast's sense of smell was very good. However, 11 had both. With this assurance, they could basically relax and not encounter any sudden danger. Now, it was time to train 11 in this area. The final objective was the magnetic mountain area's electric slime. After the pet summoning, Shi Qian's next target was very clear as he advanced towards the mountain. He glanced at the map in the booklet. To reach his destination, he would first have to pass through the wild boar forest. A ferocious beast named Longthorn Wild Boar lived in this forest. It had extraordinary strength and looked fierce. Its fangs were sharp, its skin was thick, and it was covered in spikes that could defend against attacks like a hedgehog. It was a medium-level transcendent creature that would scare a child to tears, but its meat was fresh and juicy. Shi Qian was still young at heart. Tears involuntarily flowed down the corners of his mouth. According to the book, the average growth level of the Longthorn Wild Boar in the Wild Boar Forest was at the 6th level of awakening. They were considered to be the backbone of the training segment. The Longthorn Wild Boars probably weren't creatures to be trifled with. Their battle power wasn't weak, so the points assigned to them weren't low either. However, the more it was like this, the more Shi Qian was delighted. 11. I'll bring you to hunt pigs. Woo. Wild Boar Forest. The Longthorn Wild Boars were transcendent creatures that lived in groups. But in most cases, in fixed environments, they hunted separately, which gave the beast tamers here an opportunity. Dealing with a group of wild boars would definitely be a headache, but just dealing with one alone, most of the beast tamers participating in the assessment this time should have some confidence. Shi Qian and 11 traversed a forest path and arrived near the wild boar forest. During this period, they encountered other creatures, but they were all earth rats worth 20 points. Shi Qian was not interested at all. It was too troublesome to travel with a bunch of burdens for dozens of points. There were even creatures that did not give points, such as green silkworms, that Shi Qian was even more unwilling to take another look at. Found it. However, just as he arrived near the wild boar forest, Shi Qian discovered a long-spined wild boar foraging at the edge. Race, Longthorn Wild Boar. Attribute, Earth. Race level, mid-level transcendent. Race skill, petrifying fangs. PHHH. 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 It wasn't only Shi Qian and the others who discovered the Longthorn Wild Boar. The wild boar had also discovered Shi Qian and the others. The natural enemies of the Longthorn Wild Boar were ferocious beasts such as wolves, bears, leopards, and ferocious birds. Therefore, they had to be wary of any sudden attacks. They were very smart, fierce, and very vigilant. At this moment, it sensed danger and raised its head. The long spikes on its body suddenly protruded as it let out a grunt of warning. The Longthorn Wild Boar, which often lived in the wild, knew very well that it might have been locked onto by some hunters. It started searching cautiously, but when it saw the thin and weak Shi Qian and the even smaller iron-eating beast Panda Cub, 11, it was immediately stunned. That was it. Tears of shock involuntarily flowed down the corners of the Longthorn Wild Boar's mouth. Wild boars were omnivorous animals. They ate plants and meat. To the current long-thorn wild boar, it only felt that the situation had suddenly reversed. The hunter is actually me. Food had come knocking on his door. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Wild Boar Killer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. UG. PHH. After the boar saw Shi and 11, it even thought of which parts to eat first. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its eyes glowed. Its strong and powerful limbs stepped on the ground restlessly. Pig rush. This wasn't a skill, but a simple charge. The long-thorn wild boar first locked onto the cub of an unknown bear-type creature that might pose a greater threat to it. It raised its fangs fiercely and charged over. Be careful not to let its fangs touch your body, or you'll be petrified. In addition, its attack method is mainly charging around. Shi used telepathy to give 11 a simple order. He immediately retreated to a tree and planned to watch the show. This wild boar was nearly 2 meters long. Compared to 11, who was nearly 1 meter tall, it was a big difference in size. As it rushed over, 11 experienced a completely different feeling from when he fought the ice-armored beast. The charging speed of the long-thorn wild boar wasn't any slower than that of the ice-armored beast. Moreover, in terms of strength and physique, it was even more threatening. To 11 a week ago, perhaps it could have only resisted or dodged in a hurry, but now. The black and white hair standing on its legs swayed with the wind. Under its extreme concentration, its eyes flashed with a bright light. Intermediate skills supervision. Under the proficient level supervision, 11's vision ability was enhanced to the limit. Its dynamic vision was now unexpectedly outstanding. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have slowed down in its eyes. The ferocious-looking pig suddenly attacked with its petrified fangs, but in 11's eyes, it was very slow. Since his vision could clearly capture the enemy, 11 naturally had more time to react. Bang! Because the long-thorn wild boar's movements mainly focused on charging forward, it was very difficult for it to change its direction. Using this point, it was actually very easy to dodge the attack and counterattack. During the process of the long-thorn wild boar charging over, 11 directly turned sideways and successfully dodged. Eh? Where's the prey? In an instant, the boar lost its prey as it disappeared from its sight. After it missed, it became extremely confused. The next moment, the little iron-eating beast, who had dodged sideways, reacted abnormally quickly and launched a counterattack. After all, it had started practicing this in its mind ever since it saw the attack mode of the long-spined wild boar. At this moment, its bare paw was instantly covered by hardening and directly slapped towards the boar that had passed by. Crack! When the hardened bare palm came into contact with the long spikes on the wild boar's body, the long spikes instantly broke. Immediately following that, a huge impact came from the side, making the long-thorn wild boar's body feel like it was overturning rivers and seas and sensed that something was wrong. Ugh! With a painful howl, under the inertial force of the wild boar's charge and 11's impact, the huge wild boar actually rolled diagonally. Howl, howl, howl. After being knocked over, the long-thorn wild boar became dizzy as it kept rolling on the ground. The pain then made it unable to stand up. Its expression was filled with horror. The food had hit back. 11, go for the kill. As an outstanding beast tamer, Shi would always teach his pets some outstanding abilities. Under his command, 11 immediately turned on all fours and stepped forward at the same time with its left front and right rear feet. It charged at the wild boar, looking even fiercer than the pig's sudden charge just now. Hardening, head impact. With the force of the sprint, 11 directly hardened its head and made intimate contact with the long-thorn wild boar's head. With a bang, the boar's eyes turned white, and it completely fainted. Green silkworm, tie it up. Shi opened the zipper of his backpack. A little green worm came out reluctantly and used its worm silk on this huge wild boar. Soon, a level 7 long-thorn wild boar worth 350 points was easily hunted by Shi and his pets. As expected, the battle power is not on the same level. Shi looked at the long-spined wild boar bound by white threads and gained a new understanding of 11's battle power. From the looks of it, the only ones who could pose a threat to 11 in this state were probably those little bosses whose growth levels were at level 10. For a long-spined wild boar with only one attack pattern, it was easily countered to death by supervision and hardening. However, if it were Qian ice-armored beast, Shi felt that even if it could win one-on-one, it would have taken a lot of effort. Woo! At this moment, 11 was in the midst of the joy of defeating the long-thorn wild boar. Shiryu bent down and picked up one end of the thread and threw it to 11. Your favorite training segment is here. Carry the spoils of war and move forward with a heavy load. 11 Nung, O winky face. 11 originally thought that it would be over after defeating the Longthorn wild boar. It completely didn't expect that the wild boar's body could still be used as a training tool. As expected of its beast tamer, he was really thoughtful. 11 excitedly picked up the worm silk and dragged the wild boar with a thump. It looked expectant and curious about what was waiting for it in front. Let's continue deeper. After confirming the battle power of the Longthorn wild boar, Shiryu was relieved and brought 11 into the wild boar forest, planning to cross this place. At this moment, in the nearest safe area, in the monitoring room, a staff member who was browsing through the surveillance cameras suddenly noticed that something was up. He hurriedly enlarged a surveillance video. Brothers, someone has already opened for business here. A beast tamer has already killed a Longthorn wild boar and entered the wild boar forest alone. Alone. The surrounding security guards heard him and immediately looked over. In the overlooking image transmitted by a mechanical bird, an iron-eating beast panda cub was dragging the body of a long-spined wild boar with a white rope, following beside Shiryu. The man and beast boldly entered the forest, marked with a certain level of danger on the map. That iron-eating beast. Looking at its size, it seems to be a cub. Its growth level shouldn't be more than 7. How did it easily defeat the Longthorn wild boar? The reason why it looked easy was because 11 was leisurely dragging the wild boar. If it was a difficult victory, the first thing Shiryu and the others would do was to take the relatively safe path marked on the map and enter a safe area. They would first convert the wild boar into points to rest and not drag the wild boar further into its territory. I didn't see it. Let's watch the replay tonight, the security guard who had noticed Shiryu and the others at the start said. With so many things happening, how could he have noticed Shiryu and the others from the start? Watch him carefully first. It's definitely dangerous for a person to enter the wild boar forest alone, but as long as they are smart enough and know how to climb trees, the Longthorn wild boar won't be able to hurt them, said a security guard. Shiryu's group was the first batch of candidates to have any major gains, causing them to immediately receive special attention from the security personnel of the nearest safe area. Soon, under their attention, Shiryu went deep into the forest and quietly found a few Longthorn wild boars gathered together. Hiding behind a tree in the distance, Shiryu and 11 looked at the 4 Longthorn wild boars foraging in the woods in front of them with different expressions. Shiryu was thinking about whether 11 could fight against 4 alone, while the little iron-eating beast was thinking about why Shiryu didn't let it charge forward. 11, do you want to give it a try? You have expert-level hardening and can fight with your whole body hardened. They shouldn't be a threat to you. Shiryu felt that there was no problem with its proficiency in hardening and supervision. After all, the wild boar's movements were simple, and their growth level wasn't high. Woo! 11's wild nature appeared. 1 vs 4. It sounded so exciting. All right, the green silkworm, and I will cheer you on from behind the tree. It's all up to you, Shiryu encouraged. 11 was discouraged. All right then. Then, 11 put down the spoils of the wild boar that he was dragging and left Shiryu behind. It walked towards the group of Longthorn wild boars alone. Damn, this group is really going for this. This action had attracted the notice of the security guard in the security area monitoring room who was watching Shiryu. The guard's shout once again attracted the attention of the other security guards in the room. What's wrong? That beast tamer who brought the little iron-eating beast along, it's now charging towards the 4 Longthorn wild boars alone. What? He became arrogant after defeating one. Even if it was a 10th level pet, it would be very difficult to face 4 Longthorn wild boars alone. Then, under their surveillance, 11 walked into the perception range of the 4 boars. PHHH, 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 PHHH. An unknown creature had approached, and it was a bear-type creature that looked like a natural enemy. The 4 boars immediately revealed wary looks. However, after discovering that 11 was just a tiny cub less than a meter tall, their hearts immediately underwent 100 million changes just like the first Longthorn wild boar had before it was defeated. What was going on? Where did this guy come from? Was it giving them extra food? The 4 Longthorn wild boars were still in the observation stage, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. The little iron-eating beast in the distance suddenly stretched out its 2 paws, opened its mouth wide, and made a face to provoke. Oh. 11 mocked. Holy shit, The security guards were even more shocked. Courting death. PHHH, 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 PHHH. The 4 longthorn wild boars suddenly charged forward at the same time, their sharp fangs ready to stab into 11. As the 4 wild boars rushed over from different directions, and because 11's supervision had yet to reach 360 degrees without any blind spots, it didn't dare to be careless and directly hardened its whole body. In an instant, a metallic luster filled its entire body. The metallic texture of the black fur was incomparably deep. The white fur became as hard as silver and dazzling. After it was fully armored, 11 let out a howl and used the method of fighting against the previous wild boar to directly smash the first wild boar that approached it. The next second, the second wild boar hit 11's body, but the boar felt as if it had hit a huge lump of steel. It didn't know how its enemy felt, but it knew that its fangs were about to shatter. Howl! The second wild boar cried out in pain. 11, who was hit, definitely wasn't injured. The other party didn't even break its defense. It only made the hardened area a little more earthy. However, the huge impact had still made 11 stagger, and its body was pushed aside a little. As it was hit, 11's wild nature was aroused. With an especially fierce expression, it directly pounced at the wild boar beside it and knocked it over with a collision. Then, its gaze became fierce as it searched for the remaining enemies. As for the remaining 2 longthorn wild boars, because they were too far away at the start, they couldn't come into contact with 11 immediately, causing the battle range to be occupied by the first 2 wild boars. During this process, they clearly saw how their 2 companions were defeated by this little guy who had suddenly turned into a steel lump. Wutu-e. At this moment, they had no intention of continuing the battle. The creatures in the wild were very pragmatic. If they weren't trapped, their first reaction when they encountered a strong enemy was definitely to run. However, 11 didn't intend to give them a chance to escape. It locked onto a longthorn wild boar that had turned around and fearlessly bumped into it, scaring the wild boar into howling and jumping up as it ran. Holy sh**t. This was already the third, what the f***ck, in the monitoring room of the safe area. The 4 security guards surrounding the surveillance video looked at the screen in disbelief and rubbed their eyes hard. Wait a minute, they didn't see wrongly, right? An iron-eating beast panda cub, facing 4 longthorn wild boars, defeated 2 in 2 moves. Then, it scared the other 2 into fleeing and even chased after them? It was like a wild boar killer. Expert-level hardening? Who is this candidate? A security guard suddenly said with a serious expression. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. First place for now. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Expert-level skills were clearly unscientific on a 2-year-old iron-eating beast panda cub. Iron-eating beasts were not pets that liked to train in the first place, so the skill proficiency on most of them was not very high. Most of the time, they relied on their strong physiques to defeat their opponents, not their skills. Even if this iron-eating beast started training when it was in its mother's womb, it would still be too ridiculous. It was fine if this was an adult iron-eating beast, but the key was that it was a cub. Sure, you. I think that's his name. Do you know him? I remember you studied at Bamboo Stone Dojo. Is he from your dojo? A person beside held the name list and asked the security guard who Shiryu was. No. I've never heard of him, the security guard said. The few of them looked at each other. So what was going on with this Shiryu and this little iron-eating beast? A green silkworm. At this moment, another painful scene appeared on the screen. On Shiryu's side, 11 had already successfully defeated the 4 long-spined wild boars. At this moment, it was the green silkworm's turn again. It crawled out of Shiryu's backpack and used all its strength to spit out worm silk to tie up the boars. Isn't he a beast tamer trainee? Why does he have a second pet? Seeing the green silkworm, the few of them were even more surprised. Maybe it's just an additional pet without a contract. It wasn't that no beast tamer had done this before, but for ordinary beast tamers, this was too difficult. It was all right to raise a pet like a pet cat or a pet dog, but if one wanted to nurture a battle pet that understood commands and was willing to fight, it was very difficult without contracting with it. It was probably equivalent to the difference between a pet dog and a police dog. It was only because Shiryu had the gift of telepathy that the green silkworm could understand his meaning slightly. Otherwise, this green silkworm would definitely not be as obedient as it was now. This candidate is awesome. Not only does he have such a strong iron-eating beast cub, he even raised an additional green silkworm. I think this green silkworm silk's level isn't low either. It's inevitable that it will evolve into a wind crystal butterfly. Brothers, let's bet on a cigarette. I bet they can rank in the top 3 of this assessment. The security guards at the security area's monitoring room started talking noisily. All right. Forget about him for now. Someone's already injured. But soon, the discussion stopped. The few of them were reprimanded by a serious security guard. It was time for work right now, so they couldn't place all their attention on Shiryu. It was good enough that they knew that Shiryu wasn't there to court death. The other beast tamers also needed a certain amount of attention paid to them. Although the training had just begun, there were already beast tamers and pets injured. They had to deal with it quickly. Wild boar forest. Big harvest. Shiryu and his pets still didn't know that their battle results had already been noticed by a portion of the security personnel. At this moment, he was happily looking at the tied-up long-spined wild boars. He was in a good mood. Very good. He had 1,750 points now. These points didn't look that difficult to obtain. Compared to points, Shiryu was hungrier for the meat of the long-thorn wild boar. Previously, he was fortunate enough to have eaten spicy stir-fried wild boar meat once in the canteen of the Iron Bamboo breeding base in Icefield City. He wondered how it would taste if it was handled by him. Speaking of which, the spoils of war should be edible, right? Shiryu looked at 11, who shook its head. Woo, I don't know. Don't ask me. It was only in charge of fighting and wasn't interested in wild boar meat. Compared to wild boar meat, it was more concerned about the bamboo shoots in Shiryu's backpack. Gulp. After the battle, 11's stomach rumbled. Although it was very fierce, it was still a cub after all. The consumption from such a battle was also very high. I know. Shiryu took out 2 sections of sliced iron bamboo shoots and threw them to 11. At the same time, Shiryu also placed the green silkworm on the tree trunk and said, "Go and find some leaves to settle yourself. I don't think there are any spiritual plants in this wild boar forest." After vomiting so much silk, the green silkworm must have consumed as much as 11. Green silkworm. Shiryu and the others rested for about 20 minutes before continuing deeper. This time, dragging 5 long-thorn wild boars was a little difficult even for 11. Shiryu, of course, had no problems letting this training addict panda carry the load. He treated it as him exercising too. Next, they had to continue passing through the wild boar forest and reach the nearest safe area. Then, after passing through that safe area, they could head to the magnetic mountain area for the electric slime. In front, Shiryu and 11 were pulling 2 ropes made of worm silk. The green silkworm was lying in the backpack behind him to replenish its strength because it might need to tie up wild boars later. After walking for another 5 minutes, 11 suddenly stopped. "There's a wild boar?" Shiryu asked. 11 nodded. Then, Shiryu heard a commotion not far away. However, when he heard the sound, Shiryu's expression was odd. This sound was similar to the cry of a wild boar, but not entirely. Instead, it sounded more like a human scream. Run. There's a tree in front. Run to the tree. F***CK, why are there suddenly 10 long-thorn wild boars? How do we fight them? Before long, Shiryu saw clearly that it was a group of wild boars chasing after 2 people. Beside the 2 of them, there was also a level 6 Icefield hound and a level 7 snow stripe mink running together. Using the terrain and their skills, the Icefield hound and snow stripe mink would interfere with the wild boar group's speed from time to time, creating an opportunity for them to flee. As for the long-thorn wild boars behind, their levels were all above 6. It was probably very difficult for 2 to defeat 10, and these pets clearly didn't number 11. It was no wonder that the 2 beast tamers would run away crazily. They didn't dare to face such a large pack of long-thorn wild boars, but they didn't want to give up the assessment by seeking help. They could only run and decide what to do later. The nearby trees were all very thick, and the long-thorn wild boars wouldn't be able to knock them down for some time. As long as they climbed onto the trees, the wild boars would be at their wits' end. Wait, there seems to be someone ahead. A beast tamer who was running suddenly saw Shiryu in front. Ugh, PHHH, 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 PHHH. It wasn't just them. The group of long-thorn wild boars also smelled these newcomers. 10 at once. Shiryu and 11 stood there. Shiryu was calculating the chances of 11 winning against 10 long-thorn wild boars. Ordinary long-thorn wild boars couldn't break through 11's defense in his hardened state. Even if they did, it could still heal at a high speed. Therefore, it would be a test of 11's physical strength. Forget it. What am I overthinking about? Shi Qian quickly shook his head. This was because when this group of pragmatic wild boars saw their companions on the ground and being dragged in a pile, they immediately turned and ran without a word. They had no intention of fighting at all. Ugh, PHHH, 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 PHHH. Let's run for it. At a distance, the group of wild boars scattered and escaped, directly leaving the two beast tamer trainees, the ice-field hound, and the snow-striped mink stunned on the spot. They ran away? They stopped chasing. Right on the heels of that, they saw Shi Qian and the little iron-eating beast walking over slowly with the 5 long-thorn wild boars' spoils of war. The scene was extremely striking. Oh my! The ice-field hound's beast tamer exclaimed, and looked at the spoils of war dragged by Shi Qian in disbelief. He had some impression of Shi Qian. They had entered Amidst through the same entrance together. It had only been such a short period of time, so what was with the pile of long-thorn wild boars behind Shi Qian? At this moment, the snow-striped mink's beast tamer also noticed why the group of long-thorn wild boars had run away. It was because at this moment, Shi Qian and his pet, who were dragging a group of long-thorn wild boars, had an especially strong aura. Even he was shocked, let alone the boars. If you want to find lone long-thorn wild boars, go to the periphery. Don't go deep into the forest. After Shi Qian passed by them, he casually reminded them and continued to drag a bunch of long-thorn wild boars with 11. I understand. Thank you, big boss. The two of them hurriedly thanked him, but after being chased by the wild boars, they temporarily had no intention of hunting anymore. They planned to go to the safe area to rest first. After taking a breath on the spot, they chose to follow far behind Shi Qian. After all, the path Shi Qian took was the path that would allow them to safely pass through the forest and reach the safe zone. Following that, because they were dragging the 5 long-thorn wild boar spoils of war, the other long-thorn wild boars completely treated Shi Qian and the others as top-level hunters. No matter how easy it might look to bully Shi Qian and 11, no wild boar dared to approach them. As for dragging so many long-thorn wild boars along, Shi Qian temporarily had no intention of taking the initiative to find trouble with the boars. It was almost afternoon now, and he still hadn't had time to eat lunch. It was better to directly go to the safe area to submit the boars. After spending some time, Shi Qian and the others finally arrived at a small safe area surrounded by wood and thorns. It looked like a small village. When Shi Qian arrived, there were already 5 to 6 people there. It was unknown if they had passed through the wild boar forest or directly walked through the safer paths. There were no extra houses in the safe area, only the monitoring room and the infirmary, so the candidates could only sit and rest for a short while under the straw shed outside. At this moment, half of the candidates who were resting outside looked pretty normal, but the other half were covered in dust. Shi Qian even saw a young man whose clothes were dyed red and whose arm was tied with a white bandage. Was he attacked by a wild boar? There was also a beast tamer with a scab on his face. This scab looked like a scar. What the F***CK, was he disfigured by the great blade Manhwa and then healed? Because of the existence of healing-type pets, as long as the candidate didn't die on the spot, the chances of saving him were still pretty high. Although that was the case, when Shi Qian saw the 2 to 3 bandage beast tamers, he still subconsciously swallowed his saliva. How miserable. It was kinda scary. Shi Qian felt that this group of injured people was dispelling his motivation to continue hunting the level 10 boss. When Shi Qian entered, his gaze swept across the candidates who had already arrived at the safe area. The candidates were also paying attention to Shi Qian who had just entered. When the 6 people saw Shi Qian and the little iron-eating beast dragging 5 long-thorn wild boars in, their eyes immediately widened as though they had seen something unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did they count wrongly? 5. After taking a closer look, they were certain that Shi Qian had entered alone. In other words, Shi Qian had hunted 5 long-thorn wild boars alone. Where did this god come from? Although the long-thorn wild boar wasn't the most powerful ferocious beast on Mang, not everyone could easily hunt 5 consecutive wild boars in one go. After all, the pet's physical strength was limited, and not much time had passed. You're finally here. At this moment, a security guard in a blue uniform walked out of the control room and said, "We've been watching you through the surveillance cameras for a while now. Your iron-eating beast is very strong. Do you want to register your points? I'll help you register." Shi Qian looked over and nodded. "Yes, please. By the way, can I eat this wild boar?" The security guard was stunned. "How do you want to eat it?" "Roast it. I advise you not to eat it. The meat of the long-thorn wild boar is indeed delicious, but that has to be processed through multiple procedures. This, Shiryu was greatly disappointed. Then he could only eat the braised beef instant noodles in his backpack. He had originally wanted to eat well here, and then go replicate the skill in the afternoon. At the training base of MT Tianming, in the main control room. Unlike the situation where each safe area of MT Tianming only needed to monitor fixed areas, this place had to pay attention to the situation of the entire MT Tianming, so it didn't have a very good oversight over the situation of individual candidates. However, as they looked at the points transmitted in real time from the safe areas, the 5 professional beast tamers here quickly knew which contestants had performed very well. At the moment, the first place on the big screen was a beast tamer named Xie Fei. He had 1,500 points. Not long after he entered MT Tianming, he had successfully hunted a rockback lizard that had grown to level 9. He had been in first place for a long time. Chapter 41. Iron-Eating Beasts Lightning Training Roads. Chapter 41. Iron-Eating Beasts Lightning Training Roads. Oh, number 1 in the rankings has finally changed. In the main monitoring room, the 5 professional beast tamers were enjoying the air conditioner and started commenting on the real-time points. They weren't directly responsible for the security work. Generally speaking, the security company's personnel were still in charge of rescuing the candidates. I think they hunted 5 longthorn wild boars. Good lord, they look like a rather energetic combination of beast tamers and pets. With just a slight evaluation, they changed the topic. They didn't pay too much attention to this change. After all, only a few hours had passed, and it was still a long way before the end of the assessment. Professional beast tamers were undoubtedly beast tamers who had transcendent pets. However, those security personnel who had yet to pass the vocation assessment might not necessarily have transcendent battle power. The beast tamer's beast taming space, upon reaching level 2, will result in the spatial crystal wall turned from colorless to gray. The pet's growth level would also have reached transcendent level. This was the basic condition for participating in the vocation assessment. And the so-called professional beast tamer were elites selected from thousands of beast tamers who had fulfilled this requirement. They had to have theoretical knowledge, survival skills in the wild, and combat ability. They had to be very outstanding in all aspects. Therefore, these beast tamers who were qualified to participate in the vocation assessment but didn't pass it didn't necessarily mean they were as lousy as most beast tamer trainees. Compared to them, the title of quasi-class beast tamer was more suitable for the assessment qualifiers. For example, Yin Qi, one of the security personnel this time, was a quasi-professional beast tamer. His level was enough, and his pet level was also enough, but he just didn't pass the vocation assessment and couldn't sweep up others. That was why he didn't get that certificate. Yin Qi was a native of Pingcheng. His initial pet was an iron-eating beast. He had entered the iron-eating beast base, Bamboo Stone Dojo, to learn. Therefore, he understood the iron-eating beast pretty well. From the first moment he saw Shiryu's iron-eating beast's performance through the surveillance cameras, he realized that Shiryu and 11 weren't simple. After staying in the iron-eating beast's headquarters Bamboo Stone Dojo for so long, he had never seen an iron-eating beast that mastered expert-level hardening when it was still a cub. This was ridiculous. After all, his iron-eating beast was already at the transcendent level. It had been cultivated for 5 to 6 years. The current hardening proficiency level had only just reached the expert level. In short, Shiryu was definitely not simple. Out of curiosity, when he changed shifts to rest, he used his private cell phone to call Bamboo Stone Dojo and found Hall Master Lin, who was a disciple in the dojo. Master Lin, do you remember me? I'm Little Qi, that Yin Qi with the nickname Little Bear. The other side of the phone said that Little Bear Yin Qi, who participated in the 2-year vocation assessment, hasn't passed and went to work at a security company. It hurt. Yin Qi smiled bitterly. Sorry, I've embarrassed our Bamboo Stone Dojo. Master Lin, I'm currently in charge of security at the training base of MT Tianming. I encountered a very interesting beast tamer. His iron-eating beast is only about 2 years old, but it has mastered expert-level hardening. It's so ridiculous. Isn't this our Bamboo Stone Dojo's new junior brother? I really don't have any impression of him, nor have I heard of him before, so I came over to ask you. By the way, his name is Shiryu. Inside the Bamboo Stone Dojo, in a very elegant room with mountains and rivers, a middle-aged man with a meticulous expression fell silent. An iron-eating beast about 2 years old, expert level in hardening. Was this Yin Qi sure that he wasn't kidding? How was this possible? It could be said that all the iron-eating beasts in the entire Icefield City were from the iron bamboo breeding base. If there were such a talented iron-eating beast, it was impossible for him not to know. What did you say his name was? Shiryu. His name is Shiryu. Shiryu. It's him. Lin Hongyan recalled that a few days ago, Dr. Liu from the ancient capital university came to visit him at Bamboo Stone Dojo. The other party seemed to be saying that she had entrusted him to help nurture a distant relative. That relative was called Shiryu. Because Shiryu's initial pet was an iron-eating beast, she had found him. Moreover, she even used a high-level resource obtained from the ruins as a reward. Towards this Shiryu, Lin Hongyan also investigated the situation of the pet collection in the iron bamboo breeding base. The result of the investigation was that Shiryu's information was very ordinary. The pets were all bought with loans. He was a native of Pingcheng. He had no idea how Shiryu was related to Lu Qingyi, who was considered a proud daughter of heaven in the country. However, he could not sell Dr. Liu a favor, not to mention that the other party had also given him a sufficiently precious reward. The Shiryu, the iron-eating beast he received, is clearly only a year old. Moreover, the time he received the iron-eating beast didn't exceed a month, right? Expert-level hardening. Lin Hongyan discovered the blind spot, and his expression became serious. Did Dr. Liu help him nurture it using a special method? Otherwise, Lin Hongyan couldn't imagine how a beast trainer could cultivate the racial skills of an iron-eating beast cub to expert level in such a short period of time. Perhaps Lu Qingyi had given Shiryu some rare cultivation resources. Master Lin, realizing that there was no sound for a long time, Yanqi spoke again. Yanqi, you mean that Shiryu is training at Mtt right? Yes, I understand. You do? So is he really an apprentice of our Bamboo Stone Dojo? Lin Hongyan said, not yet, maybe later. By the way, since his iron-eating beast's hardening has reached the expert level, and he is also coincidentally at Mtt with you there, guide him to the magnetic mountain area. Let him mainly train there, even if it's to lay the foundation for him to learn dojo skills in advance. Huh. Yanqi had yet to react. Damn it, what was going on? He hadn't even entered the sect, and he was already teaching the unique skills of the dojo? He was so jealous. At the safe area, Shiryu finished his hot instant noodles and ate 2 ham sausages. Only then was he barely not hungry. After preparing to rest for a while, he went straight to the magnetic mountain area to find the electric slime to play with. As for the 5 longthorn wild boars, there was finally no need to continue dragging them. It was fine to leave them here. While Shiryu was quietly resting in the corner of the straw shed, the security guard who was in charge of registering his points came over again. What's wrong? Shiryu opened his eyes and turned to look at him. Yanqi chuckled and said, it's nothing. Let's get to know each other. I'm Yanqi. Are you still planning to continue hunting in the afternoon? Shiryu nodded. Then I suggest going to your magnetic mountain area. There's electric ore there. It's considered a level 1 energy iron or resource, one of the recipes for iron-eating beasts. Electric iron ore? Shiryu recalled. This did indeed seem to be a recommended food in the iron-eating beast cultivation manual, but the recommendation priority was not very high. Compared to the iron bamboo, it was not very useful for hardening skills and its own growth. At most, it could be said to just fill one's belly. Come with me. Yanqi called for Shiryu and planned to talk in a relatively empty place. What does this person want? Shiryu was stunned. He followed and decided to see what this security guard was up to. I'm actually an apprentice of Bamboo Stone Dojo. My initial pet is also an iron-eating beast. By the way, do you know what the 2 great mysteries of Bamboo Stone Dojo are? After leaving the straw shed, Yanqi said, I remember that it's a skill called Thunder Palm and a skill called Cannon Fist, right? Shiryu recalled. So this guy was an apprentice from Bamboo Stone Dojo. No wonder he was so interested in him and the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beasts taught by the Bamboo Stone Dojo were famous for their ability to control fire and lightning. Their unique skills were the Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Of course, Shiryu knew this. After all, he still had to go to the dojo to learn later. Well, it's the Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. With special cultivation methods, there's a chance that the iron-eating beast can awaken the ability to control fire and lightning. For example, if you want to control lightning, one of the basics is for the iron-eating beast to eat some metal minerals with the nature of electricity, like electrical minerals. Why are you telling me this? If a pet wanted to master skills other than species, it had to undergo targeted cultivation. Food was a very important part of it, and sure you knew this. However, just eating electric ore was definitely not enough. Otherwise, this would not have become the unique skill manual of the Bamboo Stone Dojo. Even if the evolution method wasn't as complicated as the green silkworm to the goddess of light butterfly, it was impossible for only one food to be enough. I heard from Master Lin of Bamboo Stone Dojo that you might be going to the dojo to learn later, so I greeted you in advance. The minimum requirement to eat an electric ore is for the iron-eating beast's hardening to reach the expert level. Your iron-eating beast's hardening has already reached the expert level. It definitely won't be a problem to perfectly absorb the nutrition of the electric ore. If you plan to enter Bamboo Stone Dojo to learn in the future, the most suitable training environment for you at Tianming is actually the magnetic mountain area. There are many electrical ores there, and many thunder element creatures. Eating electric ores and letting the body constantly receive lightning attacks is actually the basic training to master the Thunder Palm. I think you can come into contact with it in advance. Skill, Thunder Palm. Skill level, intermediate. Yen Qi said with a smile, but he sighed in his heart. This was because his iron-eating beast was already at the transcendent level and had yet to successfully master the Thunder Palm. It could only have a tiny electric current lingering around its palm, unable to form a skill at all. If he could master the Thunder Palm, he would have long passed the vocation assessment. The Thunder Palm alone was already powerful. If it was a combination skill of hardening and Thunder Palm, that power was something Yen Qi looked forward to. Is that so? Thank you. Sure, you did not expect that before he even went to visit Bamboo Stone Dojo, there would already be apprentices from the dojo who knew him. Was this the first lesson that Hall Master Lin had taught him? Initially, he had planned to go to the magnetic mountain area to replicate the multiplication skill. Now, it seemed that there were other reasons why he had to go. When it came to food, sure, you felt that the electric ores in the magnetic mountain area no longer needed to be exchanged for points. If 11's combat and training intensity were too high, the ores would probably enter 11's stomach for the next 3 days. Chapter 42, Electric Ore. Chapter 42, Electric Ore. Yen Qi didn't chat with Shiryu for too long. After all, he still had work to do next. 11, I'll take you to eat good food. In the afternoon, Shiryu called 11 out of the beast taming space. 11 was exhausted from the battle and travel in the morning. It had only slept and rested in the beast taming space for a while before it was almost completely recovered. This was the power of the beast taming space. On Shiryu's side, he rested a little and was rather energetic. With a new goal, Shiryu didn't want to delay any longer and planned to continue setting off with 11. Woo! In the outside world, 11's figure slowly appeared. When it heard the word eat, it subconsciously wiped its mouth with its arm. Due to the skill index, Shiryu's physique should be relatively outstanding among beast tamers of the same level. When he prepared to set off again, the other candidates, regardless of whether they arrived at the safe area first or later, were still resting. When these people saw Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast leave the safe area, they looked at each other. Didn't they just hunt 5 longthorn wild boars in the morning? He actually went to hunt again in the blink of an eye. Was his liver all right? If Chen Kai were here, he would definitely say, as expected of you guys, you're simply our role models. In the magnetic mountain area, this was actually a mountain covered by a special electromagnetic field. The special environment made many magnetic metals known as electric ore appear here at XC. Electric ore was very dangerous. It would suddenly release electricity, but this kind of electricity was also a favorite snack for many thunder element creatures. The map in the booklet marked that the magnetic mountain area was one of the most dangerous areas of Tianming. There were 10th level ferocious beasts living there. Moreover, most of them were thunder element ferocious beasts known for their skill, attack power, and destructive power. Apart from that, the special magnetic field here, although not very strong, was also not suitable for beast tamers with weak physiques to stay long. If too much time passed, it might have a certain impact on the beast tamer's liver and brain, causing the beast tamer to hallucinate. However, despite the danger, Shiryu still had to come. Compared to the ruins, this place was already very friendly, and it even produced food. That's the electric ore. With a clear target, Shiryu, 11, and the others avoided some ferocious beasts to avoid wasting unnecessary physical strength. They only spent half an hour on the road before arriving at the edge of the magnetic mountain area. At the border between the mountain and the ground, 11 quickly discovered a special blue and white mineral. It howled and reminded Shiryu. The electric ore was a prismatic mineral, sandwiching between the ground and the magnetic mountain like a protruding rock. Electricity shot out from time to time. From the surrounding black scorch marks, the current strength didn't seem to be low. In your hardened state, go break a piece to eat. Shiryu encouraged. Sigma, degree LLL, well. To be honest, 11 had never eaten electric ore before, just like how it had never eaten a green silkworm. Therefore, when it encountered such novel food, it would always doubt whether it could be eaten. Foodies were also very particular. They didn't eat everything. If it ate something bad, it would affect his training. Don't worry, it's edible. The basic requirement for the iron-eating beast to eat a level 1 thunder element metal mineral resource was expert level hardening. Since 11 was at that stage already, digestion would definitely be no problem. Woo. When 11 heard that, it reluctantly approached the electric ore carefully. It hardened its palm and pried with all its might. Bang! When the electric mine was pulled out, the lightning suddenly cracked, and the sound shocked 11, causing it to sit on the ground. Shiryu. How could it be so stupid? It was so fierce in battle. How could it explode from digging ore? Woo. 11 also felt very embarrassed. It hurriedly crawled up and picked up the fallen electric mineral again. At this moment, the electric current stimulated 11's entire body, making it feel numb. Its hair stood up, and it was very uncomfortable. Whether it was before it ate the iron bamboo or before it ate the iron heartwood, 11 could smell the fragrance of the food in advance. However, this thing didn't. Instead, it looked and felt very dangerous. Could it really be eaten? 11 turned around and handed it to Shiryu. Maybe it would be better for the beast tamer to eat it first. It's all right. Eat it first. You don't have to worry about your body getting injured. Your high-speed healing is already proficient, and the electrical burns in your body can also heal on their own. What Shiryu said made sense. He wanted the iron-eating beast to master proficient level hardening that allowed it to be fully armed before it ate the electric mine, so that the electric current wouldn't hurt the fragile cells in the iron-eating beast's body. However, it was actually fine even if 11 was injured. The entry-level healing speed could heal external injuries. The proficient level healing speed could also heal the injuries in the body. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Shiryu was very relieved. Even with such a healing skill, 11 could still eat a large amount of electric mineral in the short term. He did not have to worry about his body being burdened, and from that, he could awaken his thunder talent faster. Expert level healing at a high speed. This was also why Shiryu thought that 11 could eat such big amounts of food in 3 days. Woo! Since the beast tamer had said so, 11 showed a determined expression. Crack! It hardened its entire body and bit at the electric mineral in its mouth with its hardened teeth. Crack! Crack! 11 tried hard to chew the electric ore. Under the pulsing current, it ate the electric ore like a candy. After the chewing was completed, 11 tried hard to swallow the electric mineral fragment. Woo! As 11 swallowed the electric ore, the electric current spreading in its body made it numb again. Then, 11 was extremely shocked. Although it couldn't be said to be delicious, the numbing feeling after swallowing the electric mineral made it feel as if lightning had exploded in its body, making it feel very strange. It didn't reject this feeling. It even felt that it was as comfortable as during the special training. It seemed that it could really eat this. Burp! 11 opened its mouth and spat out a weak electric arc. Then, it patted its stomach and looked at Shiryu. Anything else? Well, looks like there's no problem. Then, let's continue looking for more electric ore to eat, Shiryu said. According to the description of the apprentice from the Bamboo Stone Dojo, after the iron-eating beast ate a large amount of electric ores, it would produce a certain amount of lightning affinity and accumulate a certain amount of lightning talent. During this process, being struck by lightning more could also accelerate the development of thunder element talent. These were the basic conditions to master thunder type skills. In fact, Shiryu was still very interested in thunder element skills. If there were any fire ores or cold iron ores here, he definitely wouldn't be so interested. With the limited number of skills recorded in the skill index, compared to the fire attribute cannon fist, he was more inclined to let the iron-eating beast learn thunder type skills. The reason was very simple. Metal and thunder types were more compatible than metal and fire types. For those powerful beast tamers, a single skill was only the foundation. Only by combining different basic skills and forming a combination skill could one truly be considered to have entered the door of the pet taming industry. Combination skills were very difficult for ordinary beast tamers because it tested the proficiency between different skills. If the proficiency was not high enough, the skills could not be perfectly combined and connected. In a situation where the skill proficiency was really difficult to train, there were very few beast tamers who could have results that exceeded the original combination. It was basically something that only master-level beast tamers could do, but for Shi Qian, it might not be that difficult, because he could quickly increase his proficiency. For example, he could upgrade hardening to perfection. This skill could even form a long-range combination skill with thunder-type skills. The perfect level symbol for hardening skill was flowing and superimposing. As for above that, the transcendent level symbol, it was releasing and applying. It was said that in the entire Icefield City, only one iron-eating beast had reached this level. It meant that the iron-eating beast could use hardening substances to condense weapons that left its body, or stack a layer of hardening on other external items. Shi Qian found this effect very interesting. Therefore, Shi Qian was thinking about how violent it would be if 11 condensed a metal cannonball in front of his palm after mastering perfect level hardening and used the electromagnetic force to accelerate and throw it. The hardening skill at close range directly turned into a double-element, high-destructive long-range combination skill, electromagnetic cannon. Metal and thunder types were the main cultivation routes for iron-eating beasts that Shi Qian had temporarily set. Most pets only had one main attribute, and in order to form powerful combination skills, some powerful beast tamers like to teach their pet skills with other attributes to assemble. The attributes of this secondary cultivation were usually called secondary attributes. Shi Qian planned to focus on metal supplementary lightning. The main reason was that these two attributes were easier to form a combination skill. Compared to them, metal and fire elements weren't that compatible. This is an electric scorpion. As they continued searching for the electric ore and electric slimes, Shi Qian and the others were the first to discover new electric ore. This time, the electric ores were not alone, but 3 or 4 combined. However, unlike before, there was a ferocious beast guarding the side of the electric ore this time. The electric scorpion, which was the size of 2 forearms and had lightning patterns on its purple body, was absorbing the electric chi leaking from the electric mine. Name, Electric Scorpion. Attributes, Thunder. Race level, low-level transcendent. Electric Scorpion can absorb lightning and store it in its body. Then, it will input poisonous electric currents into the enemy's body with its tail thorn, killing the opponent. Although its race was a low-level transcendent, on the same level as the green worm, it was much more threatening than the green worm. Z. At this moment, seeing other creatures approaching, the 2 electric scorpions, whose growth levels were around level 5, seemed to be facing a great enemy. But before they could react, they were held in 11's hands. As for their electric spikes, they couldn't penetrate 11's hardening at all. Whoa! 11's arm shook like a windmill. It spun a few times and threw the electric scorpion far away. Because the target was 3 level 10 electric slimes, Shi Qian simply ignored these minor characters. After chasing away the competitors, 11 started to dig these electric ores. Their goal was to eat all the electric ores in the magnetic mountain area. Since the registration fee had been paid, there was no need to save resources at all. Presumably, the Beast Tamer Association of Pingcheng wouldn't really mind the disappearance of these electricity ores either. Chapter 43, Replication and Multiplication. Chapter 43, Replication and Multiplication. What are these 2 guys doing? The magnetic mountain area was clearly also an area focused on by the staff. In the monitoring room of the training base headquarters, as Shi Qian temporarily obtained first place in points through the 5 Longthorn wild boars, he also became the main focus of the 5 professional beast tamers. On a whim, a professional beast tamer searched for Shi Qian's figure on the surveillance cameras, but he really found him. However, Shi Qian's current behavior was really unfathomable. On the screen, Shi Qian and the iron-eating beast were like bullies, charging into the territories of thunder element ferocious beasts. Then, the little iron-eating beast defeated the thunder element ferocious beast in a few moves. Then, a turning point came. Shi Qian and the iron-eating beast did not have the slightest mentality of participating in the assessment. They directly threw the ferocious beasts far away, looking like they did not feel the value at the points they represented. In addition, they had unearthed the electricity ore that represented points, but they had no intention of exchanging points. Instead, the iron-eating beast opened its mouth and eliminated them with a crack. It was simply walking all the way and snatching all the way. Expert level hardening. There's something wrong with this iron-eating beast. A professional beast tamer leaned over to look at the scene. He opened his mouth slightly and said, "Where did this monster newcomer come from?" Real outstanding beast tamers and pets couldn't be hidden. Shiryu and the others could easily kill the ferocious beast blocking the way because they relied on their expert level hardening and proficient level supervision. They were completely invincible. The group of professional beast tamers naturally sensed Shiryu and Eleven's extraordinariness, and they spoke in shock. No wonder they could hunt 5 wild boars. When I was an apprentice, I was far inferior to them. This candidate clearly can't be bothered with these small points. His target is definitely a level 10 creature. From the performance of this iron-eating beast in the image, fighting a level 10 creature is not a problem at all. The level 10 creatures in the magnetic mountain area are those 3 electric slimes imported from outside, right? The person in charge of training, Zhou Wanshan, said, "It's the slime. I wonder if they can handle it. But even if they can't deal with it, it won't be a problem to retreat unscathed." Slimes were creatures with relatively slow movements. As long as they passed the high school physical test, they wouldn't be caught up by the slimes jumping around. However, on the contrary, even if Shiryu and his panda could defeat the electric slime, they would probably have to pay a price. The main reason was that the electric slime's electric release skill was a thunder element skill. Its penetration power was very strong according to its power. In addition, there was a 4-level difference between the two, so even if it was expert level in hardening, it might not necessarily be able to deal with it unscathed like dealing with low-level ferocious beasts. Mt. Tian Mang, Magnetic Mountain, Electric Cave. After eating a pile of electric ores, 11 successfully imprinted the taste of the electric ores in his mind. Then, with its sensitive sense of smell, they found this place. "I've finally discovered the first electric slime." Outside the small cave, Shiryu's expression was excited. He had finally discovered an electric slime. The electric slime was a blue-purple mud-like creature, very similar to an electric ore. Electric currents shot out from its body from time to time. At this moment, it was in a shrunken state, lying in the middle of a pile of electric ores. It was not afraid of the electric current around it. Instead, it looked very comfortable. After all, with their attributes and physiques, they could be immune to weak corresponding elemental powers. Lightning was nourishing to them, not harming. They found the electric slime. Shiryu and the iron-eating beast finally arrived at the electric cave. The few professional beast tamers watched with interest. Although this iron-eating beast looked agile and had astonishing strength, it clearly didn't have long-range skills. As long as he fought, he would definitely come into contact with the slime. As for the slime, its entire body was wrapped in electricity. As long as one touched it, they would be hit by its discharge. It was very unsolvable. In the electric cave, the electric slime sensed that an enemy was approaching. It immediately woke up from its meal and bounced out to look at Shiryu and the others cautiously. A huge battle was about to break out. At this moment, an unexpected development occurred. Shiryu quickly opened his backpack and threw the high-pressure insulation rubber gloves he bought to 11. Put it on, catch it, and squeeze out all the electricity in its body. Woo! 11 put on the insulation gloves skillfully. Obviously, this was a battle strategy arranged in advance by Shiryu and 11. Right on the heels of that, under the stunned expressions of the professional beast tamers, the little iron-eating beast wearing insulation gloves charged towards the electric slime. At the same time, the electric slime's entire body was filled with electricity as it bounced and hit 11 under the discharge state. Electricity was a low-level skill that could only release electricity through contact. Moreover, this skill's control over electricity was not high, so it was very easy to crack. Without a doubt, the power of the slime was not very strong. What was strong was its electrical current strength. However, before it reached the transcendent level, its thunder element skill facing the high-pressure insulation rubber gloves was like a son meeting his father, immediately getting shut down. 11 caught it in its hand like it was picking up a baseball. Crack! The electric slime kept releasing electricity in midair, and at the same time, it was stunned. 11, who was wearing an insulation glove to catch the slime, turned its head sideways and didn't dare to look at the electric current shooting out of the slime's body. This is so scary. It doesn't look like it can be eaten like an electric ore. Holy shit. This development directly made the professional beast tamers in the control room widen their eyes. What was going on? It could even be done this way. The base store sells insulation gloves. It does, right? But before this, No beast tamer was so clear-headed as to put them on a pet to challenge thunder element ferocious beasts. Usually, they wear it themselves. It's mainly because the power of the electric slime is all in its discharge and defense. Its other qualities are ordinary, and it happened to be countered by the insulation glove. Who captured the slimes and set such a high number of points for them? The professional beast tamers were stunned. The level 10 creature slime with the highest points in the training was being controlled just like that. Oh no, the other two slimes were probably going to be killed by this strange beast tamer. 12,000 points was equivalent to a free gift? Don't worry. It's not that simple, Zhou Wanshan said with a complicated expression. Yes, 11. Pinch it and let it continue to discharge and release electricity. When 11 and the slime were fighting, Shi Qian was fanning the flames beside them. Apart from releasing electricity, the strength of the electric slime's body was trash. There was no possibility of it breaking free. Its defense was strong, because the slime's soft mud-like body could withstand a huge impact. Even a hard punch might not be able to instantly kill it. However, there was no need for Shi Qian and the others to waste their energy hitting it. It could just pinch it with the insulation glove and wait for it to release all the electricity in its body. This was called tactics. Who? The electric slime was very aggrieved and angry. The current was released even more fiercely, but it still couldn't affect the insulation glove. In fact, facing a level 10 boss, it was really not that easy to cheat through the fight. Even in this situation where it was restrained, the slime still had a chance to resist. However, unless it was desperate, the electric slime was very unwilling to use this skill. High-level skill, multiplication. If it used this skill to multiply its size, its strength would increase, and the electric current in its body could be stimulated at a greater limit. But the side effect would make it exhausted for a long time. The purpose of the slimes was to shrink and act cute if possible. Unless there were special circumstances, they would never multiply their size into giant, scary Demon King slimes. And now, the electric slime that had encountered a desperate situation clearly encountered a special situation. Woo! It cried out in extreme anger, and its size began to increase continuously. At this moment, no matter how strong 11 was, it definitely couldn't pinch it with its two hands and could only retreat. Rip. As the electric slime rapidly enlarged, Shi Qian's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of you becoming bigger. This is what I've been waiting for. 11. Harden your whole body, Shi Qian immediately instructed. During the electric slime's transformation, 11's entire body hardened. In the next second, the electric slime, which had finally escaped its control, launched a counterattack and directly bumped into it with its electrifying body. After enlarging to a huge electric slime with a diameter of 1.5 meters, the impact power and the current strength of the slime were much higher than before. 11 also slapped him. In an instant, neither side won. The huge electric slime was sent flying by 11, but due to its soft physique, it did not suffer much damage. Although 11 was wearing an insulation glove, the current released by the huge slime was too much. After all, 11 was only wearing gloves and not an insulation suit, so he couldn't completely defend. The other parts of his body were still accidentally invaded by the electric current. Even the hardening of the metal attribute couldn't completely defend. The combination of multiplication and discharge had already begun to take shape. It's reversed. Although the energy consumption of the electric slime is huge, that iron-eating beast definitely won't feel good either. It's probably a situation where both parties are injured. The professional beast tamers watched the show. However, the reversal occurred again. 11 finally used the skill of high-speed healing. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside, the place where 11's body was paralyzed and burned by the electric current was immediately healed by a green wave of life. Woo, 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 woo. After being cured, 11 became braver the more he fought. Like a bear, it continued to charge at the huge electric slime. This scene directly shattered the views of the professional beast tamers. Is expert-level hardening that strong? It can even defend against a huge discharge. Or is that iron-eating beast's willpower strong? It resisted the stimulation of the current and counterattacked forcefully. After all, 11 had a history of eating electric ores as candy. At this moment, the slime was stunned again because after that attack, it completely lost its energy. When it was first captured, it wasted too much electricity, causing it to be unable to counterattack after multiplying. Capture it, and continue to squeeze it dry. Shi Qian's evil command came from the side. Meanwhile, outside the electric cave, The electric slime, which had all its energy drained, dimmed significantly. There was really no electricity at all, and it returned to its normal size. It was hugged by the excited and panting 11 and fell asleep. At this moment, Shi Qian began to approach with a smile. He touched the slime with his loving hand. In the initial 5 skill sections of the skill index, upon contracting the first pet, 11, there were 5 new skill sections. Next, the index was about to record the 7th skill, multiplication. Discharge wasn't worth it, however. The skill level was too low, so it was inferior to the Thunder Palm. Shi Qian chose to give up. When he touched the slime, Shi Qian recalled the scene when he saw the multiplication skill. At the same time, he activated the skill index. In the next moment, the 7th page of the stone-illustrated handbook flipped open in Shi Qian's mind. The image of the Thunder Element Pet Electric Slime appeared. Skill, multiplication. Skill level, advanced. He had obtained the all-purpose skill. Great. When Shi Qian ravaged the level 10 creature Electric Slime in his hand like it was made of rubber, all the professional beast tamers in the control room fell silent. Not only did he defeat it, but he even dared to personally destroy a level 10 creature? This was so scary for beast tamers and pets. Was this really a newbie in turn? Chapter 44, Forget the Skill Index. Chapter 44, Forget the Skill Index. Next, the electric cave occupied by the electric slime was undoubtedly taken over by Shi Qian. There were many electric ores here, enough for 11 to feast on. In addition, Shi Qian was not in a hurry to exchange this electric slime for points. I'll give you 2 electrical ores every day as food, but no matter how much electricity you eat, you have to release it. Shi Qian communicated with the blurred electric slime telepathically. This guy was a very good generator. The discharge skill could train 11's lightning resistance and increase its thunder affinity. It was roughly equivalent to lightning forging the body. Ordinary pets definitely couldn't go about it like this, but 11 was an exception. A trace of thunder element talent and proficient level high-speed healing could recover the damage caused by the lightning stimulation at the fastest speed, allowing 11 to train with lightning without restraint. Electric slime, I might not be human, but you're really not. Just like that, the drained electric slime directly became the second training tool after the green silkworm. Whoa! After hearing the new training content from Shi Qian, the little iron-eating beast danced around. 11 was still very interested in this new training method. Eating electric ores and being electrocuted by a weakened version of the discharge skill seemed to be no worse than jumping off a building. It was just that after training like this, 11's hair became fluffy, causing it to look fat. In the safe area, little bear Yan Qi, who had told Shi Qian that he could come to the magnetic mountain to train, fell into deep thought. He looked at the iron-eating beast carrying the electric slime running in the image with a question mark on his head. Although he had told Shi Qian that allowing the iron-eating beasts to undergo the lightning baptism after eating the electric or could also increase their thunder element talent, he didn't expect Shi Qian to directly take down the electric slime as a tool pet. His telepathy talent was so overpowered. Shi Qian's even more inhumane actions didn't stop there. Using the insulation glove, they quickly found another companion for the first slime. The electric slime resting in another electric cave in the magnetic mountain was also captured by Shi Qian and the others. The next day, the third slime couldn't escape either. It was captured by Shi Qian and the iron-eating beast. In the end, the situation clearly evolved into the 3 slimes helping 11 train. The 3 exhausted electric slimes were surrounded by Shi Qian in a triangle, with 11 in the middle. Shi Qian provided an electric ore. The slime that absorbed a little energy had to release some electricity and let the little beast in the middle train its body. Although the slimes were unwilling, they could only surrender due to the power of Shi Qian and the iron-eating beast. It couldn't be helped. Shi Qian's control was too good. He definitely didn't give the slimes too much food. He had been keeping their battle power at the level of electric rubber, causing them to be unable to resist at all. Regarding controlling food, because of Shi Qian's rich experience with the green worm, the electric slimes were simply miserable. Just like that, Shi Qian and the others only stayed in the magnetic mountain for a day before reaping the harvest from the large amount of electric ores in the slime's discharge forging. 29th, noon. At this moment, after a day, Shi Qian and the others had already gotten all the ores that were easier to find in the magnetic mountain area. 11 ate crazily while undergoing lightning training. Then, something went wrong. Woo! After being electrocuted once, the fluffy 11 stretched out its palm. In the next second, a blue and white electric current shot out of its palm and entangled crazily. Intermediate level skill, Thunder Palm. Holy shit. This change made Shi Qian, who was resting beside him, nearly fall. What was going on? 11. Comprehended the Thunder Palm on its own. Shi Qian hurriedly put the 3 slimes in the worm silk sack and returned to the previous safe area. He found Yin Qi to register again and called out 11. Mr. Yin Qi, is the Thunder Palm you're talking about referring to this? BZZT. The little iron-eating beast stretched out its palm with an extremely serious expression. A second later, more than 10 blue and white electric arcs shot out of its palm. Amazing. There was no need for the skill index. Woo. This time, it had successfully learned a new skill without Shi Qian's addition. Holy shit. Yin Qi exploded on the spot. How is that possible? This doesn't make sense. He looked at 11, the iron-eating beast cub that could already be filled with electricity, dumbfounded, and fell into deep thought about life. It's only been a day. How can your iron-eating beast awaken its thunder talent so quickly? At the moment, his own iron-eating beast's control over lightning seemed to be even inferior to this little iron-eating beast. This was ridiculous. In general theory, it was impossible to awaken lightning talent so easily with just the electric or electric shock. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few iron-eating beasts who mastered the Thunder Palm in the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Hall. He should still need the support of other steps. Why did Shi Qian and the others rely on simple materials to complete all the training in a day? Perhaps we worked very hard? Shi Qian pretended to be in deep thought. Yin Qi was suddenly speechless. Because every time he noticed Shi Qian and this iron-eating beast, they were definitely fighting, training, and eating. It was rare to see them rest. They only rested for a while before quickly moving again. He wasn't afraid that he had seen a fake iron-eating beast. Are you sure that this was an iron-eating beast and not a hyperactive husky? It still doesn't make sense. Yin Qi looked at the little iron-eating beast. Even so, this talent was too strange. So this is the lightning palm, right? Shi Qian chuckled. It was indeed unscientific. However, he should know what was going on. Perhaps it was because of the high-speed healing. The high-speed healing of wood-type skills was a form of use of one's life force, representing growth. In the system of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, lightning was also connected with wood. The damage caused by lightning forging the body was healed by wood element skills. Not only did it increase the efficiency of training, but there was also probably some magical reaction between the two, which accelerated 11's mastery process. This didn't make sense, but it was very surreal. Yin Qi still doubted life. Although its power seems a little weak, it's indeed the Thunder Palm. Well, the strength isn't enough. At most, it touched the entry criteria. When the palm can withstand high-intensity electric currents and let the condensed lightning have a strong numbing penetrating effect, that's when the Thunder Palm's true power is. I understand. Shi Qian nodded, feeling happy. This came without any effort. He originally thought that he would have to go to the dojo to replicate it before 11 could master the Thunder Palm, but 11 actually learned it himself. It was a complete surprise for Shi Qian. From the looks of it, there seemed to be a certain connection between the different skills. After learning one skill, learning another skill would be much easier. For example, the Thunder Palm could actually be seen as a high-level skill for discharge. Since it could even use the Thunder Palm, it was actually equivalent to being able to use discharge as well. However, although 11 had learned it on its own, Shi Qian still decided to record the Thunder Palm in the index later. In Shi Qian's opinion, the skill proficiency function of the index was also very important. When a mid-level skill was maxed out, the effect was not necessarily worse than a super-level skill. Then can I trouble Mr. Yin Qi to help me register the slime's points? Are you still going to the magnetic mountain area next? No, there aren't many electric ores over there anymore. Yin Qi. Beast. The accumulated points of the electric ores were probably more than the 3 slimes. These guys ate it all. After Shi Qian left, Yin Qi still couldn't calm down. He stiffly called Master Lin of Bamboo Stone Dojo. Yin Qi? What's wrong? Lin Hongyan's master said. Master Lin, that Shi Qian indeed went to the magnetic mountain to train as I said. Oh? How's the effect? The effect was very good. His iron-eating beast ate all the electric ores in the mountain. Then, they captured 3 electric slimes to assist in training. Now, it has successfully mastered the Thunder Palm. Lin Hongyan was speechless. What was going on? Chapter 45, End of the Training. Chapter 45, End of the Training. After 11 mastered the Thunder Palm, Shi Qian felt that it was time to change places to train. Although he could continue to look for electric ores to strengthen the thunder-type skills 11 had just learned in the magnetic mountain, it was not very meaningful. Electric ore was only a level 1 resource, not very expensive and rare. Its value was not much different from iron bamboo. When he returned, it was better to purchase or buy higher-level resources in bulk. The more exposed electric ores in the magnetic mountain area, such as the 3 electric caves, had basically been searched by them. The remaining were hidden and difficult to find. If they searched again, the efficiency wouldn't be very high. It was better to take advantage of the remaining time to earn some other resources. 11. Let's help the green worm find some nutritious food. After thinking about it, Shi said to 11. The green silkworm has followed them for so long, but it seems like it hasn't eaten anything decent. The green silkworm had also helped a lot these 2 days. Even if it didn't contribute much, it had worked hard. It was time to reward it. Yes. 11 nodded indifferently. Of course, of course. Every day, Buggy looked like he was about to die after training. 11 was really afraid of losing this little partner. GG. The green worm in the backpack cried. Generally speaking, the evolution materials that were prepared for the green silkworm were only used when it was approaching cocoon transformation at level 9 or 10. At other stages of growth, the value of using rare materials was not very high. After all, only at the cocoon transformation stage, with the nourishment of the cocoon, would the green silkworm have a high chance of comprehending new racial skills. In other stages, it seemed that only the worm's silk was worth strengthening. At this moment, Shi also started to consider what direction he should nurture the green silkworm in. It was very important to determine the direction of a pet in order to train it. For example, 11 and Shi were cultivated according to the standard battle pet template. It was fine as long as they were good at fighting and were all-round. As for the green silkworm, Shi did not want it to be like a traditional battle pet. After all, he had the skill index, so it was relatively easy for him to DIY it. It was better to choose some rare and more practical evolution directions. Healing butterfly? This way, it might be able to learn a skill that could help him, a beast tamer, recover his physical strength and energy in the future and use it with the skill index.